Megillas Esther, when they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther lo by mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. Doesn't need a cover. Amar lehu ki gavna nami mechse kapikorsa. A statement like this, without attribution to their Rabbi, also has the appearance of apikarsis. Incredible. But not when Amar Zad Korei Rabbi B'Shmo. What's apikarsis? Holding your Rabbi by his name. That's apikarsis. The Amar Yochanan nickname man ne'enash gechazi. Why was gechazi? Gechazi, remember again, was like the Gabbai. Was the Gabbai of Elisha. Why was he punished? Because he called Elisha by name. Can't call your Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, introduce those apikarsis. That's Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kamid Rabbi Zer, Rabbi Yosef, Kalmas. Asiyah Kodesh is beautiful. This is beautiful. Asiyah Kodesh Baruch Hu L'Hotzi Nachal Mibeis Kachi HaKadosh. In the future, I will say, in the future, usually Asiyah means the most Mashiach. Like the Rebbe will bring a river or a stream from the Kodesh HaKadosh. It's going to be a stream that from the Kodesh HaKadosh. Now, I love Kolmini Megadim, and by the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going to be growing. So again, from this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees will spring up. Its leaves will never wither. And every month, essentially, the trees will bring forth new fruit. Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption, and ultimately its leaves will be for healing purposes. Incredible. So we'll say, so what happened? So remember, this is Rabbi Yirmiyah was sitting in front of Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Yirmiyah said over this passage, he said over the drasha, he said over there, he said, in the future a stream will come out from the base of Mikdash. He quoted this passage. He says, having this conversation, over there was Saba, who was an older gentleman who was sitting there, as this was being said, and he said, Shkoyach, Yosher. He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful. This appears like apikarsis. It's like we're really getting to a very strict definition over here. So in other words, I don't know, everybody likes a shkoyach, right? But apparently, again, when the shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the, I guess it depends who you give the shkoyach to and what you give the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy said shkoyach, that Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the way to give the shkoyach. Arole, hi, see you, come say alacha. But again, no, the shkoyach is an affirmation over here. In other words, what the older man was affirming that which Rabbi Yirmiyah was saying. So what could be wrong with that? Rabbi Yochanan dashes the Bible. If you want to see an example of apikarsis, there's so much to say about the Gemara with the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Like, what is that? What is that? A stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadosh. So again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents Tara, right? Water represents everything. Essentially, water is one of those things with multiple layers of symbolisms, right? Again, it represents Torah, it represents life, it's creation. But Torah, really what water represents, a person's Torah, they go into a body of water, they become Torah. Why does water do that? So this is a beautiful interpretation. So Rabbi explains his lesson is, water is the primordial substance of creation. Meaning what? I don't know what primordial means, but right, but it sounds so good. It's a primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. If you throw in the hand motion, this is a very purpose. So the Maisa, why? Originally, all the earth was water. So his Slavic system is so beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself by the very substance of creation. So I go in Tameh and I come out someone else. That's why it's only water that can affect power. Because water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself in water. What does it mean that Lamaisa, a stream comes out of the Kodesh HaKadosh? Let's say, when you think about Kodesh HaKadosh, what do you think about? What do you think about? Kodesh HaKadosh is like, that's like the top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's the top of the mountain, top of Har, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha. If somebody were to ask you, So where do you go past the Kodesh Kodashim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world, but there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kiddusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does the stream represent? Stream is Torah, stream is water, stream is creation, stream is recreation, stream is building. Even from the Kodesh HaKadoshim itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to our growth. Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the word is like there. Let's see a story about Apikarsis. We've actually seen this story before. Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era. In the future, Rothschild is going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. And what happens? Rothschild is going to go ahead, and he's going to chisel out these stones into entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim. Because Shneimar is something. Okay, so Rabbi Yochanan is giving this order. So there was a Talmud saying in here, and he chuckled. He chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous. I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds, or small eggs of birds, eggs of small birds. Right? So in other words, how do we say, come on, you're going to find precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. That's big stones, very big stones. Right? It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like, what you find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay, that's the end of the story. What happened? So the Gemara says, the Yamin, first white line, the Yamim, one day this Talmud was traveling by sea. And what happened? He saw in the midst of the ocean angels that were there chiseling out stones. So the Talmud says, no, who is this for? Says the Malachim said, oh, these are the stones that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was creating for the entranceway to Yerushalayim, which I must say, by the way, is such a beautiful idea. You see this motif over and over and over. The Rebbe is preparing every day for the Beis Hamikdash. Right? In other words, let's be honest. How long would it take HaKadosh Baruch Hu to fashion these stones? You could snap his proverbial fingers and we're done. We're done. The idea is the Rebbe waits for us. We wait for him like we saw before. Everybody's waiting for Mashiach. HaKadosh is waiting. Klal Yisrael is waiting. The world is waiting. Everything is waiting. All the pieces are here. We just have to push ourselves a little bit more, just to do a bit more, just to grow a bit more, learn a bit more stuff, a bit more chesed, and we can bring this. But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim. So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back. The other, so again, the Talmud comes back for this medrash. He finds Rabbi Yochanan is darshaning. Amalei Rabbi, drosh ulecha na'a lidrosh. Talmud comes in and he says, Rabbi, preach, right? Preach. Continue to preach, and you guys shkoyach to you, right? You're doing a great job. Exactly what you taught in Shir, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the Malach making the entranceway. Amalei Reka. So the Yochanan says to him, tell me, you empty one. And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. Do I want to disparage the words of Chazal? Yohev be'enei ba'asad da'ashalat saros. Rabbi Yochanan set his eyes upon him and he became a pile of bones. So again, first of all, we see before, the general when the Gemara talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person, unfortunately, against the pride of their holiness? If you're leaving them, just take the Hashem Shabbat here. That was the Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you can see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately is the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit, is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things you can actually see. So the Rabbi Yochanan says, there's no great difference in believing that the Malachim are preparing for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entirety of Avodas Hashem is to believe with all of my heart in the things that I cannot see, but to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. Let's go back to Mesve. So again, I will say nothing more questions. So remember, according to one of the takeaways over here is that the entrance ways to Yerushalayim are going to be 20 hours by 10 hours. Now the Gemara is the cash of I'll bring you upright to Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Omer, Masayim Amot Kishnei Komot Shel Adam HaRishon. The entrance ways to Yerushalayim will be 200 amos high, twice the height of Adam HaRishon. According to the Maimar Chazal, Adam was 100 amos high. 100 amos tall. So I'll say, so by the way, just as an aside, what do you do with that? Other was 100 amos tall. So the Maral brings that he says, doesn't have to take it literally that was height. Rather, again, we'll say often what height is metaphorical for is potential. Adam had a height of 100 amos. What Adam could have done, and we'll say maybe we'll start to realize that Adam and Cain and Shuvah, what Adam could have done. With all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? It's beautiful. Let's listen to this. That in the future, the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height of Adam and Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Kof Amat Kineged Heichal, the coastline, 100 amos. Shnei Amar Sher Baninu Kinetim Bidala Bidoreim, Rasenik Kizavios Bekalos Tabnis Heichal. So I'll say, so which one is it? So there's another contradiction. We just said before that the entrance rate is 20 amos by 10 amos. Now we're saying it's 200 amos. What's going on here? So you want to no. Keep on Rabbi Yochanan, the cover the Bezeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. Whereas we'll say in the entrance ways, because we're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amos. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my value of the truth, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if a person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Rabbi Yochanan on the truth of Mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says Mamish from this purpose. Not a truth. What does this mean? The Torah Panim Shabbat Le'akas. But ultimately, again, it will make the even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's what we've ever seen. Cover blackens his face over words of Torah in the Torah. What does this mean, blackening that face? What it means is these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so the complexion becomes like a little bit that ashen. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? Mafik Ziva the Olam Haba. Rothschild gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. So literally again, a person literally translated starves himself. What does that mean? That means that literally again, my whole focus is starved to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, so Rabbi will see me in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Yer V'Yom Yideshin Yisecha, Necha Adanecha Sashtu. So let's say, again, what's the meaning of that? As I said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. Because we have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, these things in the material. And let's say, destroy every aspect of our use. Let's say, can you imagine, by the way, imagine for a moment, if you didn't have to pay tuition, or imagine just imagine you didn't have to pay tuition. I just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We haven't got you in a yacht, right? Or something like that. You know, right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just for tuition. There's a lot of things that really cause us to sacrifice. But the Lord's telling us, just understand that every sacrifice you make to this world, the Ribono Shel Olam will give it back to you. Just understand, right? So whatever, so in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like this. It was Kesar Dini Omar. In the future, right? In the future, Hakadosh Baruch Hu will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Yom Lanu Akal Yeshua Seinu Salam. Amar Rabbi Ke'er Shalom Aleichem. Baruch for you see this. Baruch for Neimar. Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tachem. So the Gemara says, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Rothschild's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Rothschild is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. I look, you are so Omar. My time of Shlichas Bagarata. Right? Why did you not show up for Shir? This year we're learning about Agarata. I'm Rabbi. Senator Shom Shmei Rabbi. I'm Mari. Asakash Baruch Hu Litin Chol Tzadik Gimel Mea Ba'asar Solamos. In the future, the Rothschild will give every single tzaddik 310 words. Shneimar Lahanchil Ave Yesh. Both were same Amalei. Yesh Gematria plus Mea Ba'asar. I'll say whatever this means. In the world, once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say that all of us are tzaddikim, and we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rabbi says, the midah sha'ata moded in law, the way in which you act, Shprach acts towards you. Midah k'neged midah. Tichsev b'sa'ah sa'ah b'shalachat she'edana. But good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua b'chi'er shalom hakim. Is that possible? But Kimar says, Adam no similar omso la ani ba'olam hazeh. Shprach no similar omso li olam haba. So what's the could be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back. Shemayim is our talking. The handful of Hakadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. In other words, if you say midah k'neged midah, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give it only a handful in this world, I get back to this world of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Which the Gemara says, "Ba'atim leto omertin eizu midah meruba, midah tova midah. Sorry, eizu midah meruba, midah tova meruba, or midah paranos." So again, remember, even though we say midah k'neged midah, right? That there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? Omid days, what I'll say. Omid days, having a flying. Having Omer, midah tova meruba, midah paranos. So we know the answer to this. That midah tova always eclipses midah paranos. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, it's probably going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "V'midas tova sit v'yitzav shakim now v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yanter aleim lechol v'midas parnas u'omer ta'arubas hashem niftechu midas parnas sit v'yetzu v'rov v'hegel sifkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the midas tova is very good midas love. The Gemara says, midas parnas sit v'yetzu v'rov v'hegel sifkan. He both told Asam Mosamos, but Asham was sick back. I am Mercy Valo. I'm supposed to be talking about the during the Mashiach. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be found. The person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the cost for a show to receive their punishment, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives cost to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But I will say, but the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in this system of mita, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, I know that when I do Averos, there's going to be punishment for those Averos. We'll say that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong, there's going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple like direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Rothschild gives me a reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. That's good. Rabbi Kiva Omer, I've heard the Sfram Chitzoni. So Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sfram Chitzoni is called Rabbi Kodesh. What's the Sfram Chitzoni? Tana b'Sifri, Tana b'Sifrei Tzidukim. It refers to the books of the Tzdukim. Remember again, who is the Tzdukim? The Tzdukim when people do not believe Torah about that. And Yosef Amar b'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur. So again, Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As you're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests over there that that's also called Apikarsis. So the Gemara says, my timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira, right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi's on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Let's stop on for today. A little bit of a Sira cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. So we did a block. Wrong block, right? But we did most of the wrong block. I will say, Rest Hashem, incredible Gemara. Shkoyach, we'll continue picking up Ben Sira tomorrow, Mirz Hashem. All right, Chavra, another great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the Kodesh Kodashim. He's open to see you soon. All right, you all say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning for today. Our annual Kamikaze sponsor, Rothschild, we have to set it countries that have already show. Dedicating everything adjustments for this year, and there's a list of the sales for this Ramadan as well. And the other sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zing, loving Mary, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet First, Ben Yosef, Akoin, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, and many of William, Ziv, Zed, Shmuel, and Yisrael, Nathan, and the Adar, Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, Alazar, and Gabby and Shmuel Cohen, got doing sponsors for today, Rachel of the Architect of Gabby's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram, Ben, Yaakov, Cohen, Zichron, Yaakov, and Merit. Other Atomic Cohen, all of the shows have no families in the summer, all those communities have on to home for the Israel. The Yetzer should bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful in all non-saved days. And was with that, let us move a lot to the Torah Hashem. Really incredible Gemara, like I said, and running out of attitudes. I have nothing even to describe anymore. Just telling you how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. Just because of that number is a 7.5-year cycle, you forget, cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Really, it's most like today's got the Sadik test. 99. We are picking up the Mirz Hashem on Sadik Fest on the base. We are taking it's about 20 lines before it gets wide. The Yochanan says, I believe that it's only the Hashem through the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. And this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday's of these people Rabbanim. They of course believe all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I mean, it's Turkish. So let's say, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement. Like us, so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Ruach. Let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede. I mean, it's Turkish. Right time. It's like it's in the Yochanan. What's the problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even in Mishum B'Sid, Kashayanis Ishmit Lehari, Upaga Hadosh, Upaga Lives, Somat Yadol, Akir, Venosh, Kovnafash. So you see like this. You know, the way that the Rabbi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. The witness in what he's describing it is essentially a pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So what we say is, is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that the one you need from challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. The Ruthschild says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. This is, for example, Shadam Latina Sada, Upagabo Santa. Person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. Who is he finding his own field? The surveyor. Actually points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. So in other words, pretty much you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you put the Barbie. It's just like encountering a lion. Just like a lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. And if you're a year, then you come into a city, Rabbi, you run into a tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in showing all income, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Haga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, run into the surveyor, so run into a lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, u'matzah barav u'benoso, mutalin b'ra'at. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I said, what's this is kind of what is this highlighting over here? But I think just even now, forget about Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. There's no surveyor, in the town there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rothschild is saying. Number one, Rothschild is saying is you're so concerned about the Yochanan, you're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties and challenges that you're going to get. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy. The pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the way I understand the Yochanan. There's another thing from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most essentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason, we have this notion, like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Rothschild is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It just means that is the reality of life. And I want to say sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned and so upset and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is like, it's very selfish. You see, to your plan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you are into it, and you understand it, and you accept it, and at the end of the day, you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. I love, we shouldn't have said, Shalom, in Yadam Zakam, I do have a sequel, Yadam Zakam, Gereka, in that group, Kapayim Yadam, rather, it's going to say, you're going to make you find that power possible. What is it possible? My Raisi code together, what does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, I'm interested in the number of years describing this interesting. Once again, all of these people seem to be describing the purest as Rabbi, and he's saying a man that grasps his stomach, right, and turns out like a woman with a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, my Raisi called that everything I've seen on that. I saw that my father. Okay, your mind that can comprehend the miracle. And what does it mean that the Rebbe is face can't tell? What is that mean? What refers to it like this? The literally again, Hamali means the palace. The celestial palace, the earthly palace, what does this mean? It's incredible. The Shash Amrak Baruch Hu, Halu Masi Yadai, it's a Halu Masi Yadai. Hit about Elu, Yutne Elu. So let's listen to this. Most something like this. These are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is heavy like this. Next year, I carry is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as one wants to bring about our success, when the Rothschild brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. So we have really important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the devotion belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. And he loves everyone, and he cares for everyone, and he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh. And the relationship is for all of humanity. These are also described back before. When we get audience and heaven, it's hard to remember anything but Haggadah Parashat that we're doing now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like tomorrow. So you remember again, we had the house of Shemus has been in law. Right? How do you live in a country that loves everyone? It goes from every next province to you have a mixed up of plastic license. You can break the world. Yet amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. Like that. People don't convert. You have 7 mitzvahs. Do that. You have 10 bucks. You don't need to do what we do. You don't need to do what we do. And everybody knows that we're talking. So Messianic hour comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished. But it's hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Rebbe to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, from Rabbi hands down the issue, he's giving this adage, you said the adage, he's giving this adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Then when the ox says that it's shalema and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Those our positions in the nations of the world.
Why not? Whatever. It's 13th of Shabbat, 57
but it's difficult for us. Let's say I really profound, it's difficult for the to go ahead and do this.
We're just gonna roll with it, baby. Like Steve Woodball, roll with it, baby.
Klal Yisrael is going to benefit.
Alright,
We're going to
so,
reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach.
no one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the Mazor we live by. And you just do whatever the fuck you want. Do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. Alright, I wanted to say this before I start. Kabbalah sucks and everything sucks. Really, yeah. Okay, anything else? I was doing a lot of singing, and I think people will find this funny. Elvis, who became arguably the biggest music sensation of the 20th century, arguably. The Beatles, arguably Elvis, bigger than both, and everybody else. Failed music, and allegedly for kids, I feel music. And I'm not saying I'm Elvis, but better, obviously. I also failed. That's fine, and in fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of I don't know if you're learning from the right guy. I didn't fail. Did you really? Yeah. It was worth it for the Rebbe to create the entire world just for David. Because it's boring as fuck. Just for David. Foreign language. It was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here what's in the David. Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah. That's another thing. People may wonder, hey Rabbi, you talk about being athletic, and we obviously see how athletic you are in a sports dynasty here. Agility, you lose agility. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I was never academically eligible to play. Really? Why I get older, I will be. It is worth it for the Rebbe to create the entire world. It was for him to actualize his potential. And the truth of the was the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David. Yeah, and I would say the big reason why I failed music, I was let it be that it was worth it for to create the world for you. I didn't know how to play piano. Maximize your potential. And I didn't really know anything about piano. And I can tell you the kids who did badly in class, we just didn't have pianos. We didn't have keyboards. Perhaps we'd never seen a keyboard. Piano wasn't a thing. My cousins had a piano. It was just like a thing, like everybody's piano. Very few people actually take piano. My mom took piano. My mom can play piano, but and I always wanted to learn. What's his name? So when the other kids were learning music composition better, and they could use the piano as a tool to be able to know where different notes were, the kids who did not have a piano were fine. So Israel, if anything, get your kids. I have a full piano that you've seen me use, drive 118 miles an hour playing. Get your kids a folding piano and just so they know. And other instruments, that was another thing why I did badly. We never had instruments. Even kid instruments are fine, like just plastic instruments, or something that makes noise. I would say there was always an issue in our home that you never want to piss off the parents. You never want to be super loud. And instruments are loud. And I can remember, this is a sad thing. This is like a sad moment. I was trying to learn a song, the cuckoo. Really, yeah. And I didn't even want to learn it. I just played my own version on the recording. And I was very stressed as a child. I could hear it. My parents never fought with each other. Really, really. I mean, not really. We'll say for these purposes, but they were just, I could hear them stressing, and I would sit on the stairs, and instead of doing the work, I would blast on that fucking recorder, and I chew on it. Remember, I kid you, I chewed on it. Yeah, bitch, I know. And
where does Mashiach live?
it was just
Mashiach lives
stress.
by the gates of Rome. He's a
Yeah,
leper.
I layer on this
He's a
fucking
leper of the
board,
house of Rabbi.
not
Rabbi
knowing that
was a
like,
direct
yeah,
descendant
but
of David Melech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
I remember like the teacher would like show us how to play the song, and I would just, it got more complicated at the end, and I was just not good at it. And there were other kids who were really, really good because they played instruments.
Who is alive,
And
currently alive, can go to heaven.
this is the
Then
first
he's probably
instrument I
someone
really
like
had,
me. Okay, now let's say
aside from,
that requires a little bit of interpretation.
I had a
right?
keyboard when I was a kid, so I shouldn't say that.
Right?
But it was a keyboard that I would use. I'll never forget this. It was funny to me. But as my grandparents' house. And I always wanted my grandparents to think I was super cool. And so I had this keyboard. And there was you play it and it'd be like, dun, 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 whatever. And there was this mode on it though that you could play, you could turn on, and it would play it would automatically play a song. And I'd go to my grandparents.
It's interesting to think about this.
And they'd be like singing out some kind of prodigy. And I'd be like,
with connections and with Torah.
thinking okay, and then they shut it off. Like, no, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's just... And they were like, did you see that? And they're like, they were 80 years old. They're old. And if that's not old today, whatever. But it isn't as old as it once was. But back then, when people would drink it every night, smoking cigarettes every day, that's old. Really? Yeah, everybody did that shit, kids. I don't think people understand how much smoking was back then. Really? It's very common in Jewish households than other households.
They both suffered. Right? He suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claimed his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. Right? Being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here, Mashiach is someone who is battle tested.
I think I'm so I went home one day and I didn't know this from my great uncle. My cousin got his hands on it. He's a little older than he got his hands on this fucking piano and he was able to do this. So then when I come back to my grandparents' house, they're like, hey, little Mozart, we're on to your fucking scam. And that was like the first time I want to say I was like dishonest ever to my grandparents.
No one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have.
I remember being like, oh, they're going to love me so much if I could play this like this.
Excellence. In fact, there's often just the opposite.
They're like, yeah,
we suck. The challenge with brachos is brachos
is that the end of your story?
Have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity.
So just, it's like one of those things. If I had the ability, I had children today, how would you raise them? How would they be the best fucking kids? How would they be? Prodigy. But what would you do? I would, you know, my
you can't become a Mashiach.
I don't want to say I didn't have this, but I would get them balls. I would get them golf clubs. I would, like, even plastic, just everything, plastic, everything. And what else? Tennis racket, pickleball racket, football, basketball, baseball bat. That'd be huge.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from.
I would teach them about sports. That's another thing. Like, I didn't know what cross country was until a lot of people don't, but I didn't even know what it was until like I was an adult. Like, oh, you mean there's different types of running? I figured that, and I'd seen the Olympics, but I was always like, cross country never got anything. And my school didn't have cross country, even though it's the easiest sport to be able to manage. I think it's just the shoes and shorts. If you're a man, you need shoes and shorts. That's it. Socks. Like, it's literally to be a cross country runner in a warm environment, you need shoes, socks, underwear, and shorts. Like, you don't even need a shirt, and you just fucking run. And Oh, really quickly, just tell us. I gotta get into this. I was running with a friend of mine who sub-4 and he and I were never competitive when it came to running, but we could run at the same level, and we'd run like 10 miles, really pretty far. Sometimes like 13 miles, just for fun. The thing is, when you're running a lot, it just takes a lot of time. It really does. It's not like even about once your body's in a certain position, it's not even about the pain or anything like that, because you become numb to it. It's just, dude, I've got to fucking run for an hour and a half or whatever. It's like it takes a lot of time. And we were running past this college, and I was getting catcalled by chicks. And I remember being like, I could use this to say that. Anyway, what else would you get your kids? I'd get them music toys. But again, I'm not saying I didn't have that. It's just, I remember I had a flute, I had a recorder maybe, I had a guitar. Here's the thing, never a real guitar, like maybe like a classic guitar. But my family loved music, but it just wasn't. We just knew that like music wasn't going to be my thing. What was going to be my thing? I don't really know. I don't think my parents ever knew.
And you will write and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. Really?
Yeah. And I get them computers very young. Like I would. Would you give your kid an iPad? I'd have them with that leapfrog shit really early, and I would figure out a way to lock down an iPad and give that fucking kid an iPad all the time. And they'd be learning and doing flashcards and all kinds of shit like that. I think that's really healthy. If you give a child an iPad, I mean, I've had it in my life where I haven't had electronics, and then I had the opportunity to have a fucking tablet, and it was precious. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It was absolutely precious. And people get into, well, their screen time and all this other shit. Dog, my parents would fucking, I'd just sit in front of Sesame Street and, like, right up next to the TV, not right up next to it, but, it was. What is this? So when people say screen time, they didn't have a word for that when I was a kid. It was called you're watching too much TV. That's what it was called. All right, come on, you got to get into this. I know, but these are like little anecdotes that I feel are very. So what would you tell Israel? I would say there just needs to be like a starter pack that's affordable. That's all the. What other instruments do you have? Drums? I have drums. I had a little drum though, so I don't want it to sound like I didn't have this stuff. It's just I didn't. I wasn't able to make the connection between that and music composition. And can you read music? Yeah, I mean, I can look at music and tell you what the notes are in either like treble clef or bass clef. Really? Yeah. I used to be able to do it better. That's the one thing that I like. It was every good boy does find EGBDF and FACE. That's all I fucking remember. And that's all I really needed to know, but I wasn't able to put that on a keyboard. And that was a big thing. Like, there should be keyboards. I've seen them before. I even bought them. Like, where they put, it's like an overlay that you have the keys. But I just wasn't able to make that connection. And when you're starting, like, when things are, it's just one thing after another. I went from moderately challenged in school to overwhelmingly challenged, way too much homework. Way too much. That's another thing. If anybody ever sees this in the future, I would be a very major proponent of no homework. No homework. Homework should be time for homework. You should be with your family. You should be able to play sports. School. There's enough time in school for teachers to be able to get all the homework done. And it's just overwhelming. There are ways I feel like, because here's the thing. Here's what happens. You have one kid who goes home to a two-parent household and has a computer and has a laptop and has a PC and a laptop and has parents who went to excellent schools and they might even have a tutor or whatever. And then you got some kid whose mom's working at Walmart who is like a latchkey kid, doesn't have any chance, a very little chance, and he's got to babysit his siblings, or she's got to babysit her siblings, and then Monday morning they are supposed to come in and have the exact same work done. That is totally not fair, and that's where kids get dropped back. All right, anything else you want to say about this? Yeah, I would just be an advocate. No more. We don't need more. You're in school for 8 fucking hours. Get the shit done then. You don't need it. Like, how would I just remember when I was in school, they would say each class is supposed to give you an hour worth of homework. Well, bitch, I've been in 6 classes today. That's 6 hours worth of homework. I get home at not right at 3. There's like fucking other shit. Like, maybe I might get home at 4 or something like that. So if I don't eat dinner, that means I'm done at 10. Like, that's ridiculous amounts of homework. They wouldn't ever, they'd be like, well, 45 minutes to an hour. It's like, shut up. What if it takes me longer? What if one thing takes me longer? And another thing, I've never been good at memorizing things, ever. And I have to really work hard to memorize things. I think harder than the average person. People are going to say, you memorize shit all the time. It's come with a lot of work. And if you have a situation where, so you wouldn't have, if you have a situation where you have like, let's say 2 assignments, one you have to memorize something, and the other you have to do a worksheet or something. And some kids might take an hour to memorize something, other kids might take 5 hours to memorize something, like to get it down really well. And maybe they never just even memorize it. And then you expect that worksheet to be done on the same level. I feel that school has enough time to be able to teach children, and there should be no homework at all. Would you make it illegal? Yeah, I'd make homework illegal. I think a lot of kids would think that would be great. How do you get around that, though? I mean, you could always study more. There's nothing against that. But you would not get in trouble if you did not, like, once you left from school, you would not get in trouble if you didn't do anything from that point until the next day. You might not do as well in school, but you wouldn't get in trouble. I can remember being in school, and I remember this one kid, I don't want to say he was the most diligent kid that we had, in terms, he wasn't that bright. I think he became some fucking engineer.
That ultimately will have simcha like years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years.
Government contract or something. But I went to school with this kid for like 11 straight years. And he always did his homework, always did everything. Like, he didn't have a fucking personality to save his fucking ass. Nothing. But always did his homework. And I was like, fuck that shit. Anyway, and one day, and this is how teachers are, and they don't realize it. It's really unfortunate. They'll go up to the board and they'll be like, maybe like home. I mean, it's different today, but like they'll be like home. Back in my day, they wouldn't even write it on the fucking board. They would just be like, all right, yeah, you have to read pages 100 to 200 by tomorrow. And they say, okay, fine. But if there'd be like kids getting up and all kinds of other shit, and the teacher would not be on their A game, and they'd be like, oh yeah, you got to read pages 100 to 200, and like call out, and then the next day, half of the kids did it, half of them didn't, and the teacher's over there like, why didn't you do this shit? And it's like, motherfucker, all you had to do was write this on the board. Or if anything, we had this thing, this assignment book. Okay, no one ever used it except this one kid. Everybody would just write it in their notebook or something like that. There's just a, and I remember this kid one time did not have his homework done for something, just one time. And wouldn't you know it, for the next 5 fucking years, whenever the teacher would go up and be like, all right, have a nice day or something, this kid would raise his hand and say, do we have any homework? Because he wanted to write in his book, because he didn't fucking And his book was fucking pristine, and it was unbelievable. Anyway, I think today they send the homework like on it. It's like online, so like you don't have to write anything down. But I don't think you need that. I think I could teach school. I have. I never gave out homework. Now it was for different reasons, but there's enough time in school to be able to go through everything. If you're teaching efficiently, I'm going to finish with this. I learned American history, and I did not learn it in the way that I was supposed to learn it. And I know it pretty well. And I had a talented teacher, but this is how the teacher would teach. For 2 hours, he would go up to the board and just write notes. And we were to be copying those notes. And I would argue with him a lot. Why don't you just make a copy of your notes, give them to us, and then we can discuss them? Because that's how, it wasn't exactly how it's supposed to work, but we're supposed to have many discussions. And this teacher did not want to have the discussions. He didn't want a bunch of 9th grade boys who were going to argue, but the other class got to argue, and I feel like we were at a disadvantage. Once we got their teachers the next year or something like that, or maybe 2 years later, we loved it. We loved it because it was like engaging and stuff. And I remember thinking to myself, my parents did not pay for me to do this. They're not paying for me to sit here and fucking copy notes. Like, and it would be every single day. All we would do is copy notes. There would be no discussion, or very little discussion. And this teacher, he and I many times did not see eye to eye. And actually, I had a friend of mine and I who went to the dean of all the boys, and we complained, and we said, look, this is not how it's supposed to go. The other class is having open debates and discussions on these topics, and they don't have to sit there and take something. And here's what would end up happening. Teacher would go up to the board, and I would fucking play around. We did all kinds of shit. We had little army men. Like, we're fucking way too old for army men, but we'd be shooting them at each other. There's a new kid. I'd fucking kick this kid. Really? Yeah. Why? I would do this thing where I'd go like this, and because he'd make this huge reaction. You couldn't keep your hands to yourself. Done. You wouldn't be able to either if you had this fucking kid next to you. He would just, anyway. But it would be like, dude, teacher's back's turned. Let's fucking anyway. Is that the end of your story? You've got a lot to review. I know. So what would you do? I'd get kids instruments. I'd get kids lockdown tablet where they couldn't view the whole internet, but they could. At what age would you let them see the whole internet? That's a good question. Maybe 18, or whatever the age of consent. If they're going to get it other ways, it's fine. But I would have software. I would be the parent who would have software that would watch it. Really? Yeah, if they could. That to me, there should be like a free service in the United States where you download the software that locks your shit down. Yeah, they're paid currently, but I don't understand. All right. Is that the end of your story? No, I want to talk about getting your kids instruments, teaching them the music theory early, and how the different notes on the different instruments work. And like that would be another thing. And just becoming ambidexterity is important. Anyway, anything else you want to say? No. That's fine. Alright. There you go. No. Okay, we got some leadership though. So I find it hilarious that like I don't know how it's better with music and all this like lip syncing using air instruments, but who is greater? And I'm also this is a fundamental machlokas. Probably using music between Rabbi and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. All right, so we had Anchai. That's what Robinson says after she gets stuck by this motherfucker. That's something so pleasurable when could we revivify that? Halavai, that means like if I'm Irish. Yiddish had Yenta, it's kind of a fetish of mine. It's a talkative bitch. Tachlis, that's brass tacks, motherfucker. Nosh, that's what I do. I snap cookies. Basher, so there's the shirter, which is male soulmate, or shirta, which is female soulmate, basher is soulmate. Mishmash, mishmash. I was taking a bath, that's like a bunch of shit. Everybody knows that. Buck kiss, that means nothing. That means good yontif, that means holiday. Chaim means life. Parv. This is an interesting one. I mean, because it looks like it should be parve, but it's parv. Pronounced parve, or do people pronounce it parve? Never heard of parve. Parv is Yiddish and by extension Hebrew is a Yiddish and by extension Hebrew term for something that is neither meat nor dairy. This is significant because Jewish law does not allow one to cook or consume meat together with milk products. Parv food, however, may be eaten together with both meat and milk. Examples would be water, eggs, fish, and anything that is plant-derived, such as fruit, nuts, and veggies. Thus, a cookie labeled as parv can be eaten together with cream-laden coffee or after a steak dinner. Since meat and dairy utensils are also kept separate, dishes that are used for neither meat nor dairy are known as parv. Some important parv information. Eggs. Although eggs come from an animal, eggs are still parv. Why? Think about it. Milk comes from an animal too, and it isn't considered meat. Yeah, but it is considered dairy. Fish is parv. However, because of health concerns, the sages of the Talmud prohibit eating it with meat. There are varying customs about eating fish with meat. However, fish may be prepared on either milk or dairy utensils and eaten right before or after meat or milk with no concern, as long as one washes one's mouth out. There is a custom not to eat fish with meat, which you can, but like, what about wasps? That's the thing. These fucking rules make sense to a certain extent, and then they don't, and it's just like tradition. Like, oh yeah, but that's just how it is. Bread. Almost all bread is parv, recognizing that dairy bread could easily be taken for parv and eaten with meat and vice versa. The sages forbade the production of bread with milk or rendered fat, unless it is clearly marked, or if such a small amount is produced that it will be served only to people in the meal. Faux meat or dairy. Soy burgers and almond milk are often parv. Soy burgers and almond milk are often parv, but onlookers may be misled if they see you sipping milky coffee with meat or topping your burger with cheese, not realizing that milk or meat they are seeing is not real. Thus, the sages decreed that these products must be specially marked if they are to be consumed with something that appears incompatible. For example, an almond floating in your almond milk would allow you to serve it with a beef dinner. A more contemporary application would be to leave the almond milk container on the table so that everyone knows what it is. Other uses. In common parlance, parv has come to denote neutrality in other contexts as well. Here are some examples. I find both politicians equally boring, so my feelings about the election are pretty parv. I've learned to get along with my mother-in-law, but our relationship is still far from warm. You can say it's parv. So I have lots of stories, but one, my mom and aunt and I were going to Steven Spielberg's mother's milkshake restaurant. It's known as the Milky Way. I've done videos from there. My favorite milkshake restaurant. It's really small, but pretty small. And here's what I say. All right, so
the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of all to come. So one of those people was, Homer in Torah Hashem. This person says Torah is not divine.
Okay. Yeah.
Person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come.
We get there. And
I said the Gemara, we're talking or whatever.
And the server comes up to us. Okay, what would you like? And I always get the same thing, which is lasagna. Why? It's like the first thing that I ever got there, and I really liked it. And I don't even really like lasagna, but I liked it. And I'm somebody who would do that at a restaurant. If I find something I like, I will eat that from now until the day I die. Okay. And hear my aunt go, I'll have the cheeseburger. And I'm like, what? And I didn't see that there was an impossible burger on there. And the server said, okay, well, how would you like that? And I'm like, where's your cheeseburger? And why is that funny? Cheeseburger, the burger part would be hard because it was an impossible burger. And the cheese on top was not technically a restaurant. And I was just shocked. It was like, how could you order a cheeseburger in a local restaurant? Because it's on the menu.
Even though such a person has Torah Meisim Tovim,
anyway, that was a really great story, Rabbi. Kind of boring, but it's really great. All right. I have a dream that all food will be carbs.
This is the person who says Torah is not divine.
Really?
Not only that,
yeah, I think you can do it. I think I can figure it out. I can figure it out. I'll figure it out. All right.
Let's see what the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one person says, oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the words from that. Even if a person says, this entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this Shava, this Kavachomer, that is ultimately, again, that
I also want to film that.
Such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya,
I think I failed like 4 things. 3 or 4 things, like my first semester. I
What does it mean? It means a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is
all the kids generally were pretty new to me, and they all kind of knew each other.
The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a pigam, there's something missing in their Torah. So I say also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you didn't really feel the full excitement of the Torah. When you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful like definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes an impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done this for you to be Neshama. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it, which means Torah is not having the full effect on doing what you are. And that's something else he says as follows. First he says, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala Mishnah. So, sorry, I read inside. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala Mishnah. And there it says, what's the Baal Shem Tov? So what does that refer to? That refers to someone who's not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. You know, right? Like, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala Mishnah, they always say, wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? You can learn Torah, and you don't do it. That ultimately, again, is degrading the word of Hashem. What's incredible? You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in of itself a degradation of the Torah. The Torah is all the over this problem. These are first opening Torah, which is idolatry. My nation turned very strong. She devours some result. Zehana died with people. Who's supposed to one ultimately again to degrade the very word of the Rebbe from Shemar. Shemar Lo. Lo the most Shemar no person. Lo yeah the Harlequin after it. Last 2 lines. There's the Rebbe says, someone learns and doesn't pass it, doesn't review. The Gemara says, "Dama la'adam shezorea be'ena kosher." Okay, it's beautiful. It's the first to someone who ultimately again. I said, learning thing is been a little stockly. I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it's doing good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days it's really been losing significantly pushing in the night. Right, I'm sorry? for you to study. But again, but here's challenging. If the 10 minutes say or 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I was going to say, right, but no, why to the point? Let's even again, I'm here, but maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. We'll say, I want to put us a little interesting, and I think this is something that you have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times. There's such a proliferation of Torah. Such a Torah, right? We'll say, and like, there literally is like more yomim than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. And we'll say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? Or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. On a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the children got again, and it's so kind of what's that? Everybody says if you learn and you don't have, you know what it's like? It's like planting and not harvesting. Planting and not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And now it's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't have her, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get I don't reap what I sowed. It's so interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking at this. Everybody's got to find the right balance. Some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to conquer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And listen, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is surrounded with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not conquering. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to attain. Incredible. But it's so over just calling Torah Umishkacha. Someone that uses to let us recall back. Like this is a better translation. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. And if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is designed to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, all days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. And I will say, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I will stand in the day, half of each city of people, is Zena, who you can practically the old of above the street of the street. So again, it appears that first gets Rabbi Kiva's continuing on the same theme. That literally again makes your learning like a song. What does that mean? Because everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing on your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. But the Kiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make the Torah like a song. So once you see my idea, enjoy yourself in your Torah, chazir your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. But it's also, we'll see more. Well, let's just finish up. Micro, what's the process?
All right, so this Lozado dude, he's a father of the modern Hebrew literature. All right, following our selection was written by Ronco, Ma'at, Shimson, Story of Samson, Lashon, the medium, Atom, teaching, Middle Azatar, Shank Zohar, Kulila, the Zohar to the book of Ecclesiastes, Shivim, Tikkun 70 Tikkun, which parallels the 70 Tikkun, Zohar to Yana, the second Zohar,
Torah will work for you in the world. What a beautiful and incredible idea.
or Kalu
put in
Kahalam,
the effort for your
principal
Torah
elements of
here.
the tree of
So
life and
your
synopsis
Torah
of
will
the
work
Ari's
on your
basic
behalf in the
curriculum.
world to come as well.
Amar
Rashi
Hashem,
says
the
over here,
discourse of
Nefesh
God.
Amo
Amar
Lamos,
Ham,
Mipnei
the
She'olam
Kavod,
Torah
the
Torah
discourse
Om
in
Melas Lo.
Chariot.
If you work for your
Ma'amar
Torah, the
Shep
Torah
Ben
works
Bet,
for you.
the
Next
discourse on
Rashi,
42
Ki
of the
Agav
name of
Alafim,
God.
Mipnei
Ma'amar
She'Nisim
Hadin,
Dvarim B'Fiv Tamid
the
Hu Gav
discourse
Shalach
of
Hamo.
divine
Lishtach
judgment.
Mina,
Ma'amar
Zera Torah
HaChokmah,
Sha'ozik Mishim
or
Zimos Tavir Tadir,
Ma'amar
Nasa Zera Kach HaKol Torah,
Chokmah,
Nasa
that
Zera.
discourse on
Okay,
wisdom
so it's like, so
focuses
what's
on
quite
Rosh
beautiful, the
Hashanah,
idea over here is,
Yom
if
Kippur,
you put in
and
the
Passover
effort in
from
your
a
spirituality,
Kabbalistic
in your
perspective.
Torah, your
Ma'amar,
Torah works on your behalf.
Ma'amar,
When I learn, I
Kuba,
create something
a discourse
new.
on the redemption
And that
or the great
creation, just like the
redemption.
mother that brings
Ma'amar
the
Ha,
child, that creation, it
Kuba,
just when a parent has a
a
child,
discourse on
parent takes care of the
prophecy.
child. But one day, hopefully,
Mishkane,
what will happen? The
Elyon
child
on
will take care
Mishkane,
of the
Elyon.
parent.
These are
I
the towers, the
create Torah.
Kabbalistic
I
understanding
birth
of the Holy
Torah in my
Temple,
life. And
with a
understand now
depiction
my
of the
job is
third
to nurture
temple's
it. How do I
dimensions.
nurture it? I
In
learn it.
Israel,
I love
the
it.
well
I
of Israel.
review it.
In
And then
Yaakov,
what
the
ends
well
up
of Jacob.
happening is that Torah
Milchamo,
ends up taking
Hashem,
care of me.
the words of
It
God,
takes such
which
a
depends
beautiful idea. It takes
to
care of
rebel
me in
against
this
its
world,
detractors.
and ultimately,
Kinao,
again, it takes care of me in the world to come as
Kiddo,
well. Rashi
Hashem,
says over here,
Zvako,
Rashi
or
says, Torah
Kinat
Malas Lo,
Ha,
Shemechazar
the
Shalom,
Savao, ardent
Umevakeshes
defense
Meis
of
Koner
God.
Limsor
Hashem
Lotam Torah B'Sidra,
offers details
V'kol
about the
Kachman
redemption
Yishu
of
V'kol
Mashiach.
Chipiyu. I'll give it to Moshe.
Hadir
Incredible,
Ramalan,
incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make
Mashiach,
sure to chazer. Because if I don't
Hashem,
chazer in some way, to
Hashem,
chazer
a
something,
commentary on
I'm
the
planting
Ibra,
and I'm not
the great
harvesting.
threshing wheel
Make Torah
section
like a
of
song. In
Zohar.
other words, again,
Ibra,
which means your Torah should be
Hitche,
pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when
Chokmah,
you birth
or
Torah,
Vale,
so you're going to take
Hitche,
care of that Torah. If you
Chokmah,
take care of your Torah, ultimately, your
Bid'ah.
Torah takes care of you, both in this
Letters
world
to
as
serve
well
as
as
an
next.
opening
There's
to
also another
wisdom.
beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi
That
Akiva,
explains certain
which is
hereditic
really quite
principles
amazing.
of Jewish
So
faith,
Rabbi Akiva
according
says,
to Kabbalah,
Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer
Sufism,
b'chol yom. And let's say
and
this is Rabbi
esoteric
Akiva.
commentary
Rabbi Akiva says, how should
to
you
the
live life?
biblical way.
Sing
Tip
every day.
2,
And let's say
Tefillah,
any given day, you have a
150 prayers
choice.
focuses on
Any given day, you have a
prayers for
choice.
the
Every day
revelation
it's the same
of
choice. You wake up
sovereignty.
in the morning, what do you
Kitzer,
want to be? You want to be
Calavano,
happy or to be sad?
abbreviate the
Well, listen,
intentions of the lives every year
happiness, people
to
make the mistake
overview
of
the
thinking that
Ari's recorded
happiness
prayer
is the
intentions
result
in honor
of a variety of
of
life
Kua,
factors.
a
As you often
discourse
find
that
people
serves
saying,
as the
I'll be
argument pits
happy
the Kabbalist
when, or I'll
against
be
a
happy
rationalist
if.
as each tries to defend
If your
his way of
sentences
thinking.
begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you will never
Chokmah
be
or
happy.
Kala,
Because there's always
Hitche,
something else I
Aqua
want, always something
158
else I need.
openings
One of
to
the most
wisdom.
important
One of
pisodos
Ramchal's
in
most
Yiddishkeit
important
is
works in
happiness
that it
is
lays
a
out his
choice.
thinking about
I
the
choose to
symbolic
be
nature of
unhappy.
the
I
Iris
choose to be
and
happy. I
Ramchal's
can't
own
choose a lot of my
explanations of that
circumstances,
symbol.
but I choose my
Ramchat,
emotional
Flyalo,
disposition. And what Rabbi
Elan,
Akiva is saying is, choose
Elan,
happiness.
a dictionary
Zamer
of the
b'chol
principal
yom,
elements
zamer
to the tree
b'chol
of
yom.
life.
Sing,
Following
just sing.
principal
Because
elements, a
again,
series of
what's the alternative?
short
You can
and
choose to be
pithy
happy, or you can choose to be
presentations of
unhappy.
the main
Choosing to be
principles
unhappy is a
of the
miserable,
Kabbalistic system
horrific
said outright.
existence. Choosing happiness does not
Da'at
fix all of my
Tevuno
problems,
or
but at
Da'at
least it
Tevuno,
gives me a
the knowing
positive
heart
disposition.
or knowing the
And
reasons,
listen, you
a work that
appreciate
explains the
everything that Rabbi
duality of
Akiva
positive and
went
negative
through life.
that exists on
Everything he
all
went
levels
through.
of
From the
reality.
time he was young, little again, until the moment he died.
That
Difficulty, adversity,
this
poverty,
is the
delusion,
basis
all
of
these
God
different
showing
kinds of
his
things.
face,
And Rabbi
hiding his
Akiva
face
saying,
to
choose a life
men
of
from
soul. Choose a
humanity
life of
and
simcha.
to the
How
existence of
profound
good
and
and evil.
overwhelming everything. Rabbi, let's have to stop over here today.
Midrash
You're doing
Rabbah, a
great.
commentary
Incredible.
on Midrash Rabbah that
Ridiculous.
is not Kabbalistic so much as symbolic.
Ridiculous.
Derech Hashem, that way of God, one of the best known works, one of his best known works is the succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish faith, touching upon mankind's obligation to this world and its relations to God. Ma'amar al-Haggadot, a discourse on Agada, which is an explanation that Aggadic literature is not literal but metaphoric. Ma'amar al-Kurim or Ma'amar al-Karim, a discourse on the fundamentals, a short and succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish religion, like the way of God, that touches upon certain other themes. Derech Chachma or Sefer Derech Chachma, the way of wisdom, which serves as a dialogue between a young person and a sage, is the rather setting out a
dedicating all
lifetime
the drushes this year
on
as
Torah
its
study,
chus from
culminating
Soros
in
to
the
Rosh
study
Israel, from
of
Torah's
Quran.
months for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen,
The argument
Ziv
between the sage
Levin
and the
and
pious
Berman
man,
families in memory
which
of
is actually
William
the first
Ziv,
draft
Zev
of
Shmuel Ben
Mesilat
Yisrael,
Yesharim
Nathan
that
and
only
Beth
resurfaced
Adler in memory
recently.
of Judy Golden,
Mesilat
Miss
Yesharim
Esther
or
Bas
Mesilat
Elazar, Gabi
Yesharim,
and
the
Shem
path
Cohen.
of the
That's
just,
sponsors for
his
today.
most
Invention
famous
of the
work
arts
that
of the
enables enables its readers to grow in piety step by step, was written when he was 33 in 1740.
all of the neshamas have
Sefer
families
Haditha,
in
the
Chama,
book
all
of
those who
grammar,
refuge should have the
Sefer
feeling of Kol Yisrael.
HaGayon,
The Baruch Hu
the
should
book of
Yirtzeh
logic,
Hashem bring
lays out
home
the
our
correct way to
hostages and
think
our
and
holy
analyze.
soldiers should be
Ma'amar
successful. B'chol Nasi
Chadrasha,
Yedehem.
a discourse on
Because with that,
homilies
let us work a
encourages the
lot
study of
to do
Kabbalah and
Baruch Hashem.
Musar.
Really
Sefer
like incredible
Hamalitza, the
Gemara.
book of
Like I
Sarah,
said on the
offers
Chayes, I
the
run out of
art of
adjectives. I
accurate
have
writing
nothing
and
even to
expression.
describe
Eric
anymore.
Tevenov,
Just how enormous and how
the way
incredible
of
this Gemara
understanding
is. It's
its
also
Talmudic way
fascinating.
of thinking.
And I think
Le
probably got to
Yesharim
7.5-year
Kehila,
cycle.
praise be
You
to the
forget
like the dramatic word.
cycle to cycle
So this is
how
cool.
incredible all of this Gemara is. In any event, supposed to say, so today's
Is
daf
it?
is Tzadik
No, it
Ches
sucks. It's
99.
whatever.
We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Tzadik Ches Amud Beis, and we are picking up B'chin Amar Rabbi Yochanan. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. B'chin Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Yaisi v'lo yichaymina.
That's okay.
Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe that
So
according
we'll
to Hashem to
perhaps
the
read
coming
all
of
the
Mashiach,
shit
but I
someday.
don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment.
right
Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This
Why?
echoes the
Yeah,
sentiment that we began to see yesterday's
Elijah.
daf of this
Then
Kupa
I was
Krapanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about
Is
Mashiach,
this-
but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messianic era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to
this
see
is
it. I
pretty
don't want to see it. In other words,
recent.
I know, I believe it. I want it to come. But I don't want to see all the pain and the suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to use Lakish. So let's say, first off, it's a very dramatic statement, right? So much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Bula. Yeah. Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to proceed. I'm going to use Lakish. My time now. Rabbi Yochanan, what's the problem? Or what is it that you're concerned about? The thing we shouldn't see. Hashayanos ish mutnei ha'arim. Upaka hadov. Upa by Shomet Gadol Akir B'Nash Kol Nachash. Thing is like this, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and he'll run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially in the pre-Messianic era, you go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So Rabbi Yochanan, is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty, is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it? So this is so profound.
That's interesting too.
Rish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who does he find in his own field? The surveyor. Rashi points out, who is the surveyor? This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was just, you go out into your field, and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you need to put the public body, just like it comes in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour us. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Nichnas le'ir, then you come into the city. Pagabal gabai, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in shalom aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, Domek Nishapagabado. It's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, you run into the surveyor, it's like running into the lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, umatza bonav ubenosav, mutalan berav. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And again, I was like, well, what is this like highlighting over here? But often just even now, forget about Moshe Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's the surveyor. In the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rish Lakish's statement. Number one, what Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about Rabbi Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes,
Emma,
of the difficulties,
Emma,
the challenges of the
Gia,
Messianic
the
era.
fear of the
Newsflash:
opponent of
there's
refutation of the
plenty
land
of
of
difficulties and
Medina's
misfortunes
attack
and
upon
trials and
Israel in
tribulations
2
in
volumes.
day-to-day life.
Here
We
Zada
have
Rachel
this
Foster
stuff now. It's not like
critical
now
med
life
notes
is
on
easy in the pre-Messianic era.
carbon
Difficult.
compost
Life is challenging right
1858.
now.
Near
So that's the one
the
that I'm
lamp of
saying to
David,
Yochanan. There's
commentary
also another
on
thing
the
to this, which
Psalms
is
published
incredibly
together with
one
the
of the
text.
most potentially
Matrix
damaging
scripture
mindsets
commentary on
that a person can
Pentateuch
have as they go through
contain
life is the
critical,
expectation
philological,
that somehow life is supposed to be
archaeological,
easy.
and scientific
And for
notes
some
on
reason, we
dogmas,
have
history,
this
laws,
notion,
and customs
right,
of the
that
ancient
life
peoples
is
published
supposed to be
together
easy. Life, the
with
pieces
the
are supposed
text
to
under
drop
the
into
title
place,
Torah.
and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not
Was
okay,
born in Paris,
that's like an
1862
aberration.
to 60.
That's the
Tom
abnormal
Rashad,
piece.
Refutation
I
of
think
Samuel,
Rothschild is
David
highlighting is
Luzado's
that is not
Dialogue
true.
on Kabbalah,
Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is
Spinoza
not
et
easy.
la
Life
Kabbalah,
is
and
filled with
the
constant
Universal
challenges
Israelite
that come upon
Heritage
us one
English
after
translation,
the other.
Spinoza
Are
and the
there moments
Kabbalah,
of tranquility
editions, local
in the midst of the sea of
Chandon,
challenges? Yes, there are.
Hilliard
There
Ramirez,
absolutely are.
2024.
But the de facto state
Mivo
of life is
Gilali,
one of challenge.
General
You go into the
Introduction
field,
to the
there's a
Traditions
challenge.
of
You
Judaism,
come into the
published
town,
in
there's a challenge.
Lebanon,
You come home to your
1865,
family,
pages
there's a
70.
challenge, and that's okay. It's not mean
Storia
you're doing something
degli
wrong.
Esseni,
Just that
Florence,
that's
1865.
the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life
et
and we
morale
expect things to be tranquil and we expect
Fratiane
things to be
examen
easy, and when they're
comparative
not,
to
we
the
become so disillusioned,
Luigi
so
de
upset, and
Fuentes
so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my
Les
expectations
Principes
are
de
flawed. Everything is right. It's very
Islam
sluggish.
Dictionary,
You seem to be
Paris,
Yochanan.
1867.
Life is
Jewish
hard.
ethics,
It's hard
criticism
now.
of
It's pre-Messianic era.
Mohammedanism,
That's the way it is.
English
But
translation
if you embrace it and you lean
Theological
into it and
Dogmatica,
you understand
and
it and you accept
Apologetica,
it,
the
and at the end of the day,
1877,
you figure out how to
on metaphysics
maximize
of
it. Such an
Prem
incredible
de
Gemara.
la Guerre,
Ella, Bishop
de
Dixit,
Nonce
Shalom
of
Nauru, Imiela
Humanity,
Zakamadori, Siko Gabriel
Paris,
Tachalatzab.
1881. This
Kileta,
work won
Nebku Kopanum
its
Lira,
author a
rather
medal,
it's like Rabbi Yochanan,
an
maybe
honorable
bad
mention
following
from the
us.
League
What
of
is it
Peace
supposed
and
to mean?
Freedom on the
My
proposition of Jules
Raisi
Simon
Together.
Edward
What does that mean? I've seen all
Bavarois
men. That wasn't
and
a
Frederick
just meaning
Hassan.
of. Nothing over
Anne
here is
de
describing. It's
He will
interesting.
answer to
Once
the prior
again, all
discussion
these
of
seem to be
cremation according to
describing the
the Bible
pre-Messianic
and
as
Talmud,
and Abi.
led
And
in
he seemed like a
1886
man will
Israel,
grasp his
the
stomach,
humanity,
right, and turn
Israel
pale
and humanity
like a
discussion
woman,
of
like a
universal
pregnant
religion
woman.
and the roles
Like a pregnant woman.
of
So the
and
Gemara says,
relationships between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and the 14 posthumous edited by
Misha Kol
Amen.
Gvura Shelo. And so HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Are you done?
Hasiya HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay? Umay Nefku Kopanim Lirakon. And what does it mean that the Rebbe Shalom's face turns pale?
Let's see.
What does that mean? Rabbi Yochanan,
Let's see.
Hamali Shamalu Hamali Shamata Bishar Shamra. So what it refers to is like this. The literally again, Hamali means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? This is incredible. Bishar Shamra Kadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Yadai Halu Masi
This
Yadai.
bitch, you better be fucking. What's that bitch's name?
So let's listen to this. Rebbe Shalom says like this. These are my
What's that
creations.
bitch's
And these
name?
are my creations. How can
There's like
I
a
destroy these before
Julia
these?
child.
I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is highly religious. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal
This
Yisrael
bitch can get it.
and the downfall of other nations.
Is this
It is
bitch
important for us to
Ashkenazi or
understand that as much
Sephardi?
as Kodesh Baruch Hu wants to bring about our
Can you
success,
just tell a bitch from her
when
face?
the Devotion brings
Yeah,
about
but
the
there's been a
downfall of
lot of
other nations,
intermixing
it is
or
painful for him.
just people. Yeah,
Why is it
and it's
painful for him?
weird. It's
Because we
weird.
are
There's
all
this
God's children. This
like
is incredibly
I'm
important to remember.
as pure
Jews have not
basic
cornered the market on God.
Really.
God, the
Yeah.
devotion belongs
Like
to
you look at my
everyone,
skin,
and
like,
everyone
it's like
belongs to the
pretty white.
Ribono Shalom. V'rachamav al
But when
kol
there's an
ma'asav.
inner
And he
mix
loves
in between
everyone, and he cares
Ashkenazi and
for everyone,
Sephardim,
and he wants the
it's
success of everyone. It's true.
it's
As a
like
people, as a
I don't
nation,
know.
we
It's
have
almost the same that happens when you
a
like
relationship with HaKadosh
an
Baruch Hu.
intermixed
The
person
relationship
between
is for
black
all
and
of
white. It's like
humanity to have. This is why I was. It ties back and forth. Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but
you get
Haggadah
some
Torah.
Ashkenazi
Right now.
people that look
Remember
fucking
again, once
blue,
upon a time when we learned like
and then
Gemara,
some
so
Sephardic people who
you
look
remember
fucking
again, you had the whole sugya of
brown.
Shem and B'nai Noach. Like, how do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Rothschild only loved Klal Yisrael, then you would have a
Are you
mitzvah to
sure
proselytize
that
to
this bitch
convert
is?
the world. Yet
No, she's
amazingly
probably
enough, you
Ashkenazi.
don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't
Really?
convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do
But she
that, and
could
Hashem
be-
loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you
Oh,
do.
there's
And everybody's
a lot
more
of
about Baruch Hu. So when Messianic era comes and Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. it's hard for the Ribono Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, it's the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. Well, what's the problem? What's the problem? Then when the ox is at a full shalemo and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Because Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's taking that back and giving that back to us. But it's difficult for us. Let's say a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Ribono Shalom to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to give it I see from Yisrael the Afri Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefits of years of Mashiach. Rabbi is great. Rabbi is like this. Of course, you're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, we're not going to reap the benefits of it.
It's just like
it's an expression. Like Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it if not Klal Yisrael? So the Gemara said, "Who can Rabbi Hillel?" Coming to school position level, so we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel, right? Two different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar in Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Hillel says, "Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era." Why?
For part of Cholan. Omit the meat and meat bones. There you go. That's why.
Because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda.
Lady, did you know I gotta take a shit?
We've already received the euphoric benefits of Yemos Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. So therefore, people says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject that below. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Well, every element of this is a beautiful Gemara. Rav says, it was worth it for the Ribono Shalom to create an entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says, Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says, worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here, what is the name of David? David went ahead and said, beautiful Shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately Mashiach, of course, Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach is going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world, right? So, but the deeper message of this Gemara is when a person actualizes their potential, which is becomes David HaMelech actualizes his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Ribono Shalom to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth of the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is, insert your name. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth it to create a world for Mashiach, and now let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you.
Even she's got a lot of makeup on, she's pretty dark. Does it matter?
Like Moshe, like Mashiach.
No.
It was worth it for the emotion to create the entire world just for you as well.
You wouldn't do this with a...
So the Gemara says, incredible. The Gemara says,
you wouldn't do this with a black or white person. You wouldn't be like, oh, this person's mixed.
What's Mashiach's name?
So why are you doing it with
Mashiach's name? Remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive
that's
term
an interesting
of
question
someone who's
myself.
going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Or I should say, Mashiach means like,
I mean,
Mashiach. Like,
black and white people don't really have that many different customs, but Ashkenazi and Jew and Sephardi definitely do. It's like arguably two different fucking religions. I get it; they're just different traditions. So when you see
so again,
a person, you can tell like what the traditions are. You don't do that with black and white people. At least I don't.
Means continuity.
Like most people don't. We do that with Judaism. Is it right to go? I just want to know what the fucking Mivchag is, like what the traditions are. So that's why I do it.
Others say, his name is Menachem ben Chizkiah. They will say, What does Mashiach do? Also, the Holy Sword is Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Meaning, Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem, he's the great consoler from years,
Right.
from
So what is
thousands
that,
of
lady?
years of
Oh,
Gullus.
she probably
Then
doesn't want
Chizkiah.
it.
Chizkiah doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. Chizkiah could be a descriptive name. Chizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. That ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Incredible. Rabbi, also, I'll point out, is Yerushalmi like this as well. Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down also Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbanan Amri,
But is that
Shivra Dei Rabbi Shmuel. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan say that his name is literally again the white one of Bei Rabbi. The Rabbi said, what does that mean? Rashi says over here, Mitzora Shal Beis Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is the Mitzora of Beis Rabbi. The Rabbi said this seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome, and he's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo, Shne'emar, Achin Chalinu, Hunasam, Achavinu, Savanu, Anachnu, Chashvenu, Nagua Muka Lakim Runo. Amram Nachman, Amram Nachman, I Min Chayu, so this is incredible. Amram Nachman says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, Kigon Ano, then he's probably someone like me. Okay, then I'll say, that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? It's always good to be confident, right? If Mashiach is someone who's of the living, it's probably like me. And I was saying, what does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, namely that what's Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son-in-law of the Reish Galusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone prominent. I must say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being someone great. Because after all, again, he's got to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But Rav Nachman says, if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Not true. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like Rabbi Huda Nasi. It's like Rabbi Huda Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, Daniel ish chamudos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, also Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi says over here, Imin chayu kimin kigon Rabbeinu Hakadosh. Mashiach me also shechayim achshav. V'adei haynu Rabbeinu Hakadosh to solach halav. I will say, the common denominator between Rabbi Huda Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. Right? Rabbi Huda Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claims his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. By being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. And I will say, but you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, it's not. No one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. I have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good. Everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So let's say, that's what Reish Lakish is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger because of it. Let's say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where Yehuda Nasi comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. We'll say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And you can answer with absolute certainty. The answer is no. No, there is not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And it's not, look, he become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of their difficulties. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Sari Imenu. It doesn't matter. You plug in the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I think we're just going to do Sanhedrin, maybe like through Pesach. We'll just whatever. Well, maybe through Shuas. First is as follows. So much. So we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting, right? There's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is mostly part of what we're going to do also, what we have not done purposely by design, because we're going to get to it, is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember, again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chavlei Mashiach Pnei Sanedera, there's Mashiach, there's Tchias HaMesim, there's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's also subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point that the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokeichem, Ve'Elokeichem, Ve'es David Malkam, Asher Akim Lahem. And you will write, and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say I did establish, either I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I own it a couple of Abayi, I said the David Avdi Nasi Lahem the Olam, but we already have a David HaMelech, so this means we know David HaMelech. First thing says, you're right, Hikom Kesar, Upal Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So it says, get ready for this. Get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be Tchias HaMesim. So what's going to happen with former David HaMelech? He's going to be the assistant king. Now listen, by the way, if former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be the Sheni Lo. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. Darshar Smaloi. Ma'idchsiv. Hi. Hamisavim es Yom Hashem. Lama zeh lachem Yom Hashem. Choshech v'lo ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, it's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Mashal Tarnagol va'atalesha mitzat ar. So there was a story, right? It's like a mashal of a tarnagol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. It's a bat. They were both waiting for daybreak. Only tarnagol va'atalef. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, "Ani mitzat ora sha'ora shalihi, sha'ora shalihi." So the chicken says, the rooster says, "Listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing." Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like, I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, but bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's the top of Sadik test 99. So Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to Tzadik, sorry. The last Rashi on 98b, Sha'or Shaliu, Sheish Li'inayim Ros, V'Nansisi Ne'enes, V'Kach Yisrael Mitzap Nagula, Shiyom Hashem Ye'or, Avala Opi Kochavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Sharulam Choshev Lo'ar. So it's like Klal always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, this is what we spoke about before, because the mindset is going to be this upset of power. So Klal Yisrael is the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So it says there was this this non-believer who said to Rabbi Avo, it must say Asim Mashiach. That's what he asked Rabbi Avo, what is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old day of him, that's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi Avo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? Amarle Krok said, no, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Because again, the way the pasuk describes the Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya, Rabbi Elazar Omer, you want some Mashiach? So now, interesting enough, we begin the discussion about the duration of Yemos Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, pre-Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. So how long does the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Moshe Mashiach, Arba'im Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, Arba'im Shana. It's incredible, right? We say this phrase all the time, and we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut Bidar. So again, that's reference to the Messianic era. Rabbi Eliezer Azariah Omer, Shivim Shana, 70 years. Shnei Amar, Hayaba Yamahu, V'nishkachas Sur Shivim Shana Kimi Melech. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Havi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations. Shlosha Doros. Shnei Amar, Yira'ucha Im Shemesh, V'lifnei Yareach Dar Dorim. Rabbi Hillel says, Ein Lahem Shech L'Yisrael. I'm supposed to say this in Rabbi Hillel as we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why? We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era during the days of Chizkiah and Navi. Rav Yosef listen to this, Shari le Mar Reb Hillel. So essentially, Reb Hillel, God should forgive you. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiah Amos, I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? Chizkiah was king during the days of the first Beis HaMikdash. Bilo Zechariah Kamistavi Bebayishini Va'amar Gili Ma'od Bas Sion Hari Bas Yushalayim Hine Malkechi Abolacha Tzadik Vinosha Hu Ani Verochiv Achamor Va'al Ir Ba'asanasal. So again, so the Gemara Rabbi Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiah lived during the times of the first Beis HaMikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second Beis HaMikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. Tanya Yidach Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yemos Mashiach Arba'im Shana. Rabbi Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifhach says over Vayan Chaviari V'Chaviachilcha by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, He deprived you, and He gave you money for 40 years. Sifhasam Samchinu Kimos Inisanu Shnos Re'inu Ra. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. So the same notion of affliction. It has affliction by man, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era of 40 years. So Rabbi says, Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Sifach, it says over here, Ve'ivdum Ve'inu Osam Arba Meos Shana. By Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. Sifhasam Samchinu Kimos Inisanu. That ultimately we'll have simcha like the years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years, Yemos Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this, Gimel Meos V'Shishin V'Chamesh Shana, Kimin Yemos Achamo. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushnos Ula Guli Bar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. 365 years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. Rabbi Yochanan will say first white line. Le'libi galisi le'evari galisi. It will say it's interesting that when it comes to the Messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows but even the rest of my limbs kiviyachol don't know. Shimon Lakish Amar Libi Galisi Lamalachi Asharis Lo Gilisi. Suppose is incredible. Then Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal it to the Malachim. Which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So when it goes like, Tanya Avim great Rabbi Avo. What's the second wide line? You want some Mashiach Yisrael, Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Right, Messianic era, 7,000 years. We'll say, where does this come from in this episode? I'm sorry. Right? Then this is absolutely beautiful. Listen to this. Shene Emar u'misos chasan al kala. How beautiful is this? What I'll say. Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry. Misos chasan al kala yosis alayich Hashem elokecha. The Moshe will rejoice over us like a chasan does a kala. Just like a chasan and kala have sheva brachas. So in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva brachas. Which is such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the sheva brachas of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. They'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm Rabbi Shmuel. You want some Mashiach? Kimino Shenivra Olam Biad Akshav. So that the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time.
It
goes from the days of Noah until Shneimar. Kinei Noah Zosli Asher Nishbati. I don't care about Rabbi Yochanan. Kol Nevi'im, well, it's another beautiful thing over here. Kol Nevi'im lo nisnavu el limos Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and symbolic prophecies about what the future is going to hold.
Imagine a day.
Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim zulasecha, Elokim yasam mechat yamo. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that
how could that happen? What are the major challenges? You don't have to do
that's the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes like,
might be slipping tripping. I might be slightly tripping over the wording. So let me flag the ambiguity once and
Shmuel says there is no distinction between
once and then actually
era and
ultimately again, when you say a world where all food, we're all food.
Now we'll say
a world where everyone is fully fit. No,
now this is interesting.
Literal
Shmuel says Messianic era is pretty much it's regular life.
Where all food
comes regular
is
life. What's the difference?
Part of
it. So what's the issue of Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else, which, by the way, is no small thing, right? Where like the world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no shivur.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the clarity. You mean a word where all food is part, no meat, dairy distinction. All right, let's Steelman that seriously, not Halakha again, maybe. Steelman thesis: a world where all food is part is biologically, technologically, and even halakhically imaginable, but it requires redefining what counts as meat and milk at the source level, not any loopholes. How could a fully parve world happen? No animal-derived tissue at all. Parve means no animal flesh, no animal milk, no derivatives, rennet, gelatin, etc. So the core move is humanity exits animal agriculture entirely. Not vegetarian vibes, post-animal vibes. Protein without animals. This is already partially here. Precision fermentation, yeast or bacteria produce casein-like proteins, whey analogs, egg-white proteins, galactic steelman, no animal source part. Fungi-based protein, mycoprotein, algae, legumes, and engineered amino acids complete mix. If no animal ever existed in the process, there's nothing basar or halavi to classify. Milk without milk. Milk is halakhically milk because it is secreted from a kosher animal through biological mammary processes. So synthetic milk made from microbes plant emulsions engineered to behave identically. Steelman claimed, if there is no animal secretion, there is no issue. Taste is irrelevant, source is everything. Meat without meat. Lab-grown meat is chickenologically very tricky. To get a fully carved world, the Steelman path is no animal starter cells, entirely synthetic or fungal muscle analogs, texture, amino profile, Maillard reactions, all simulated. Not cultured meat, but designed meat like food. At that point, burger is just branding. Major challenges, real ones, logic identity crisis. Even if technically carb, appearance issues, I don't give a shit about it. Eat whatever the fuck. Really? Yeah, when you're at fucking Steven Spielberg's mother's
and Rabbi Avo holds the Baal Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shne'emar Shalom Shalom L'Rachel U'L'Kar. Who says Shalom Shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near.
They don't put a fucking almond in your mouth. Really? I don't fucking know, but they didn't. The cheeseburger is just a cheeseburger. I think they do reference it as an Impossible Burger, but nevertheless, when they put it down, they don't have like the box Impossible Burger so that the people around you, they know that they're in a fucking milking restaurant and they're not going to serve meat.
The one who is far.
Logic identity crisis, even if technically carb, Marit Ayin appearance issues, confusion in kitchen, psychological resistance. Rabbis would lead to rule taste does not equal essence, which Judaism already believes but not emotion. Human attachment to animals, this is deeper than food. Tradition, power, sacrifice, symbolism, control of the life. Moving to carb-only food means no carbon as we know it. That's not a diet shift, that's a theological earthquake. Faith and Midrash implications. Steelman tensions. Torah assumes animal korbanot. A carb world implies either symbolic korbanot, a future halachic transformation, or korbanot only in ritual, not diet. That's a big and Mashiach level reinterpretation. Economic collapse and revitalization. Entire livestock industry disappear. Oh shit. World economies must be retoolable. Make sure of that. Massive transition pain possible without fear. Strongest Steelman pain. Why a fully carved world is compelling. One set of dishes forever. No Basar Kalev timing issues. No Shakita. No Tsar Ba'alel. No Tsar Ba'ale Chaim. Universal culture basic. It's basically kashrut with the training wheels removed. Final Steelman line. A fully carved world doesn't abolish kashrut. It completes its internal logic by removing animal dependence entirely. Exactly.
But it was
right.
Even greater than supporting Torah.
Is that the end of what you want to say? No. I just think about like teaching children. I heard this one yesterday. He said something like, "We would never tell a child that they are fat. We would tell a child that maybe they're not acting
so I said, what is this word, by the way? What is this
the child is not fat.
What is it? What is it? As great as all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps
the Talmud Chacham. Maybe they were taught incorrectly or they aren't behaving correctly, but
like, gosh,
they aren't
that is
inherently bad.
What
I was thinking as well, when I was a little kid, one class, you didn't get grades back then, but I struggled with was computers. Believe it or not. I mean, like, I'm a king of computers.
So this is wine that
it's funny, like all of the things at which I struggled, there's an argument to be made.
That is the great reward.
I've overcome the struggles.
The Gemara says incredible.
And I don't know why.
There's much to say
computers were so difficult. I was scared. I didn't like the teacher.
What does that mean? So
that's a big thing. If you don't like the teacher,
and when a person
I had this ancient history teacher, and man, we would run through a wall for this motherfucker. But then I'd have like other teachers who I just didn't jive with.
The purpose of creation, the purpose of creation in this world was the actualization of Torah. Was to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and
that's how it is.
Live it in this world. When a person makes themselves
the teacher, I almost think the teacher
fulfilling the very purpose for which this world
can help a student overcome.
How is that manifest?
If you have a really interesting teacher, or even a really attractive teacher, no, that doesn't matter as much. But like, people pay attention to attractive people. They will do everything that they can and make sure that they learn material and ask questions. If you have a boring teacher, they're just going to go through the motions. But I can tell you that. Additionally, you get some teachers who they might not be their subject, but they're just teaching it.
The pasuk says that a river cannot aid them to go ahead and sustain the garden of Osai. Gan
I've
Eden
learned
are two different things.
at least
They call
something
it Gan Eden.
from
Gan
every
Eden,
single
there's the
teacher I've ever
Gan,
had. And
there's the
previously
garden,
on
and
the
then
stream,
there's Eden.
I have
So
named all
Adam
my
Rishon
teachers
ultimately again
and
lived in the Gan, right?
that I've
But at
been
the
able
end of the
to.
day, Eden is that place
And
that is reserved ultimately.
they've all
for Talmidei
impacted me in
Chacham.
one way or another. But I
Incredible.
remember as a little kid,
So let's snap back to the
computers
Shmuel.
were
Don't worry, I got it,
so.
does not finish. I got it, does not finish. One of the things,
We
remember
had a
again, Mishnah
computer,
began by saying that
but
every Yid, every Jew has a
it was
portion of the world
so
to come.
scary
And then,
to
interestingly
me
enough, the Mishnah then went on
that
to
my
enumerate
mom
the
had to
people
come into
who
class
don't have a portion of the
and
world to
talk
come.
with the teacher.
So one of those people was,
That
Ha'omer Ein Torah
never
Hashem. This
happened.
person says Torah
Never,
is not
ever,
divine.
ever did my parents ever come into school.
The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara,
That teacher did not end up, I don't think it was this person was not there.
So what is it going to says? That he degraded, degraded the word of Hashem. This refers to someone who says
And then I had
Torah
another
is
teacher
not divine.
who taught computers. Didn't even know it, but I
This refers
love this
ultimately to
teacher.
Apicus. We'll define these terms just a little bit.
And I built my first website with this teacher. That was another thing.
This refers to someone who advances inappropriate
Computers are expensive, and I went to private schools in my life, and they weren't
inappropriate
like, always
interpretations of Torah.
that
This
technologically updated.
is someone who knows bris milah. So
That was a huge gap. There were like 6 years of my life where I didn't really use computers. I did it at home.
Listen to
The
this.
computers
Religion
that we
is
had
based on this.
And
Someone was like who again
I
disparages
would use them
or
a little
profanes
bit.
karbanos.
And then when I got to be older, I saw the gap, and like people I knew, my peers were really great with computers and software because I had it, and that was a huge gap.
Incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public.
I mean, here I am. I have certifications in computers, difficult exams, and
he does not have a portion in the world to come. Was a very,
it's
very,
just one
very
of those
profound
things where you just do the best with what you have.
He degraded the word of Hashem. This
It's
is the
funny,
person
like
who says Torah is
computers,
not divine.
like
Not only
pretty
that,
good with computers.
but being an app
developer, certifications, computing,
See, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk,
Computing
oh, Hashem didn't say
fields.
this. This must have been Moshe who said
I
this.
launched
This is
apps
also
on the App Store, Google Play.
creating the word of
I-
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't
I
have
mean, I
Moshe
use
world
more
to come.
computers,
Afilu
I think,
Amar,
than any
Kol
person.
Torah Kula V'Nashai Chutz Mitiktuk Zeh, Mikal V'Chomer
So,
Zeh,
I live
Zeh
stream
V'Shavel Zu, Zehu Tvar Ki Tvar
Yeah,
Hashem.
I struggle with
Even if a
computers.
person says maybe the entire Torah is from Hashem, but
And to
this
the point
deal,
where you didn't get an
this
F for
Zeh
computers, but I
Shavel,
would
this Kal
have.
V'Chomer,
And
that is ultimately again
But then I was
degradation of the
able
word
to,
of
like,
Hashem.
I remember
Such a person
I would
forfeits his
like
portion in
spend
the world to
recess,
come.
like
Tanya,
building a
Ramir
website,
says,
and after school, the first ever digital camera I
Ramir
ever
says,
saw,
what does it mean?
my
It means a
teacher
person
had,
who
I
learns
took a picture.
Torah
I still
but
remember the
doesn't
picture that I
teach
took,
it.
and I
This
put
is
it
a
on the website,
degradation
and the
of the
teacher
word of Hashem.
had everybody come
Torah
around
says
my
so beautiful.
computer,
We know this
and
Torah.
you could
the
see
Torah
a
we learn
picture
is not
from
just for us.
outside
The
on a
Torah we learn
computer,
is
and
meant
it was
to be shared.
mind-blowing.
And if a person
Like,
learns it but doesn't share it, that
it
there's a
wasn't scanned,
pigment,
it
there's
was like,
something
it was
missing
amazing.
in their Torah.
And
Or
she
say
wasn't there
also, by
that
the way,
long,
if you learn
but
and you don't share,
she,
it means that
she was, I
Torah,
feel,
you didn't
like I
really
learned a
feel the
lot
full
from her. I
excitement
got
of Torah.
comfortable with computers, but
When
then
you hear something
I lost the
beautiful,
comfort.
you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by
That's how it
definition,
is.
you want to share it with
So,
whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a
music,
true impact on you? If you
I
learn it and you want to
had a
share
very
it,
difficult
if you learn it
time
and you
with
want to
music.
give it over to someone else, that means that
And
Torah has not permeated
I was with
Shabbat.
really
If you hear it,
talented
you're like, oh, that's
kids
nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it.
boys,
It
and
means Torah's not having the full effect
I
on
think
who and
that
what
they
you are.
knew more music theory than I
Rabbi
did.
Nassim
And that
says as
caused
follows.
issues.
Rabbi says,
And
"Kol mi she'ein
composition,
mashgiach
like
ala
composing my
Mishnah."
own music
So sorry,
was
I'm sorry. Rabbi Nassim Omer,
difficult
"Kol
for
mi
me
she'ein
because I couldn't
mashgiach
always
ala
play
Mishnah."
it the way that I
Rabbi says,
wanted,
"What's the
and
Bar Hashem piece? What
that
does that
caused
refer
issues,
to?"
and I couldn't
That refers
hear
to
it.
someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Rabbi Narayah, Rabbi Kol she'ef shalaso b'Torah ve'eino oseh. Wow.
Torah,
Rabbi Narayah says, what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you
really
could learn
bad,
Torah and you
really,
don't
really bad.
do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word
Really,
of Hashem.
yeah.
Let's say
But I
incredible.
do
You have the
remember
opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the
I
opportunity to learn Torah is
had
in and of itself a
an
degradation of
exam
Rosh Hashanah.
on Bereshit,
This
and
refers
my mom
ultimately
read
to one of
all
worship
of
idolatry.
Bereshit one
My
night.
Mashan Tan Bereshit. Ki Divar Hashem Bizal, Ze HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again the great, the very word of Bnei Baal Shem Shneimar. Lo Shneimar Lo Moshe Sinai Anochi Hashem Elokecha Lo Yeh Lecha Elokim Achir. Shuvah says, this is incredible. What's Gary for this? Gary, last two lines. Shuvah says, someone learns and doesn't review. The Gemara says,
and that's why they're
this
paying.
refers to someone who ultimately, again, learning
an interesting thing my school had.
a little schwach.
They would,
I'm not
beginning of the school year,
but
the teacher would go up and put that phone
it's been a little bit
on the board and say, if you ever have any questions, call us.
Non-existent.
And
That was what I was
did you
looking
ever
for.
call?
Right. It was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant push.
I remember one kid called.
Right. So,
And
I'm sorry.
that kid was like
5:43 is starting.
teacher.
But again, who's counting? If
Drilled,
a 10-minute later is 7 minutes,
that kid
there's
was
something
like-
wrong. I'm just
They
saying.
changed the kids how the teacher viewed the kids. They shouldn't have tried. But my parents always said, look, if you have a question, call your
I
teacher.
want to put that something right.
But nobody's got
This is
the
something that we have to
And then I
take
had one
into account
teacher
a
was
little
like, you can call me
We
whatever
live
you
in
want.
such incredible
But if you
times
call me
where there's
and
such a
you speak to my
proliferation
wife,
such a
and you
right?
insult
What's
her,
like, and like there
I'm coming after
literally
you. He was
is
so
like
fucking
more
serious that like nobody
illness
wanted
than
to
a
call
person
this
could keep
fucking
up,
guy.
which is
So,
beautiful
yeah.
and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more
I still
is
call them
less.
Really?
And a person sometimes has to
But
just try to figure
A lot
out,
of fear.
should I be doing more things?
Because he
Or
didn't want
perhaps
people
focusing,
to call him or something.
doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are
At the
different.
end of
People
your story,
learn
because
differently,
it's really
people learn
boring.
differently. But I think a lot of times
No,
what's
so
happening is
computers, I
learning
was not good
15
with
things,
computers.
and so there's a lot
I
going
was
on,
not good with
but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything.
That's
So on a
such
given
a
day,
all or
I'm
nothing
getting
thing.
through like a whole
That
bunch
if I
of
made
different
one
stuff.
small
But like,
slight
what's
mistake,
what's
it would
wrong?
come crumbling,
What's
and that
wrong?
was
And this
caused
is
me a
something
lot
that
of
we have
fear.
to contemplate for ourselves.
I don't
So
feel
Joe
that
Garba
math
says,
tests
and this is so
are
proud. What's like?
that
Everybody says if you
fair
learn,
in a lot
and
of
you don't
ways.
cause, you notice like
That's why I
it's
was
like
so
planting,
much more into
but not
humanities,
harvesting.
because if I made a slight mistake,
Planting, but not
the
harvesting.
whole
So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And mamish, like the
essay doesn't
produce,
crumble.
it's right
But
there.
if I make a
It's
small
sitting.
mistake in a
But if I
math
don't
proof,
chazer,
the whole
I
proof
don't
crumbles.
harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't get
And
what
you'll
I
get a
don't reap
zero
what I
or
sow.
whatever.
It's so interesting.
And so I
Just
was
some,
just like, I
again,
don't want to take the risk.
different things
And
work for
I
us
was
in
I
learning, and
feared
different
that.
things
And I
work
know
for
a lot
us
of
in
other
movements.
people
Everybody's
did as
got to
well.
find the right balance. For
And
some
it
of
was
us, it's
almost
good.
like
The energy of constantly moving
there
forward
should
on
be
multiple fronts.
something that
Even if I'm not
in
retaining
math
everything,
there's not,
maybe
but
it's
it's
what I
almost
need
like
for
you make
myself
that
in
small
life.
mistake, you
But I
can still
think
get.
at least
I mean,
to
I guess
retain
teachers could
something,
give partial
to
credit for
chazer
things, but
something, to
it's
hold
like if it's
on
wrong,
to
it's wrong.
something.
And I get that.
Because otherwise, I'm tracking all of these
So
beautiful
there
things.
was
And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is sprouted with so many beautiful spiritual
Computers.
saplings,
math.
but everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting
Yeah,
anything
it was never
because I'm not hazarding. Because I'm not ultimately
what
taking
were you
something for myself to retain.
I was decent
Incredible.
in English,
Rabbi says, "Kolomei Torah
but even now, I
umishkacha."
think I could.
Domer leisha shiodah. This we call
I like
that.
to
This is a
write.
very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then
Like
forgets
poetry.
what he learns is similar to a woman who gives
I
birth
liked.
and then buries her child. And what is that?
Like, here's
So
an
let's say,
example.
so again, so the metaphor is
We had
meant to
this
be,
thing
is
where we
meant
had
to
to
be
memorize
shocking.
poems.
And
and
then
then
ultimately,
perform.
what is it saying? Is
And
that
some
when
of
I
these
learn
poems are
Torah,
like 5
let's say
pages
the
long,
beautiful part
and
about
some of
learning
them
Torah
are
is
short.
you birth
Well, which one do you
something.
think I'm going to
You
take? The
birth
short one,
something.
because I don't have to
But if
memorize
I
it.
don't remember it,
And
or I don't take the time
some
to
people
try
would
to
just do
remember it,
long
I birth
periods.
something,
Their
and then what I
brothers
birth
had those
simply disappears.
poems from years
Simply
before, and
disappears.
they would like
If
hear
I'm
them in
gonna
the
take
household.
time
That was another
to
thing,
birth
a big thing,
Torah,
a huge
you
disadvantage
gotta
not have
take time to
siblings.
try to hold on
And
to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him,
and I've said
to
this
nurture
before,
him,
if you
to understand him, and to
are a
raise him
parent,
as my
and
own.
once you get
Very
one kid
profound.
through,
Rabbi Kiva
the
says,
rest
some
is
of
a
these-
lot easier because you know what's coming.
It's
You've seen
beautiful.
the
Rabbi
test
Kiva Omer,
before.
Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer
It's-
b'chol yom.
But if it's your first
Sing
time,
every
or your only
day,
child, it's
sing
great.
every day. And I will say, and what does this mean?
Right.
Rashi
So
says
what else?
over here,
With what else did you
Rashi says
struggle?
over here, I am a sagar
Computers,
Zemer, so we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance what Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music.
You want to make the world
words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Those said this also, we'll see. Well, let's just finish up. Rabbi Yitzchak bar Avudimi. Micro, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amal lolo ki akaf ala piu amal b'makom zeh v'torasa melas lo b'makom acher. So it's quite beautiful. He quotes over the pasuk from Mishlei. Nefesh amal lolo, right? With a literally again, if the soul toils, it will toil for you. Ki akaf ala piu, for you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Labo, Nefesh Ama Torah Omeles Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ki Agav Alapiu, Nefesh Shi Mason Dvarim Befith Kamit Kuukav Shalach Hamor. Vishnachvina Zemer Kosha Osik Mishim Izmios Tadir Nasa Zemer Kach Achos Atorah Nasos Tribatit. Okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now, my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah melas lo shenechazeres alav umevakeshes meis konet limsro lo tam Torah b'sidra v'kol kachlam nishukav piu al divrei Rabbi. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. And if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next. So there's also another beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, how should you live life? Sing every day. I will say, any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? Do you want to be happy or do you want to be sad? I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I think what Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You could choose to be happy, or you could choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I will say, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, little young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profoundly overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over here today. We're doing great, incredible, ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rest Hashem with singing. All more tomorrow. Shkach, everyone. All right, Chavraz, have a great day, everyone.
It's almost like even the slightest thing they don't believe it. You get to March, it's finished. A lengthy list of what you want some shit is like. And saying that we don't really know. Because Rothschild wasn't even down with the Mount Tasharas. Right? So we don't even know what. But it is. All these things, unnecessary gas.
Right. It's true. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tov Shin Pei Hey. The Tzilsim Mishpach for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as his chus for Besor Savos for all of Andes. While Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'alinu Latova, Harry and Steve Zing, loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechon the Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors Nathan and Dr. Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas and Lazar Zechon the Bracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shavim, the Kol Yisrael, the Neshama who bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful. And Maaseh Yedeha. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Suppose that this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, to have this lashon of the Mekable Ape Pnei Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Amar Ashrei Kol Cholchei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo Gematria, plus in the Shisav is 36. Incredible. Ini is that so it's only 36 from Rabbi. Dora Kami Kuchabichu, Timni Sari Alpi Pars, Timni Sari Alpi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the row that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says, Shnei Emar Sobiv, Shmona Sa'ela. So the Gemara says, Lo Kasha, how do we stack the Bispaklar to the Ira? How do we stack the Bispaklar Sheina Mira? So there are different levels. Bispaklar means vision. So there's Ispaklaria Megira, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria Sheina a little bit of a cloudier vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Ispaklaria Megira, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, but are there really so many tzaddikim? Are there 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Say, even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Mehira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? I'm sure, listen to this. Also, this incredible Gemara. So Chizkiah said in Rabbi Yirmiyah, said in Rosham Ayachai, V'isi b'nei Aliyah, v'hein mo'atim. I have seen b'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few b'nei Aliyah. That will say. Now, what does this mean? So Rosham Ayachai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is b'nei Aliyah. What does it mean to be a ben Aliyah? To be a ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. It's interesting. There's a lot of community to come in. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud Chacham? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. plenty of Talmidei Chachamim. There are actually plenty of people who are also going Chasadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nai Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow and want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. It doesn't mean they're geonim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of them. Then me and my son, remember again, the son was of Allah, right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, ani ubini mehen, then my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nai Aliyah in this entire world, ani ubini, it's me and my son. They both say, it's one point, like, you're reading more like this, like, oh, okay, yeah. It's not gaiba. It's not gaiba, we'll say, it's knowing who you are. And Rothschild understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. Rothschild says, listen, I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this, even if there's only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point that we have both says, Rothschild is saying, I don't know how many like B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. So much. The Gemara says as follows: Lokasha, had the Eili Bebar, had the Eili Below Bar. Okay, so it says once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same type of answer, which is there are plenty of B'nai Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are some types of tzaddikim or B'nai Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering before HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "How the Eili Bebar shesucham nitro reshos kishenechnasin leistakna bistakvalia meira v'ano lo bechisim mitvasim v'shis. Aval also echnasim below reshos below tzipkam in u'esakla tamalchus." Supposed to listen to this. So now what the Gemara is suggesting is as follows: there are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Baklaria Mihira, but need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Mihira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. The Gemara says, so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: you know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, all of those times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. And now at this point, in a davar tale ela b'tshuva ma'asim tovim. If we want Mashiach, we need tshuva and we need ma'asim tovim. So let's say a dramatic shift. Rav says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, tshuva ma'asim tovim. Shmuel says, Dayo la'avel sheya'amod be'evlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the avel to stay in his avel. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So there's a fundamental machlokas between Rabbi and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our meisim tovim. Incredible. You want to go like the Titan on this Machon and Eliezer Omer in Yisrael in tshuva nidolim. They're not in nidolim. And the Rothschild says, how do you do tshuva? Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be Yeshua. And they know in tshuva in nidolim. Really? If we don't do tshuva, there's no gula. Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu Ma'amid Lahem Melech Shegzerot Kashas Kahamin. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, well, so then what happens? What happens? The Rebbe shall orchestrate situations through which we have to do tshuva. He'll create this all put a despotic king upon us, and the despotic king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, he saw us in tshuva nigalim. The Lord says, if we do tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mer, Shuv Banim Shovavim, Erpam Mishlo Seichem. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Baruch Barnei Ma'afikim Mikar Tevulot Yasef Tegalu. Because the pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into galus because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. You will not be redeemed with money. Not even through tshuva and meisim tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not tshuva and meisim tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. I says, Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. I but the pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like a Kadosh Baruch Hu is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then he'll bring the geula. Rabbi Yeshua, look by Ne'emar, Kanochi ba'alti b'chem, v'lakachti Esther echad me'ir, v'shtayim mishpacha, v'vesi eschem sion, which sounds like it's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to bring the geula. Rabbi Eliezer, look by Ne'emar. So if you know what they're doing, they're like lobbing back at each other to indicate different messianic moves. Look by Ne'emar, Yeshua v'nachas toshir, I'm going to be Yeshua, look by Ne'emar, Kamar Hashem, Go Yisrael, Ukdosh Leviza, Nefesh Lemisav Goy, Le'evet Moshli, Melokim Yir Kapot Tzadiches, Melokim Yir Bekomi Sani Shtakavu, Alarot V'Otvar Ne'emar, in Tashuv Yisrael Ne'om Hashem, in Live Tashuv. I saw once again, the Lord says, but the Pasuk says, if I should go tshuva, Kadosh Baruch Hu will return to us. Alarot Yeshua, V'Otvar Ne'emar, Le'eshma Es Ha'ish Levush Habayim Hashem Imal Le'meimei Hayor, Vayoram Yimino V'Smolo El Hashemayim, Vayishba L'chai Olam B'Lamod Mohadim, at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the psukim back and forth, this fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, Rabbi Eliezer saying that halacha l'maisa klal Yisrael the tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Geula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, the way the Gemara ends, but the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here that the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation. Just to understand, there are these two profound messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it? Like, is there just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? Machlokes, incredible. Rabbi Abba, we'll say, by the way, you'll see to yourself, well, a second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused focus on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become b'nei aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of if we become Baalei Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes about and Tshuva, whether our Tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Kosh Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. That's the right job. But Rabbi Abba, so ultimately against Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. So Rashi says over here, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want to see Shalom, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, you look at this all the time, right? The truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? That it's close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. Listen, this, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says,
okay, I'm just testing your eyes to make sure that you're okay to drive.
if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming,
Do you want to continue the test? No? Okay. Do you want to do any of the other balance tests? Nothing at all? Okay. You just stand right here then? Okay, why don't you just stand right here? You can
The
breathe.
Tesco says when the land comes back
That's okay.
to
You can
life,
sit
when the trees produce their
Well, I'm
fruit,
going
when
to have to
the
base my
vine
decision off of
produces their
what
fruit,
my observation is, not
that's how
so.
you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal
So
Yisrael
it's
is
up to
not
you.
there to saw the land is
You can
growing.
technically it's
The
not.
Klal
So
Yisrael
what do you
land
want to
comes
do?
back
No,
up,
it is up to
the
you.
more the
If you
land
want to continue the
produces,
test,
the
I
more the
can
land
continue the
produces,
test. If you don't want to
closer
continue the
you know
test,
who
I'm
will
going to
Rashi
base
says over
my
here,
decision
Rashi
off of
says,
what I've observed, not so you want to give me
first short life, you should
No, I don't want to give you a tip. That's why I'm having you perform these tests. I want you to follow the path.
produces fruit. Shiny and good measure, are Zikrat Hakritz, the
Can you stand closer to me?
Nikula Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land down the Yosef. That's how you know, okay, we have a little bit of a running joke inside the shul, and we see like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the Geulah is close. So how could one drink wine that is only from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geulah. It's a sip of what's literally what is also. It is the most. Remember, some of us are old enough to remember. Like we gotta remember what these movies sometimes take so long. But there's not such like a square bottle, the square bottle, right? Like or some Malaga, like the little on top, that. Yeah, this is such a long time. It's not so long ago. And we'll say now, it's incredible now.
As I was walking down the street one day, a man came up to me and asked me what the time was, what was on my wall. Yeah, and I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I gotta measure my, oh no, my time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, a pretty lady looked at me and said her diamond watch had stopped cold dead.
That's what does that mean? Rav Amar Aftamdi Chachamim Shekaso Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it said Shalom Rav. We are Shekha Ve'in Shalom Yichitza. Even Talmidei Chachamim are known for the tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There's great peace for those who have to also know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have. If you take a little bit of that dimension, possess that tranquility, and you feel that you bring through it from Mashiach, will not be able to find that tranquility. That's what I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, the first thing is, as you have Rabbi saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the pre-Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? However, those are not mutually exclusive. It could seem to be mutually exclusive.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? If so, I can't imagine why. Oh no, it's all my time enough to die. I was walking down the street one day, and pushed and shoved to the gun. And I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, there's no time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, being pushed and shoved, I fight for mine to fight the clock. Now I just don't know, I don't know. And I said, yes I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, so I time enough to cry. I don't care about time. No, I don't care. Arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. What does this mean? That ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. That's what else.
Isn't that incredible?
I took myself off social media in August because I was finishing a script and I realized like, what a time suck it was for me. And then I
what's the logic behind it? The logic behind it, because remember again, let's see inside. See what it was like. Let me smell. So I'm going to smell. Let me show another look. Mashiach encourages when the judges and the enforcers no longer exist to clarify that. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers. People who exploit their power for something.
On the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. These guys are walking on the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. How does that even work? They're inside something called a diving bell. Think of it like an upside down cup filled with air. As it sinks, the air pressure pushes the water out. They make space for the workers to breathe and move around. And after nearly 3 hours of work down there, they use it to recover a $6,800 ship anchor. These guys are walking on the ocean.
This is Road becoming a dual center. Today I did both rows for Social Teams University. And after that, I did a rice bucket strength
Not in the schema, but just in the general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words.
And then I finished with Talmud.
He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's the
This is
source
Road
of
becoming a
tzedakah?
D1 long
It's
center.
tzedek. What
Today
does
I did
tzedek
all
mean?
drills from Central Teams University.
The twist he says like this.
And after
In
that, I
life,
did rice
there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way our Rothschild programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Those like, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, it's like all the time, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need from Hashem Yisrael, we go to that. By definition, it is the moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to give what you are not just with money. That's what money.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question? Okay, awesome. What's the most missed line item on an insurance scope?
So, Ma'am,
we have a roofing question for you. This is a trivia game. What is the most commonly missed line item on an insurance
but
scope?
helping each other is something that is an absolute
Your best guess.
requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity,
Starter.
but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel
Quick roofing
more-
trivia
I have a
question.
more-
You guys
I have
ready?
more obligation to help.
What is the most commonly missed line item on an insurance scope?
Of course, I think that we love, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because everyone says it's using chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that make you not
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question?
Things that you that you're obligated to do.
What is the most commonly missed item on an insurance scope?
Nice things that come up when we get 20 things in our hearts. That's the
Your
moment
best
that
guess.
Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Wrong.
So Rabbi's like this.
Excuse me.
Roof time.
The allegations, they no longer exist as well. The allegations actually goes out from the sorcerers. So the idea of as long as they're sorcerers.
Canada's southern
is rifty. And if corrupt judges will stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist. That's why Rothschild has bring about a lot of negative forces in the world. If we're arguing, we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If you have corrupt judges, we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So you know what's right there.
Let's say 17.
It's incredible. In the East If you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach, which means, again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Here we've seen this motif more and more. So, there's Ani Toshia. We've also saved an impoverished nation. In the East of Russia, Slavos, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally are coming upon the country, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shneimar, Yavo Tanah Sar Ruach Hashem Yosesas Bo Salafrei Diva with Sion Goel. Listen, it's fascinating, right? And from the point of something called amazing, why is the best thing in the world to be a Jew? Listen, how you deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering,
I want to test your outrunner of all time. Best quarterback right now.
Listen, what other nation in the world
stadium to play
in this world, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally means lost. Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally what things work. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means that just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously.
Best route runner of all time.
You should give us
What is your ideal date that is also practiced? And by date, I mean non-traditional, sharing of time and space that is respectful but non-conformist at the same time.
I got one of those days.
So, what do you pretend your job is? How many times have you done ayahuasca? So, are you willing to date someone who never gets out of bed? So, you agree that pets have the right to access to astrological care? Wow, I love this phrase for that. How many wavelengths have you set fire to? Wow, you're like really deep. I'm impressed.
This
is really fun. I like you. So, I'm not really looking for anything right now. Except ayahuasca. What is your ideal date that is also
out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the students and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And when you're like,
watch this stupid son of a bitch. If he fucking turns at me, I am going to block him. You stupid motherfucker! You don't sack a fucking quartet! Watch this stupid son of a window! This one smells like clinic.
you know what's
Seriously, now you gotta read the rules.
The worse it looks.
Wrong move, wrong time. What are you upset about?
Yeah, why?
What do you think? One air pressure from the NBA is the team that beats us in the NBA Conference Finals. Gotta know that could be bad for us. Could be, but I'm not.
Wow.
This one smells like clinic. Sorry, Mark.
Just on the same day, same month. The share from the going again is 50 copies. The share from the going is when it's something. The share from the going is when it's 50 copies.
You want to run or you want to duck? You want to duck just before you get onto the bench and say it out. You want to run or duck? You want to run or duck?
All right, bitch. Get your shit together, son. I think this bitch is not
the Pasuk says V'ita, which means Mashiach will come in his appointed time.
This bitch can suck my
But then the Pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? V'ita means Mashiach's coming at a defined
I would dedicate an entire day.
I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achi Shana, Lo Zachu V'ita. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach.
Right now.
If we're not
I hate those fucking birds.
At the end of the day,
Jackie and Shadow, hey, guess what? No one cares. I'm gonna be one of those assholes who shakes down the tree and
lifetime devastation of an environmental protected environmental spokesbird, whatever the fuck they want to consider that shit.
So once again, I was saying,
Dog. This shit is the worst.
Or like a papa riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky.
Survivor,
the papa on the donkey,
season 50.
Not so much.
Nobody's watched it. I don't even think it's a thing.
Comes slowly. Once again,
Do
it
people
depends
still
on us. So again,
watch Survivor
this
or Seven
approach in
Zoo?
Gemara, which you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally.
Nobody's watched it ever.
If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. I'm rather Shavar Malcolm Yeshua also is terrible.
Do you not like it when Joe Rogan is hosting? I like it when Joe Rogan hosts. Look at this move, though. Folks, look at this athleticism right here. And look at this move. Look at this.
I'm making a donation to the Mashiach Fund. Like I hereby donate my best. Actually, come on, I'll show you. I'm going to give him my best voice. So Shmuel said to him, Shapor, do you have a horse of 100 colors? Now, what is it? So essentially, which most is back to proof that was, you should see the shit now. Right? That's part of it. You think your voice is better than donkey. I think the donkey or the Mashiach over the nicest of your voices any day. Incredible. But if you're showing it, it's like, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If you're back in, have you saw how it's not your cheer, but your cheer, you should text him, you should tell him, I feel so sorry. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering started in overnight. Sorry, clearly you must be in the throes of something major. Right, there's no Shalema, right? The Tzua Tzua Level, Hashta Bagala is Mankanu, right? So it's like I pick off money for you, and also you'll be back later. This something's missing, right? 7.5 years you'll be back in Rothschild. It's already Hashta Bagala, the Havakani Achista, the Arjuna Bishon by Achis. The Bishon Lady was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shalach. I must remember again for those who are on not the last Yakin Kala, but 2 more Kalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi in the room. Now, again, there's the grave on top. There's the grave on top. And if you notice some people, you can actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So the Shabbat Levi was standing right down to the oath, and really to the oath, by the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So I'm gonna I see the Alma Dawson. So the Shabbat Levi said, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to come out? Am I going to the world to come? I'm going to and you're so ugly like that. Spoke once. What for me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be in Olam Haba, then go to Olam Haba. I'm not sure what it is. Shnayim that you see, we call Gimel Shanati. So there's one of these says, I'm standing with you in the old. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, you're troubling heard, whatever this means, the voice of the Shema. She says, the Shema Haba Bahadai. The Shema is like, what's the mention the scene? So again, you don't understand that it's entry of the grave of Rabbi Shema Yakai. So now, Rabbi Shema maybe passes by, he's talking to Israel of it, and looking to the world to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then I'm showing you the children of their voice, it's hopefully there as well. I'm going to Amos Asi Mashiach. So now I'm showing you says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason you feel, why does he say this to Eliyahu Navi? Because the Rothschild, Eliyahu Navi is one that comes before to announce the Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm going to Zil Shiloh Day. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Mashiach when it's coming. Mashiach says, okay, the hand of Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? Then she asked him. Piscot the Karka. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So in my simony, let's say, how will I know if I'll go to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the case of the Karka, Mira Lamoli, Leva Taisaka, you have managed all of my Eden, who can make it for the Olam B'Tzal, the only said Sad, Shalgan Eden, Shenega Pesach, Eden, Mashiach Shai. Well, let's say, Rashi quotes his teacher who says, Pesach Eden doesn't need the entrance here, so never need the entrance here, but so let's say that is not the way that everyone is going to know. Everyone says that Pesach Eden really means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach turns out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine, I'm saying this is a fact, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how would I know who he is? Well, my simony, Yosef Bene Aniyeh Sovli Kavod. Let's say, get ready for this. Who is the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, they're Saras, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside all of the lepers. Rashi says, so meaning very, he's not even with us. So Mashiach lived with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach was also a leper. He stayed with all the lepers. So now, Jews, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something for the people who listen. Mashiach is not to walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and a person who normally feels bad that is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and look the other direction. You go ahead and tell them, don't take this like this in the chest. So like the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the person who people we marginalize, or the people just we push to the periphery. Like Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Also, this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are up in the holiness of the whole tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So Joyce, how can I figure out who he is? How can I figure out who he is? You mentioned the people in Shadov Asir the Chatzina. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So they want to generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, he who's Shalichag Ba'asir has. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? This is this. Dilma, because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens when he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to make sure it's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? If all these bandages are off, the sense is okay, it's going to break his ass to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages one or bandages and new bandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged time. This is tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in what you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Rabbi only changes his bandages whenever. It looks like there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk in life with many different needs. Many different things, and many different things that we have to do. Is Sahara sometimes excited to feel everything at once. I mean, identify everything that's broken, and I just feel it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. The time just is often when you're unbandaged, telling you the stuff you gotta hear, and you look at yourself, you hear all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when you that's when the despair sets in and I give up. So one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, you slowly but surely overcome the things you heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Dabe, that's what it says, I found Mashiach. So can you just imagine what that must have been. So, even if he's not, right, he's not, some things like he's not coming back, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, but he's sure that maybe found Mashiach. Found him. Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. So that the day's going to come. The day will come. And Mashiach will stand before us. And you two will be up on this also to say, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. You imagine when that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, like if he does anything, he's going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. Someone else will going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. Who knows? We need to thousands of years to say those words. Just being able to say those words, Mashiach, before he does anything, it is such a sweeping bomb for the collective soul on his head. So you can read the Shalom Aleichem, all right. Shalom Aleichem, Ta'aliva. Shalom Aleichem to you. Ta'aliva means very good. Shalom Aleichem, Ta'aliva. All right. We're Emas Hasina. So if you know, he says, he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. Where are you coming? Where are you coming? Right? You need to where are you coming? So I'm already, and you're because there's me coming today. I'm coming today. So that's it. That's all it is. I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Arnavi. Hustle of Elio.
God, could you imagine that kick your
When this means you're back to Elio, at the entrance, by the game of Rashbi, at the game of Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, you're back to Elio. My Amalekah. So Elio says, so you're new, what happened? What happened? What did Mashiach tell you? I'm going to show him about you. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to me, right? He gives me shalom. He said, tell me all about you. Which says, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father will functionally want to come. We'll get back to Navi. Sorry, back to Mashiach. You and mentioning your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you and your son and your father Levi both have a portion in the world to come. So they're beautiful. They sort of a bit heartful for you. On the way, Shekuli Kashaka, Mashiach Lighting, Keeping Martin, the Amar, Yom Asina Bala Asa. Mashiach comes coming to the name of Yom Kashaka. I'm sure that lady is feeling like from Mashiach comes coming to the name of Yom Kashaka. In the color tissue. But what Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come every single day. Which means God is going to interact together and do what you are supposed to do. I know I'm ready to come today. In the color tissue, if you listen to the voice of a conversation, Mashiach wasn't wrong. Mashiach was ready. He's changing his boundaries. He's one of the person that he could be ready to reveal us. He's ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary. Incredible. What it can do. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic age. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go into, all of this controls the flow of Messianic age. Some of them don't say no to make this one. So the students actually have to make this one. And let's have them double back. One of the Mashiach will come. That's Mashiach. Amar, Messiah and Mashiach to that thing. Oh, so we'll see what this one says. I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And when you ask me for a sign, so I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer with power. I said, Rabbi, this is the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay? I'm ready with the Shinipo Hasharazad, the Yidnes, Yipo the Yidnes, Yipo the Inachik Yidnes, so Aksha then double back. So he says, fine, I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when the Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time we rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach is going to come. Mashiach is going to come. Look at Asher for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, I'm going to show you the cut is enough. Material, sorry. Shaikat, no. Hasharaz, I think it's Shakir Roman, Shakir Roman. Again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, when you're seeing Christmas, like what's going to happen? The gates are going to fall down, then you said it, but you're going to fall down again, and then you go, you're going to fall down a third time. Before you go to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, that's the Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbi, Tina lo Ois. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lahem lo kata ma'atu. Lo kata ma'atu, Shaitan Bakshim lo Ois. I told you, I really realized it because I was like, see, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. I mean, because I know it's your word. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I have to give you so I said, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go up a few things. I got it. You told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have, you can't get up in the Ma'aras Pamias, Madame. You have to pull it down. So the also makes it says if the waters of the Pamias, like the waters of the Pamias, turn to blood. So the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Is the idea. If the Pamias turns to blood, that is showing the blood. I'm saying this correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turns to blood. Incredible. The Shas B'Tzirasa, at the time that Yosef and Kisma was dying, he said, on the other hand, I'm equally already. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the days. Why? She'll go back over that Shalababa, she'll switch Shakar, she'll mix Shakar. Because when I die, We're not dying. But we see them kiss, but our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse cavalry. Then you look how the Israel itself, she's Madai Oka Motabin. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians immediately in Kefla. We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks for their horses. So then listening to this said, very deep in the earth, but the word is not my casket. Kingdom that is not actually the statue from Moses on Israel, Kisha Kadoshi. Then the Mashiach when he comes, when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, stands itself over Israel. Listen, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Rome means echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Christ is oppressed by the monarchs of Rome for 49 months. You know, another thing. Yushin, Atis, Yoga, the Yuka Akar, the Shira of the Israel, Yassi, the law of Kailah. That's what is incredible. Now we come to a totally different motif. Uda says, Yassi, I hope so much, that Mashiach comes, but I don't want to see it. What Uda is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I don't die in Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. You know, I see it all. Let Mashiach comes, I don't want to see it. The Yosef says, I see the Astud Yosef, the Tulip is the piece of the Chamer. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. What is that? So what that means is like this. The Yosef says, I know the things that Mashiach is going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. As I said, just two totally different little takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering which precedes Mashiach. Only Rabbi or Rabbi. My time, what? Even when you should have Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being on it? If it's about ultimately again, you know, what is it in this Rabbi to say? Let Mashiach come out. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be able to experience it. So that's the problem. If it's because of the suffering of Moshe Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Mashiach, show it when we go to Kanye Lezer, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Mashiach redemption? Yasser Patola, wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations that the Lord says? Now, first of all, what is this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah is Umar, Hot Torah, and look here, let's remember again. The Gemara says, like, Rabbi, you have all this stuff, you have Torah, the Cheseds, what are you worried about? What are these up on and worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That's what it's really saved. For any type of something which receives Messianic get off. I'm a late, Shema Yidra Mashrit. I might have to not visit merits now, but I'm concerned that maybe I can look at it, right? I won't say sometimes one idea, could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah on the Chesed and also escape the suffering of Messianic get off. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic get off. The Gemara says, this is this. I know if you might wish my take on a car translator. The Bible promises Yaakov, I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And then it also says, it says when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you, you have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I think you have nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Chris Kumar answers, ultimately, not going to really was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. Which I will say, by the way, was such a good sign that I got right out Shona, Azubi, and Shona, that's what we're going to get to. Just this profoundly so, which is, this is part of Chazal's motif of coming back to your most. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zucchinis, how much merit I have lacked and the food and the parts of myself is incredible, I can listen. You really can. I get one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people as great as they are, living with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food and acquired merit. And you know, so you say, I got one as far as I got one as far as Zubi on the shoulder. He's the first when he first came down to start with Yoshua. I got one Zubi. He said, Zubi should be Yoshua. This is the second, the second coming, but that's the first one. It refers to the second rivalry of Israel with Ezra. I thought we've had these that's just like mixed to be a clear, to be a Shona, Ella, Shabbat, Hafiz. That again is the same of the concept of things like Israel. The incredible miracles with Yoshua, we were supposed to go against all the incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the cynical behavior of the Jewish people, we did not yet get the accurate. So that's what it's time for today. We're going to continue to touch overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it for the subjects of Mashiach? Because again, even though Mashiach is not just here, when you learn Mashiach Gemaras, you have the opportunity to explain a little bit of Mashiach each every morning together. Shkayach, everyone. All right, so I'm going to have a great day, everyone. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our commentary sponsors, Tough Shin, Hey, the Telsim Shpach for dedicating all the Shumer Drushos this year as it's close to the Soros Lavavan. These are commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Avinu, Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael Storm the Bracha. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas, and Lazar Storm the Bracha. We hope that American Lifetime is over. All those in the show, the families in the family, all those in the Israel traveling to their close all the Israel. We can try to bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before and not save you. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 90-70, and we are picking up about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. No prophesying because of the Shisa Tzadikim, Kabliach Yeshua Chazar. There are never less than 36 Tzadikim who are able to receive the face of Shekhinah in every generation. Okay, this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav Tzadikim in every generation who are able again to have the sustenance of the Kabbalah Abed Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shemar Mar Ashrei Kol Chovei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo Begematria, plus in the Shisab is 36. Incredible. That's all, it's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora Kane Kucharichu, Timne Sari Alfi, Timne Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, closest reference number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Martian Emar Mona Sa'ela. So the Martian Lokasha. How do we start with this Bakari? How do we start with this Bakari? So there's very different levels. Bakari means vision. So there's Bakari which means total clarity of vision, and Bakari a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after the Shbarach will be Bakari complete clear vision.
You mean to tell me that you don't find UFC interesting without Joe Rogan?
I get all my news from Joe Rogan.
Right?
Or the Joe Rogan subreddit. What?
Why not?
Even the level of Bakari is still a very high level. And with that many people who have that clarity of vision, so this gives an Rabbi, you're sitting there, the Isi B'nei Aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I've seen B'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nei Aliyah. Rabbi was like, now what does this mean? So Rabbi Shimon is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nei Aliyah. Well, now, what does it mean to be a Ben? To be a Ben, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in common. Like, what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and enjoyable. Plenty of community common. There are actually plenty of people who are also going chassid, who do chassid. This chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? He says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. You want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean you're tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean you're Gaonim. It just means that you're never happy with where they are and you always are looking for more. Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of my hands. So me and my son, remember again, someone's going to lose it. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need you in your hand. And my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nei Aliyah in this entire world, I need you. It's me and my son. They both say, it's not a point like, you read more like this, like, oh, okay. It's not gaiva. It's not gaiva. It's knowing who you are. And I'm sure by a high understood that if there is one thing that he possessed in this world is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. But I can tell you like this, even if there's only 2, and then there's me and my son. The point of Rabbi says, and Shomai Achai is saying, I don't know how many like B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows. Look, Kasha, how the Ivy below that. Once again, Gemara gives the same conference, which is there are plenty of B'nai Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim or B'nai Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission.
I love you, woman.
Represents metaphorically this incredibly high spirit. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain treasure, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi at this moment. Rashi is how the Ivy Devar.
Oh, I love that woman. I love you.
He's saying it. Listen, אבל also את נוסעים בגולש, וספרות סיפטון, הנה מסעת את זה.
I love that woman.
There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people is Baklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And there's a smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. I'm gonna have Kali Kalakis, and I also say this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: Kali Kalakis. So many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me. All of those times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. And now at this point, in a Davar Talmud, Ela B'Tshuva Messim. If we want Mashiach, we need Tshuva and we need Messim. So let's say a dramatic shift.
I love this woman.
God says,
she's not bad looking either.
The dates. Stop trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva.
I can't hear you. Such a smart woman.
Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Adil. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So that's a fundamental machlokes between Rabbi and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come. A defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Ma'asim Tovim. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to Kitzur. This is Machol Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Yisrael also Tshuva and Yigalim. You're not in Yigalim. The Eliezer says, how is all this Tshuva? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be sure. And they know some Tshuva in Yigalim. If you don't do Tshuva, there's no Gula Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu Magnu B'Hamelech Shegzeros HaKashas Kahamin. The Yisrael also Tshuva Machzirim. It's not true. If you don't do Tshuva, also know what happens. What happens? The devotional orchestrate situations through which we have to do Tshuva. He'll created this put a despotic king. On us, and that despotic king will force us to go ahead and do Tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, and Yisrael also Tshuva Negal. And Allah says, if we do Tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mashiach, but I'm Shovavim, everyone shall say him. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, I look for Nema, even in the part of the Yashem Tigalu, yet the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into Yashkara. You were sold into Kabbalah because of idolatry. What's the worth of idolatry? Zero. It has zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. If you love a kesef to Adu, you will not be redeemed with money. No, but Tshuva or Ma'asim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Ma'asim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Ma'asim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time. And when that time comes, Mashiach will come. I said, I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. Hello, Karnema, Shulelada Shuvavechem. I bet the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you. It sounds like a Kodesh Baruch Hu saying to us, if we do Tshuva, then he'll bring the Geulah. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, hello, Karnema. Kanochi ba'alti b'chem. V'yakati eskem echad me'ir. V'shtein mishpacha. V'evesi eskem sion. Which sounds like it's a plot. Kodesh Baruch Hu to bring the Geulah. I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer, hello, Karnema. If you also doing, they're like lobbying back at each other. But in between different messianic and rules. Hello, Karnema. Yeshua v'nakas Koshir. I'm going to Yeshua v'los v'lo Karnema. Kamar Hashem. Goel Yisrael. Ukdoshel Gizat, Nefesh, and Melissa, Goy, the Evan Motion, Malachim, you a couple of times, Malachim, you the Kohen Sunday Stack, I want to look by Neymar. In touch with the friend of my friend, he lied to us. I said, that's good. One says, I have a question, I said, let's do it. Let's go for return to us. I'm going to be a trouble. Let's find Neymar. The Eshma Esaif, the Wish Habad, and the Mal, and the Mene Hayor. The Yoram, you know, the Smolo, and the Yishka, the Kai, over the Moy, the Kasi, follows Rabat Yad, and Kalis, the Kalera, follows. The Shos of it. Okay, this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, shifting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that Rabbi Eliezer is saying that Allah for the Ma'aseh Klal of this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion was the way the Gemara ends. The conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. Okay, so it sounds like what we hear with the sheep of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes and HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So also, it's not again, that can be the case to understand that all these people done Messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead the tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it, which is some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? That focus, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi Abba, we'll say, by the way, we'll see that you see this, what's that? How could this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. What's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is also, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Baalei Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes about right, whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether the Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come back. I'm starting yesterday's God. I know that I'm going to wait for it every single day, but not passively waiting for it. And the Rothschild will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. Aim Kate in the heart keeps me doing that. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Abba says there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. What does this mean? Rabbi Abba says if you want, this is incredible. If you want signs of Mashiach, right? We'll say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says, if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, I will say, what is it? Shneimar, va'atan, Hare Yisrael, antechem titenu, u'prichem tisu ba'amei Yisrael. So because the Gemara quotes the passage from Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know who it is. That says over here. That says, as you first line, you should keep in Eretz Yisrael Kiryat, the Ayin Yacha. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruits, Ayin Yacha in good measure, as Yitlach HaKetz, the Ayin Yacha HaKetz Mekulu Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach then the vitality of the land is down. Let's say, okay, I go down a running jump and we see like this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I want to say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. How could one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. Literally, what I was going to say, he's the most. Remember, some of us are old enough to remember, right? That remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? It was manufactured like in the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Is it like some malaga, right? Like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. Something long ago. I don't know what else it is. Not so long ago. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted to try that. So you're scared to but it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as an aside, how is this a sign of Mashiach? It's so important to support that industry as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Shema goes back there. Rabbi says, after Schara Adam Blonia, Skata Hima Pinena, we don't see the Lava in Shalom in outside. Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? We don't say the Lava in Shalom in outside. To those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yosef the Lava in Shalom in outside. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. We are Shalom are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have to listen. We know this from our own lives. When you learn and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. Even Talmidei Chachamim by definition possess that tranquility in the days leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So I just want to point out how interesting this is. On the one hand, right, the first thing he says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, this competing narrative, right? Is the true messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, it's also not mutually exclusive. It could see things. Shmuel says, Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And we'll say, Rashi understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ein Ben David Ba, she's back in the shoulder below Yimsa. Mashiach only comes once I saw again. This is part of the suffering that you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember it's not going to be from Gemara's perspective. The remedy for everything is fatty meat and diluted wine. Right? It works for everything, right? So you might not get to try. Guys, the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, there's going to be such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, after meat, the next best thing, like it's fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must say, as Ashkia Mineh Min Arosam, Shem al Olive, Sav Yamahu, Atzmiach Karen the Base Israel, Rabbi Khan Bar Hanina, In Ben David Ba, Achitif the Malchus Hazalam Israel. Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy for Klal Yisrael. Now, Malchus Hazara means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So in other words, even when Klal Yisrael is ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. Shne'emar, the Karas Hazalzala ben Ismail. See, that's right. Va'isahu Yoval Shain. So Hashem Tzvakos in Nimshach Umor. Or is he? Americanio. Ein Ben Davin Ba. Actually, you look at the Israel. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Gasei Rach. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. Listen, what does this mean? But ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. We'll say Tzaddik Chesed Aleph 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide. השארתי בקרבך עם אני בדל וחסד בשם השם. And it's Rabbi Mishum who says that this is going to start another motif, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. We don't say what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, well, let's see inside. So one goes like this. So I'm Rabbi Small, Mishum Rabbi Maz Rabbi Shimon. In Ben David Ba, Atiyich will call Shof in the social Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist in Klal Yisrael. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצוב כבוד שיגך, והשיבה שופטייך. אמר אולlah, most beautiful. And Yerushalayim Niftis Allah, it's stuck. We'll say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shne'emar Sion b'mishpat tipadeh v'shaveh b'tzedakah. Right? Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shaveh b'tzedakah, and will return to the tzedakah. Now we'll say this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, wow, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that chesed is the key to Torah. Second after you read the first Gemara, this is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the most mistranslated words in all of Yiddishkeit is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charity of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. The Tversky says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way HaKadosh programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Like, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like voluntary, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, or Hashem, we should always offer to that, then by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah, it's tzedek, it's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money, just with your money. It's with your time, it's with your resources, it's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara says like this. So, in Janifis Elabit Tzedakah, now let's say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and also it's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So Rabbi is like this. If arrogant people would no longer exist, the Amadushis would no longer exist as well. Who are the Amadushis? Rashi points out over here, they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as there are arrogant Jews, there's going to be Persian sorcerers. Ibatli Daini, Batli Gizrifti. And if corrupt judges would stop to exist, so too corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. In other words, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like that. Third wide line. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. This is incredible. We'll say if you see, Yochanan says, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach. Which means again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So the Rebbe will save an impoverished nation. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing, you feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Nabo Banar Tsar, Rach Hashem, Yosesas Bo, Salaplay, Uva, Mitzion, Goel. Listen, it's fascinating, right? I just want to point out something how amazing this is and why it is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew. Listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? Mashiach is close. Let's say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse, right? That's generally the way bad things work. Probably so, if things are bad, just know that most probably means it's calculable. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Almost like, and this should give us something, I think, yesterday I had this moment, I said, you know what, I'm going to stop just listening to the news. I've had one of those days, like, this is just crazy. This is just crazy, and it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? It's really going to refer to news that are very bizarre, right? It's so disheartening. It's so disheartening. Everything is disheartening about it. You know, about Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, and the other Shinkai is doing this, and the Minister is dancing to the King's Heart songs. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the Ganenet. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And when you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael. And acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, are, at their core, are kadosh and tahar. And you wonder to yourself, like, what is this? No, it's the whole thing. Again, it's exactly right. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay. Put your smile on your face. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, wait for it. Because they cause itself works is the worse it looks, just means Rafa is even closer than ever before. Incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Balt, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zaka. Listen to this. What says again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that is totally innocent. Tzaddikim. Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. So says just again. Just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. Or everyone's really bad. And Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. So the Gemara says, all kulachai. But there's kulachai that shit. The Amech Kulam said, you can know when you're Shuaras. There's kulachai that said, Vayar ki ish vayishtomim ki imafil. Said, the ma'aniyasa. I should also say, I'm going to focus. Bakr Mashiach. I don't know if sounds really short and maybe Ramik said, the Ita Akishana, sorry, the Ita. The pasuk says Be'ito, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. But then the pasuk says, I will hasten your arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'ito means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Achishena, I will hasten your arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishena, no Zachu Be'ito. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, and at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm not going to sound here, but showing maybe Rami Ksir. Va'aru am anani shmaya, so kibar inish ata, Ksir, ani varochiv al tamar. Zachu am, I'm sorry, Zachu am anani shmaya, lo Zachu ani varochiv al tamar. So once again, also, Mashiach is going to be someone who with a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky very quickly. The pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amarle, Shavar Malka Shmuel, this is incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amrisu Mashiach al Chamra Asi. I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk we just put over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk is Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes and says, Asi Ishtalei Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Right, I hereby donate my best horse. I'm going to give him my best horse. Me Islach Bar Kirgat. So to Shmuel says King Shapur, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now what is that going to say? So essentially what Shmuel says back to King Shapur is you should see Mashiach. Right? That's quite a donkey. In other words, you think your horse is better than a donkey. I would think the donkey of Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. And the Shabbat is supposed to say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If you're Datlumi Kavush or cover is not your cheer, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. The heart of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right to the Fuah Shalema, right to the Fuah Krava Lava, Hashta Babala is not Karev, right to the Nurse will say, I think I'll tell him for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years we'll be back in their session. Yeshua Levi. Ashkach le'ilio. The Havakanya Pista de Ma'arta de Rishon by Ochak. Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon by Ochak. Remember again, for those who are on not the last Yaakov Kala, but 2 Yaakov Kalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi in Meron. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you could actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right down Elio, and where was Elio? By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon by Yochai. So Amalei, Asina la'alma da'asi. So Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, and Yirtza Adon Hazeh. Baruch wants it. What do you have for me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants to be Olam Haba, we go to Olam Haba. Rabbi Shimon Levi, Shnayim Rabbi, see, we call Gimel Shamati. So Rabbi Shimon Levi says, I'm standing here with three Eliyahu, so there's two of us, but I hear three voices. So ultimately, again, the Rabbi Levi heard that whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says, the Shekhinah hava b'hadayu. The Shekhinah says, let's imagine the scene. So again, Eliyahu Hanavi is standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi passes by. He's talking with Eliyahu Hanavi, and according to the next time, I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice. The Baruch is there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason he feels, why does he say this to Eliyahu Hanavi? And the Pasha says, Eliyahu Hanavi is going to come before to announce the album of Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shailin L'Didei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Rabbi Shimon Levi says, okay, the Heicha Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that I should ask him? At Pisgah Ekarta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, my simone. I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome. And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Pisgah the Karta, Mira Lamori, Loba Pesach Ha'ir, Manish Elagan Eden, who connected Kola Olam, the Karla related to the Osat Sad, Shalgan Eden, Sheneged Pesach Ha'ir, Mashiach Shai. Rashi quotes from his teaching, he says, Pesach Ha'ir doesn't mean the entrance way to see, rather it means the entrance to Gan Eden. But also that is not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara, they know Pesach Ha'ir literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine. I'm sure maybe says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? With my simone, Yosef Kene and Ye Sobli Chalon. Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance way of Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras, they are not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, so ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, Yeshua is okay. Go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and the person you normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look the other direction. We go ahead and tell you, don't take the time to say your Shabbos. We're like, the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe you try to avoid, or the person who people who love them, or the people who just be pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So how can I figure out who he is? I can figure out who he is. The Gemara says, so you'll see the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and Hashem says, okay, go, it's going to be late, he's going to have to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Was tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. All right, only changes his bandages one at a time. I will say, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. There's Yitzhara sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the time just is often when you unbandage all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a disrepair, you can become overwhelming, and that's when despair sets in and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Gabe. So Shimon Levi says, I found Mashiach. Can you just imagine what that must have been like? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like. But Rabbi Shimon Levi found Mashiach. He found him. Oslo Gabe. Amalei. Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that the day's going to come. The day will come. The Mashiach will stand before us, and we too will be up and there's also to say Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umor. Can you imagine when that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umor. We waited 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything would be such a sweet found for the collective soul of our listeners. So we should raise and Shalom Alecha Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Aleichem to you. Bar Levi is Rabbi Shalom Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Asima. So Shulei says he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? Right? We need you. When are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Mashiach is coming today. I'm coming today. So I'll say that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Yarnovi. Also, look at the Elio. When this means he went back to Elio at the entrance, by the gate of Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, he goes back to Elio. My Amrullah. So Elio says, what happened? What did Mashiach tell you? Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to me, right? Like he gave me shalom. He said Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Elio says, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of what to come. In other words, the fact that the fact that Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Yeshua is a bit heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka, Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'La'asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. It's like, isn't that overwhelming? Like, I'm sure my lady feeling lies to him. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. The other says, no, he did not lie to me. Amalei, Hachina Olacha, Hayom in the Kolo Tishmi. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably saw that you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I'm ready to come today. If you listen to the voice of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach is ready. He's changing his bandages one of the times that he can be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary incredible. So what if you know that? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalom Talmidim Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. The student asked Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma, Emosai ben David ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Mashiach Amar, Messiari Anisha Introduction. Oh, so Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, You know what? I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So therefore, I don't want to answer it. Amar lo, ain't no election calls. I said, Rabbi, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign. Okay. Amar le, l'cheshiyipo hashar azal, v'yivneh, v'yipol, v'ein mafsikim l'noso, ad sheven double bell. So he says, fine, I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi, this is for a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Amalei v'shadu b'chadizim. No, Matirin, sorry, Chad. No. Ashar is that, thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, what's going to happen? The gate of Rome will fall down, they'll rebuild it, but it'll fall down again, they'll rebuild it, it'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when the Mashiach will come. Anu lo Rabbeinu, take on the oaths. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. I'm on the hand of Lokaka Martami, Shinton Bakshim and Oaths. I told you, I knew you could ask me for something. I said, what's the shot of you? See, listen, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want a confirmation. That's what this is. I know this is going to work. As I said, I'll tell you about it. I want to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking. Ready? I got it. You told us not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to hand. In Kach Yahapki made Ma'aras Pamias, Lidam, the Napitul Lidam. Yes, so we also make it said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias turn to blood. Now, the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the joint, feeds the artery. If the Pamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turned to blood. Incredible. B'shas B'tirasa, at the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amulahem, Amikul Yalodi. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground, on the base. Why? Shein kol dakla v'dakla shabababa, shein sus shalpasim mikshaba. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse covered to it. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, the left. We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So that's what Yossi ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up our caskets. In Ben David Ba'ash, it is special to Malchus al Yisrael, Tisha Chadoshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over Palestine. Listen, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Klal Yisrael is oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. You know about that. Yitnin al Is Yolda Yolda V'Yita Achav Yeshua B'nei Yisrael Ula Nasi V'Lo Echainu. What's up? This in front of them. Now we come to a Torah different way. Ula said, Yaisi, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I wasn't going to see it. What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede in this life. So, I hope that I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's diamond. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says essentially, bring it. I know that the days that precede Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach. So just two total different takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering that precedes Mashiach. Only that by the Rabbi. My time. Well, even Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's doing that? Right? If it's about ultimately again, what does it mean these Rabbanim say? Let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Messiah, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasot Batorah, wow. I said, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for pre-Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. I say, now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering of Messianic era. Umar, HaTorah, Fagmilas Chesed. And look at the end, I said, remember again, the Gemara says, right, Rabbi, right, Rabbi, right, you have all this stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. What are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That's really saved for any type of suffering which precedes Messianic era. I'm already showing you the methods. I might have the knowledge concerning, and maybe I'll commit an Avera. I will say sometimes one Avera can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Messianic era. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic era. The Gemara says this. There's no promise, Yaakov Avinu, I got you back. I will watch you and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayisalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the chant? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you, you have nothing to worry about. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, like by the way, it's such a before we get to this one second, which is just this profound yesod, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of coming do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zikrios, how much merit I have racked up and accrued and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I can lose it. You really can. And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my accrued and acquired merit. This is the first when he first came to Eretz Yisrael with Yeshua. He said, this was the second, the second coming, but that doesn't sound like the right. It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. Amani Aka, Ruim Hayisha Lasa Nace, to be a Shia, to be a Rishona, Ella Shekaram Afri. That they're going to say, since the Christ of Yisrael, with incredible miracles with Yeshua, the sister commentary says incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we do not get that miracle. And also, we'll stop over for today. We're going to continue with such overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues. Gemara, let's say, by the way, how incredible is it when Sukkot and Mashiach? Because the Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach Gemaras, we have the opportunity to expose a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. Shkaya Chavidah. All right, Rabbi, you have a great day, everyone.
Rana Training Center in Las Vegas, also uprising MMA from Rana, of course, the home of Alexander. Old friend Ani Marcelo Perez. Of course, the aforementioned all say about the top. All right. It is time now. Now is our ladies and gentlemen, referee Rabbi to come out of the contest. That's 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Round number 2.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was to come in and, give 100 on the takedown. I just kind of do it in there to kind of show what's going on. And then when I did get the takedown, quick little leg kick on him down, I kind of took my time.
All right, good evening. Good evening, a great visit was Rothschild to be able to continue in telling you the beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this from so many beautiful and different versions of Tanya. The one we're learning how to get out of this sacred code. See this in the IRS, which again essentially is life itself is just a interpretation of translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off yet last week with the other quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people will both remember again, if you ever ask the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA or something that's easy for me to do it right now, if I got it, I tell me to say something like to say, do that you do. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Okay, terrible. And you can already have this idea about there's only they legislate a lot of things. They legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however that up to the love of ourselves? So that says on page 9. אבל השליטה רגשי הלב בבלך הרי היא קשה מאוד. So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The age we're talking about becomes with the hesed yad of Hello, this older loop, negative Shabbat. So again, whatever says again, it's top of Shabbat page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do is how do you feel, right? So it tells us, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like this instinctive feel of something. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So whatever goes on, he says as follows. Romar, שכל המוח הלודם, לאחוז פתאום בקרס האור מלא, יאבס השנדה. כמו שקרס בגמר החוק. ועל זה, תשציס רבים לספרו, לבאר חיפה. He said, "Achim Harav Hadavar Ma'od L'Kert Adam La'avodas Hashem Gam Yilava." The entire Olam was going to last week. We spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave to Siddur was the Kishmer, which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's pretty much Kuki Amar. So that is said. The entire avoda of this Siddur is to figure out how we can serve our Kushbar not only with our mind and not only with our bodies, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most important thing? The most difficult thing. We know this. It's really not starts with these chapters. And it's hard. It's 30 hours of office. I know it as long as I want to do it. I'm not used to doing it, so it's really regulating my behaviors as well. Okay, so just in general, it's not regulating the behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel traumas? How many of us actually experience that traumas? And how many of us really get to schmack and like this type? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So that kind of says the entire abode of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you to look up. How to serve out the powerful with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, so the bottom of page 9, Haluka, which is selling Shmek, ready? So this is a profound piece. Now, as I point out, we're only using the We're going to do production. Just basically get that like the YouTube potatoes. So the rest of that, now literally I'm going to show you together Haluka, which is selling. A one count, that's 6. And a one count, that's 6. Listen to this. See, close to the first in the notes, the car actually says at the beginning. So remember again, the large bold letters, those the actual words of Tanya, the small afterwards that's the case. That's the case. So Rabbi says this also. He says in the car, Mashon Zev B'Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So this is a found Gemara. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, that's also why I like using this edition because again, like many kinds of times in the very specific messages, work like they were understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Like, what does that mean? So he calls it a really speech and you learn the text. The Rebbe says, in your mind, lo nitzchani adon ela elati. No, so I'm sure the Rebbe says, but he's not guys. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? Mind you, how much I see some other together. One time I was traveling on the road. So I'm sure I was traveling on the road. But I used to know and I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, I'm ready to go blue. I said to the child, my son, there is a child, I mean, the traveling to a particular city. You didn't know who he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to see? What should I say against this song? So the kid says to me, Amari, Isu Aruka Kisara, Isu Kisara Aruka. The child said to the children, you have to path. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the Gemara can I use this? Okay, so this is which path? Right, so it says, so which path that is? So Gemara can I use that? Amari. I'm sorry. Allah, you son of Allah. The Gemara can I says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sorry about you, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? There's no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid said that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. What's the big deal? So take the short path. Listen to this. I like the Kitzara. Taylor Shigaki is sitting in your time. You might keep on slug girls and Pardesi. The problem was, that's the end of the path. We were right next to the city. The problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because he had to his block. As I thought, all right, I went back to the crossroads. I was back to the kid. I'm not going to believe. Well, I'm not going to be Zuki Sarah. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? He's not going to check. So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was the short path. That's what was the short path. Which the child, I'm going to be ready. Well, I'm not going to fall. Sarah, Baruka. Rabbi, I told, remember what I told you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I'll get to the city quickly. It's long getting. What's long getting? What's the last one? Here's how about. Now, by the way, now obviously, now what was the child saying? Then there's another one. What's that about? It's Aruka, it's Sarah. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does as well. And this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what we're going to teach us. Here's what he says. This is what he says. The truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Practically, it was longer. Why? He was named of our ear, Ayukanos of Hadesi, a share HKS, a share Hikshima all the time. So here's on one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is that getting into the actual city itself, he couldn't get in. He says, in Maylaw, I especially selected for this little zoo. Now again, point out, it could have been showing the man that he had gotten into the city. Could have, but it's fine, I guess it's also the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרתי לו, שאף שהדרך היא קצרה, במקום הכל all the other. And that's what Rabbi is saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path. But it's much more difficult to get into the city around this time. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchard, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. Now, She'en came Haderach Hashem, but then there was a second half. What was the second half? The second half was one. Sorry, Lomar. The Bechinas Hanei Pakiach Yosaruga. The reality was like distance-wise, it was a longer path. Aber even so, we got to see Motze in Marvel here, but this is where you get to see. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you ultimately get right here. So, even though distance-wise, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The Achar Shabbat Magiyim here, the Lineals, you're able to get into the city without any obstacles. So that's let's look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's like science. We're doing some
this is the path. In Gan Dachel, that's so the Baal kind of says this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aluka Kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. This is Yeshua Yesh Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hayu Sha'adam Ma'omer as reaching the level. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. To serve Hashem, the Ayidin is kindness to you, Umagia Yidin Rishte Ish, Shel Abba Sabor. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love about his heart. The Derech Zu, Omnam Kalyosa Labadea says, listen to this to you outside. Right? As well as study about this. They'll say, the easiest way, to fall in love with the how easiest way? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. Oh, what?
I like talking shit about it. Yeah.
Stories. Everybody loves stories. What is stories? What's the beauty of myself?
Screaming about somebody.
That's it. Here's your message. Right? It's like an NCS live summit. Right? It's like an NCS live summit. Right? When I have a guy who's called Bella, right? Come on. A version of us will do the NCS live Bella, right? How do you feel about the NCS live Bella? Right? Oh my God, I am really sure. That's it, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. Let's say I put out some of and Adam left Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Adam was Sarai, Lot, Res, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Kala. On the souls they made the Kala. And the Medrash says, through the souls, Adam converted all these people, Sarai converted all these people, there's a relationship with God. Right by the time Adam gets to Canaan, it's just Adam, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the family go? So it's like but I don't know if you was running Shabbat. He was programming. He was studying Chinese. He was doing everything. People were on fire. So Adam says, "Come on, we're going somewhere." I said, "Where?" I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. What's like that? Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And tell me what happens. It's like a day to the journey. Where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people feel lost. Until at the end of the day, it's just Adam, Sarai, Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights is fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. So that is, this is literally saying a lot of times when we look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, and we always know that how could it be the people They saw the matches, they saw the plays, they saw the video of the sea, they saw the video of the Torah, and yet they saw video of going like this, and they're only building different things. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For one simple reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't do miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's why, by the way, I want to come down. There's a danger, like, it's very interesting. Everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that focus plus is powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. You know, I want to get that relationship. I don't know what it works for. I just give it to me. Under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Try to get yourself. Give me what I need. Give me a technique. I want to be inspired. And by the way, it works. So that's saying that's called Sarah. That's the short path to get to God. What do you about it? It's actually much more than it's actually becomes much longer. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that, high, then you always need to get to high. Right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire you next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous path for the last relationship with ourselves. So Rabbi says, "Zeish gara pitzara ba'alut ha'ayim. Sha'adam ma'olah esriksha le'bavava ba'arishon na'barishon." Person really inspires himself. 5 days, he's so resilient, ideal, yevista, ish, sha'alas v'avidarsa, omnam kol yosha level v'dei avas Hashem. Ach apa ishu yiras v'dei pitzara, shari ein nidrosh ba'hadei yinachas. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. What do inspirational moments demand? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, what happens when you're inspired? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So I want to point out that that is not this is profound and long more right. I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels
Like Joe Rogan.
but in fact,
And that's nothing.
and I'm not this turns to God. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's that's even longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything on this season. I'm not really affecting truth within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. It always is becoming. Now, similar practices, Sha'amnam B'Shas Ma'isa, Adam Egish is always available. About Hivan Shiki, Shis Eskim Yuso, that's like here. You know where true original comes from? And it's so where it's beautiful, but it doesn't come up balance. It's something I did for myself. Often it's something that's really conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "V'sod sochos, azayin b'mishra alamdos v'yikodem, imko olson hamidos v'akaidos halonos v'ma'akros also, milis kados alakabados v'kanes." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid that's like, well, we all have this. This is what happens so often. I think I have some experiences over young and young. Like I'm inspired. I don't know whether it's about adopting, by doing your bike practice, something. And then like I wonder, then the inspiration like every single night. How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like no, it's like flat down. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So the inside remains the same. And all the things that it was, the desires, the beliefs, and the all the things that still there. I'm spinning my spiritual wheels, and I might be on the accelerator, and I'm not really getting somewhere. The other goes what he says, "Lachim b'toel, you having the years, even the dash the one, so like here, she's happy to go. That's the first part. That first part of the mission is going called Solo It feels short. Right? It feels short. In that I get the tone, I get the inspiration, but there's no work. There's no internal change that occurs. So although it feels like it's a fast track to what happens, I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking from the city. But then there's another direction. The FIFA, because there are zero. And then I have to ever specific that practice. Also, but the Rebbe is going to decide, obviously. And again, I want to point out, the beauty is that there are multiple routes, right? There are multiple avenues of connection. And this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or the wrong way. People connect talking to Charlotte in different ways. So there are some people who said when that first spirituality settles that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur, they come, and there's famous things like release of the digital. So who's the idea of what Rabbi says so beautifully? He says, and the person has a moment of inspiration, you know, just like he says, open up a finish and read a passage. Because everything is sitting with me, and how many times I'm inspired? Fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, right? It extinguishes. And that's right. I'm also, I think this is right. How many times in life was like so ready to do something? I just never did something. I just did. I'm ready to do something. It's the right thing. Did everything. The fire was there, and like fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain if you don't feed it, it's going out. So that's the first part. Then the is the bottom of page class. The evil. And then after the other say class, and the rest of them is also the data. Like about 100 pieces of stuff, and then it's a different position from the data. Sarah, it's a perfect question that requires really training. Because they like what has Lukshe Halei. You tell us only was on the Abbas and Shabbatness. Mufrachas Avodas Hamot. You talk for Echem Efiato. I mean, you read a little bit of Limud, Mahasaga, Pekadlis Hashem. Ula Amikan, Isgolinus, Vamokas, Hadas, Yorim Shalom. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this around, we're going to see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really see the control, it's going to really read and understand. You can't expect to love something that you don't know. So this person with the caveat that it was only so well you're going to understand what control. But here's the first thing you understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand that it's almost the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires work, it requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love and all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up receiving a sense of love of Hashem. An insight, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the sefer. An insight should be direct said, in Sivas and Sagan, the second part of the level of Derek Halugo, she gets out. So much more we have. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the show. Why is it the show that? Why? because you
It's
don't
also
get
funny because of how much
where
he
you
pisses
need to
off
get.
other
The
comedians.
first pack is short, right? That like instantaneous, almost like surrealistic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible, and that'll help. But it will never really get
And
to
it's like
where
it
you need
infuriates
to
me.
get. It's the shortest pack, won't get to. The second one, the leverage is coming. Again, requires my heart, my mind, like striving to understand that British balance and the way you understand yourself and trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The boss says, look at this line, the last time we expressed, one of my favorite lines, is Minsa. Solidarity, Ace, Lulos, Lulos, Alice, the Ora, that's like, the highest life. The long path, the shortest path, was like, there's no sense, no sense, you lost, right? Again, there's a student for that, right? If you say which last 27 times in 2 minutes, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all the same, right? You know, when it's actually fair about it, right? And you do this, you do this, right?
That's not dancing.
Yeah, I remember when I was with my I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shabbat is be a mensch, open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your wife flowers and Shabbos. I don't know if this is all $20, right? But when I say it, so this is interesting, why? Because like $20 is a heck of a lot. And by the way, you're like this, but $20 is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. And so the Valentine says, I just want to tell you, that for the long term, that's there's no short.
Look at this.
What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of time. Right? Right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over again. Aber Felix and Derek too. You stand as for unsere Bildschirm and so as much work as this is, one thing in the bank which is you'll be achieved. You'll be achieved. But I say, this is working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine Day. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like what happened? 12-step program, we kids in North Korea and the skips, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really nice things. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you gotta start from 1, you gotta make it all the way to 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about people should get on Zoom. You start with some reason for this, but if you work, or if the level falls, you gotta leave yourself. The long path that is short, he says, you'll choose yourself as a person. He says, the Ayadov, Zulcha the Sofa shall never laugh or preach to the bubble of you come to truly love the Ribbon Shalom. So we got this. So that is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about how much this is that. Now, so that is not the Tzarech Yarucha. It's the shortest path that is very long. This is the way to get where you want to.
That looks like a vagina.
Dafka Ayadav, Masigim and Practice on it. Dafka Pidishan is how we accomplish our life objectives. The foil of Namish. This is the way we do it. Share KV, that Haluga, so it becomes a choice. One is one, you turn to the soul, to the Derek Sarah. That's nice because the path is short. Only one time. You will never quite get to exactly where you need to go. That's about how he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's in the shortest path. Because this path, and we're what do you mean what path is? I don't know what it is. Like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I bought it. That's so cute. Like, I have no idea what the cafe is, but now I want it. Like, I feel like I want to go do it now. Right? So I don't even know what the cafe is, but I know. The cafe is going to out by over here. Maybe wrong. Maybe arduous. Maybe but it's the only path that's going to get me to the city. The only path that allows me to change God to such experience. The only path that's going to move to Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life. So I was like, Shkoya, tonight, maybe next week. Next week will actually start. You know, just that. All right.
There's got to be something that makes an easier jump than a sports. Rudy, you got to open your brain. Just kidding, I'm so nuts. I don't care. Here's the thing. You're getting stuck on me.
All right, so good evening, a great visit was Baruch Hashem to be able to continue in we have a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this introduction to some beautiful versions of Tanya, the one we're learning out of this Sefer called which again essentially is like itself is just an interpretation and translation. It's just a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off yet last week with Rabbi quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The key of your above remember again, the Rabbi asked upon my conception to understand. If you tell me the kifa, that something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. Even behavioral. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. In general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's karov elecha b'levav chalasot? So that says that's on page 9. Aval hashvita yiksheh halev levavcha harehi kasha ma'od. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. So again, the Rabbi says again, top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can hear that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest, we'll address it a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like the Torah tells us, don't stop them, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rabbi goes on and he says as follows. Lomar, shekol mo'od ha'olam, la'achol ibon l'kavas ha'olam hazeh, yavas Hashem ba'emes. K'mo shekasa b'gemara fine. ועל זה השציס רבינו הספרו לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים קרוב הדבר מאוד לכל אדם לעבודת השם גם בלבד. The entire volume was during the last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kukei Amad, which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kukei Amad. So the Rebbe says the entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve our Baruch not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing. And we know this. It's really not hard to keep shabbos. Right? It's not hard. It's 39 halachas. I know it's as long as I learn what to do, okay. I'm not usually doing it, so to re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel shabbos? How many of us actually experience our heart shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So the Baal says the entire avoda of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you the Rabbi how to serve our Kodesh Baruch Hu with your heart. Let's go down to the next section. See the bottom of page 9. The Derech Aruka Ukitsara. You see that? See the heading? Someone said this is a profound. So by the time we're down, we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words now literally I'm going to show you the Derech Aruka Ukitsara. A long path, that's short. What is it? Long path, that's short. So listen to this. So he goes to the first in the notes. Nikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards, that's the page. That's the commentary. Whatever says it's hard. It says Nikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hanania. Yeah, I will say, by the way, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in great Hasidic masters' work, like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. Derech Aruko Kitzara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So he quotes over here, really, this is based on Gemara Maseches Eruvin. Listen to this. I'm going to show you what I know. When Shubha Chai says, Yamai, lo nitzchani adon ela tima. Right? No, so Rabbi Shubha Chai says, I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I said to the child, my son, there is a derech neighbor for you. So I was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know where he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amarabi, Zu Aruka Ukitzara, Zu Kitzara Aruka. So the child said to the Shemata, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Chanai here is just and says to himself, okay, so which path? Which path? What's the anyone needs sheets over here? Right, so he says, so which path? Which path says this? So Shimon Chanai said, Amari, I'm sorry, Alafti, Ikisara Va'alita. So Shimon Chanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that's short and long, which again makes sense. Why do you make sense? You're doing this to the same. Right? So the kid said that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. So what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I love to be Even she got to here, so she got to the city in their time. And you must people slug gunnels with Hardesi. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were little gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. Because I can't go, I went back to the crossroads. Goes back to the kid. Amar to the Bani. Lo kaf amar to the Zukit Sarah. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly. I understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it was the short path. Which the child said, I'm really ready. Lo kaf amar to the Kha. Sarah Ba'aruka. Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short. And then I get to the city quickly. That's no good. I want to say, watch this. Here's Shadvar. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child saying? Then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city. But what? You'll get in. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does. This is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what the Rebbe is going to teach us. Listen to what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, just to point out, could have been shopping for could he have gotten into the city? Could have, but it's hard, I guess, to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. And that's the child was saying. He was saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? Distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you can ultimately get right here. The sof, even though it's distance long, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. Be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's look at that.
Jesus Christ, dude.
This is incredibly simple path. In Gan Darkei Avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So Rabbi Chaim says, this tomorrow is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. Like the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruka Kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What is that? Listen to this. This is Yesh Derech Kitzara Aruka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hainu Sha'adam Ma'over as Rikshe Levavo. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let me say this to you outside. What the Rabbi is describing is like this. We'll say the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. Oh, what?
Other thing I noticed about this is that everyone else is looking
stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's it. Triggers your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY Shalosh, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah, right? Or those of us who have been in the NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah, right? Oh my God, I am literally going to change my life. It's going to be the most, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. Let's say I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that Avram Avinu, that when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went. Sarai, Lot, Ves, and Nefesh Asher Asher B'Chala. And the souls were made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So as Soloveitchik says, like, where did he go? Right, by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevra go? So as Soloveitchik says like this, you know, Avram Avinu, sorry Morty, you were not the first, right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, like he was doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I said, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, yeah, let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens, it's like a day into the journey. They're like, you know, where are we going, right? And each day, more and more people peeled off until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot, right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, and you always wonder, how could it be that the people who saw the Makkos, they saw the plagues, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the Rabbi was going like an extra hour, and they're only building twice. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For some reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes, and that's why, by the way, I want to point out, there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. I find everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired, because the truth is, we all want that conscious thought to be powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. I just come on, just give it to me. And under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that's called Derech Tzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path to connection, but in fact, it's a much more secure relationship with Hashem. So the Rabbi says, "Zesh derech kitzara va'aruga haynu sha'adam ma'orer es riksha le'bavo ba'avarim shalom ba'atzim." Person literally inspires himself by the zisora zui magir the mishka ish sha'avas ba'bedachza amam chal yosel level b'dei avas Hashem. Ach afa pushi miras kiderech kitzara shari ein nidrash ba'harbe min ha'adam. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What are inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not. This is profound. A lot of moments I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Just sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything, I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Sha'amnam b'shas ma'isa adam hergishes orus b'dolabalav. Aval kivan shehi lo shimsa es pnimiyuso u'mahuzo. What's that? Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon you. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sot soho, adayin hu nishar alamdo," we call them. In call osam hamidos v'akayvos hamanos v'ma'akvos also milis karos lalakas b'ames. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have the chance to say, we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us have experienced this over young and young. Like, I'm inspired. I don't know, man, it's by the davening, by the including, by something. And then, like, I wonder, then the inspiration, like, ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it gets slapped on? How did that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts, if all those things are still there, then I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels, and I can hear on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. And the other goes on, he says, Lachim bepoel, yihiyu harbe minios v'ikuvim b'derech shelo yanu kol ha'giya le'ir, she'yishapech li'gos. So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called Kitzara va'aruga. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. What the Rabbi is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occurs will come, and the famous idea, maybe it's individual. So Kusi again, the Rabbi says so beautifully, he says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? So he says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. This is why. Because all these things taking the inspiration of you plugged it into something. And how many times am I inspired? Like, fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is when you don't feed it, and it extinguishes. And that's right. How was it? If we're honest, like this is the time. Monday night, I was here to come to ourselves. How many times in life was like, I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. I just never did something. I just did. I'm ready to. Well, no, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and like fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rabbi says, bottom of page Ches. V'ilu, haderech hamubu'er is the sefer HaTanya. The rest of one's feelings. Also, but the derech that the Baal Tanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech. It's a pathway to Hashem that requires really to know. Ki gedei la'kov es rikshe halev. Mitayvas ha'olim azali avas Hashem ba'emes. Muchreches avodas hamoach. Itzel kol echad lefi archon. Hainu, let me read a little bit of it. Limud v'hasada begadlus Hashem. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't. It's hard to love something that you don't know. This first comes with the caveat that you're going so well, you're going to understand what HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff you don't understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the closer you become. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. The Nimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. But Nimsa Shemidarat Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths, these second paths, what the Rebbe will call Derech Arukah, Shikisel. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. And it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get to. The first path is shortness, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which Rabbi is describing, again, requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The Bible says, look at this line, the last line on page Ches, one of my favorite lines. This is Minsa. Shabidarak Zu. Ein Skulos V'tach Gulos Kalos L'Ora Es Halev. That's right. You know what the Latin says? The long path, which is the shortest path, the saying, there's no schools. You know what's interesting? We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for effort. Right? You say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes. You're going to find a shit up and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's actually incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you tell them to do this, right? I remember when I was with a young man, the mayor may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room and he was folding his towels. And I said, why does it have to be in the room folding the towels? He said, it's a school for Shalom Bayis. I said, by the way, I'll tell you, it's ever school for Shalom Bayis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your wife flowers and Erev Shabbos. I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But when I say so it's interesting. Why? Because folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I don't know, not. But folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Kas la'ores alev, elen nidreshes pay test, elen nidreshes mea adam yigia rabba v'atzuma kfula mechupelas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the all right, tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. But here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing you can bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. Now let's say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahavdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6 because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1 and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, but if you work on what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shetitzara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof, Zoe derech hakitzara. This, so I'm going to teach you. When I'm making some Balchanda, this is derech hakitzara. Now, the derech hakitzara shi'aruba is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka ayada masigim utachas harazai. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The poel mamish. This is the way we do it. Sher keni derech haruka v'kitzara. So it becomes a choice. One could content themselves in the derech kitzara v'aruka. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It will never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Balatanya says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we don't even know what the path is. Right? We don't know what it is. Balatanya is an excellent salesman. Because I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I bought it. I'll pay 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. Because I feel like I don't know what to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult, but it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Avas Hashem, and the only path that's going to bring me to my intended and desired life. I will say, Shkoyach, start tonight, see you next week. Next week we'll actually start. See what she starts. All right.
Every time you take a breath, you realize I may almost catch and I don't matter, but ever since you moved to Austin.
All right, guys, so good morning. Begin to be like taking orders out of his conscience for this leadership to take. Our annual comic book protection by the Christmas book and dedicating all listeners that this year. This and service published on this one. And service published for the month of other Chinese cuisine of the father that I found. Steve Birch, Ben Yosef Akon, Ziva Levin, and Benny families in memory of William Zeb Shmuel and Strauss, and the Benny sponsors, Nathan and Dutch Amber, in memory of Judy Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas Amoza, supported by the America and Torah. All the news from the Saudi Arabia, families in the Kama, all those who were starting to come from the Israel, the senior session from all of our hospitals, when the soldiers should be successful before a massive event. Was it that? Let us begin. We go right to the session. Okay, today's topic is Tzaddik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Bob on the biggest second line down in the wide line. Also, remember we left off on the fifth finger yesterday of Sankhira. Sorry, the Rizalai, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing that there was enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the race of Rabbi Israel. So now that picks up on that he was still out of Naaman, you're close to Hannah. So Naaman was the general of Aram. Ultimately, pretty much Jewish blood. So now we're going to Ger Kosher. And it says, Ger Kosher usually means a non-Jew with who means idolatry, except Shem is such a rock, and is not itself. That's the general definition of the Ger Kosher. So now we're between Ger Kosher. The Rizalai, Ger Tzedek. Well, it's interesting. So if you want to see what the Rizalai means Ger Tzedek means again. You can go to the one to tell you Sharai, Sisra parents are women against Sisra. These general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Akran of Shana, that Yaakov in Sisra, his mother's cries, shows the basis. So large Indian Shofar. So the neighbors of Sisra and the Sharai. The grandsons of Sisra will tell you Sharai. The brother of Sankhira, we read the Torah Belavi. The grandsons of Sankhira taught Torah in public. So now we read these grandsons of Sisra. He taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Akarion. That's wild. Then the Shmaya Akarion, John Akarion, who they were rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya Akarion and Hillel and Shammai then stands with descendants, the grandsons of Sankhira. They made Barak Shal Haman, number time of Nabal. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Nabal. The Ak did made Barak Shal Osa Rasha, speaking Shekarish Barak. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. That's going to happen. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone would be striking this in flesh, someone would be striking the city, someone would be so many terrible things to your children? Such a person like this should not have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah. How would this situation that's interesting? Since you got the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. I would say, Rafinu as Baba Ro'efasa. You try to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So we'll say this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of disgrace. But Baba did so much for us that they were beyond incredible. Ula says that for something else. I'm sorry, Ula was Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. But there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No trip for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmani Amar Eli Naros Baba. The Shikimah, it's nice of the Babylon. Something that refers to the rivers of Baba. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Eli Naros Baba, Shemra Yushkes. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice of the Babylon. Rashi says, the column of Marivim, She'odim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter things, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately the big parties that flow by the water are also bitter. They also is interesting, by the way, because the Gemara says that the one thing we can't heal is Naros Baba. When we listen to the Chappiko, Al Naros Baba, Shama Bachinu. That image is remembering how we shall be let out from Eretz Yisrael. Because we sat by the rivers of Baba and cried in the remembrance. And this is the Rothschild always says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. Most of what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So you mentioned this fellas. So you say, well, I just point out, a lot of the people asked yesterday, Dr. Peter's interesting is, Nebuchadnezzar is expert. He's one of the cases but he had no desire. And he's like, you're descendant of the Rothschild, the Zoran did go ahead with him. So it's interesting here, what exactly does that mean? So there's a simple Kukas Hagia. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Davis, or a lot of interesting pieces. He brings on Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous colors of what he did. And he came before, I forgot what after the mistake he made, and to convert. And what we're talking about, people were there, so how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did, he sold his own, he's trying to go get his hands. And they were covered, just like I said, the Russian says is, based on halacha yudesha, it's an interesting expression, halacha yudesha, cold hard fast, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is the same depends about Torah, right? And they know the effect for the past, right? You should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert to this? How could a person like this be welcomed into Israel after everything that he did? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Israel, and then we would welcome him into our lives? So he asked him, don't convert him. Don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is, you can convert him. If he dies this year, and Mamish has covered, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into Israel? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Zoran became a yeah, right? Who can everything, when Judaism took responsibility for this, it is interesting to note that the Russian language of Zoran is Allah. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went through a formal process? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself? Did he close up his heart? We don't know. So just interesting to point out. Okay, where is Riker? Even says as follows, Amr should be Yerushalayim. Amr was badly addressed to Yerushalayim. How so? Even Yerushalayim will become studied before Yerushalayim when Amr heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim. Shofu, They sent word to others. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sarfina, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amen Amor, prompted what he prophesied, that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, put the top, time be done. Nebuchadnezzar, Chazal will be destroyed, put the top. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafir Abudi, Kidibar the Kamai. So again, the Vanessa said, I'm afraid that you're going to do to me. But the previous sign is, meaning again, he's referring to something else. Shal Tulay, Ke'in Hadish Padeso. The ish is not home. Ve'in Hadarach Mirachot. So it's like, Halok Midarach Rachot. So the word said, the ish was the ish, Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the ish means that he said, the man is not home, Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem ish milchama. So ultimately, again, the power of Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shal means the grief of Vasi. So he said, well, maybe Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. And then as much as it looks like he's at Klal Yisrael now, whether in a state of need, he will return. Allah, the Derech Merachot. No, God has really abandoned them. God is really far away. Shalom. He said, in my city, what Christ has said, it's a bit like the prophet Tzilom. And when they die, they bring that Kodesh Baruch Hu back. Shalom, they still have Kesach Lakach Yado. They Kesach out of the Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? Kesach is second to Shianaz. The Echari, the Farisha, Kesach, the Thomas already for less of some. Shalom, Hadri, Shi, the Shiva, the Boima, Rachami, the Maisile. Also, this conversation is absolutely terrible. So Yochanan says, okay. Well, even if the Ish is going right now, and if Sadiqim are going right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Shai will do Shiva. The Shai will do Shiva. And they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So we must shout away to our Kabbalah and Ismail. So essentially, I'm going to say it's clear. The Baruch Hu already decreed, knowing that he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Ne'emar, Yom HaKesah Yavo L'Beisa. In Kesah Elazman Shneimar, Kesah Yom Hagim. So Shafini, when Nebuchadnezzar said, 6 days, so then it's seen that the Asim could not only drop. It's winter time ready, fall, winter, and it can't come as when it calls the rain. So there's another way. But you clearly see very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if someone is successful, the pressure to run into people will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to what the weather is very bad. Shafullah will say to him, don't worry about it. Ta Ashur V'Tura. When you come towards the snow, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shofet Har Moshe Eretz Yisrael Bara Har Shnei Har Basiyah. So, Charlotte, Yasina, Leslie, Duchta, Yasigna Bay. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. Or there's no place for me to house my army. And I said, don't worry about it. They sent back to Shalfulay, Kibros, Shalahem, Murim, Kalkin, Shalfar. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Atzmos Malki Yehuda, there's Atzmos Sarab, there's Atzmos Abraham, there's Atzmos Harabim, there's Atzmos Yoshin Shani Kivayam, the shut from the Shemaim, the Yarech, the Koso Asher Adam, Asher Abdullah Shalva Halam. Amalai Ranach and Lodispa. Yishnu the Chal, once I saw again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general
Flipper, look at those. Get to that car, someone's got to pull them out. That's crazy.
right? Like, I'm going to not have to get involved in this. Those are our cousins. There's a lot of everybody here to get involved. Anyway, I'm going to walk some. The man said to me, I'm going to try also to feel very much against you, so incredible. I guess now, it switches back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Mashiach. Now the one's going to focus up more on Mashiach and some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm going to make whatever you start. Each year in the conference, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nachri. When is Bar Nachri coming? Now, who Bar Nachri is this word? When is he coming? So, I'm going to man Bar Nachri. Who's Bar Nachri? I'm going to Mashiach. Bar Nachri is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach, Bar Nachri, calls thing. Mashiach is called Bar Nachri. I'm going to yes, he is. Fixate, I am on him. Aki, I said topic Sadik Zayin 97a. Aki, Asitas, David, and the Chorus. What's it, Sujabo? What's the next year together? I will lift up, maybe again, I will rebuild. Sikas, David, and the Chorus. The Kohen, Sukkah of David, and another. The rest is to the Israeli. So, thank you, say, we have Sikas, David, and the Chorus. Not with the David, Lahaki, Kari, Mashiach, Bar-Nachri. So, what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sikas, David, and the Chorus is not the definition. Because Sikas, David, and the Chorus is a man. So, one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar-Nachri. The one who lifts up all the things. Let's say, Lord, if someone subject to repeat yourself, out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Mogo, yes, and Mason, all this other stuff, right? The one thing that is going to restore Davidic monarchy, and by the way, also, others understand that Sukkah Shalom was not going to do that. Right? So that's what he's like. So there's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from you and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke and broke it and broke it and then rebuild it again, rebuild it to put back pieces into what the words were, is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he give it to pieces. Halach is to give it to the monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Give the structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar-Nachri. Incredible, fucking nasty. Because the Lord tells us also, so we know ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the Son? To become about children. And it means to become about children. It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar-Nachri, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. So you might go back to, I'm going to help you already up again. George was a something incredible Gemara over here. First of all, David got Hamidi Chachamot B'Shas. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know the two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precede Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. You know what as follows. So Yochanan says as follows. George ben David got the generation that comes out. I'm sorry. That the Mashiach will come. Hamidi Chachamot Mismatim. There's a diminution of less Torah. So there's less like without there are fewer Talmudim coming. The Shara Inyan colors beyond the Anacha. There's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general a lot of suffering. There's terrible suffering. The Jewish culture is hardships. And new horrible decrees every single day. Shavuot ben David years. 7 years we need a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is highly possessed. This is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom is highly possessed. In Tarkia, some cities will have food, other cities will literally again. I'll make it rain in one city, don't rain in a different city. Second, each year I'm famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, La'ab Godu, and Insulan, Oshim, Nashem, but you see the Aishin myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Children, actually, great people will die. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, religious report here, some of it is sober. Sometimes it's suffering, sometimes you don't have to. So for God, there'll be a great satiety, more food. But often the show still is sleeping. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah possesses like that. The Torah wants to come back. The Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year, there'll be signs. Rashi says that here, the Shishis Kolos, Yotzi Kolos, Shaben, David, Ba. So there'll be murderers, right? When the big people will be talking, the Mashiach is close. The Shavias Machalos in the 7th year war, which could mean both the Nogod, the Matzah Shavias, Ben David. And the Matzah Shavias, at the end of that 7th year, in year number 8, that's when the Mashiach is Mashiach. So this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say what Moses says, but it's not going how much years do you have a table also? Have you also done, by the way, if you just expect to live that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Klal Yisrael. Like, in other words, what you just described is just history. And I understand that the Mashiach has not come. So I'm going to buy you a Rabbi says the Shishis Kodesh, the Shishis Muhammad Shmi Haba. So that's the meaning. Was it every year 6? But ultimately, again, there were murderers in Mashiach. And year 7 afterwards, the death wasn't ever happening, but oh, the Sidra Mihabi. Furthermore, again, what Rabbi response is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that is, from the American perspective, is no. Tanya. The Yudah says, Rothschild and David Bach, they said that, Yerizius. Yes, and so, which is still have something very really amazing. So you begin to see that before the Mashiach comes, it is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more physically later. But there's like these two models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and then there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, like, and we can even expedite? So just hold on to that. We'll see this thing as we go on in the coming days. So we're going to read this as Rothschild and David, the direction in which Mashiach comes, Beis Habad Geriznos. And let's say Beis Habad is the Beis Hamedrash. The Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. So what's the shot? Because there will be no Hamid Chachamim, therefore no one congregates there. And you have large empty spaces. Dr. Medrash actually points out we're generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are we used for? Is immorality. So once again, like hearing the picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yachra, the work will be destroyed. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, Vagavla Yasha also means, other than that, is a place. So the ancient will be serving every year. The people who live in the corner cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Below you, only those, the cosmos, and they won't find many more people. The cosmos has also Kisa. The reason of the religious performing will become putrid and will decay. The Yurei will also, people who fear sin will be despised. And there is one thing, not only will fire be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon, which may have done, which may tell us. Little again, the generation like the face of a dog. Interesting again, we saw in Balada, and that we are God. As they say, which means that there just be a general sense of spiritual decay. Not MS Ne'adaras, MS will not be found, Shema Bati MS Ne'adaras, Sarah Mishkara. So much in my Bati MS Ne'adaras, I mean, we love, Melanie Shinasis, Adorim, the whole rest has left. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Nights, the Samira, the Shtora, and we're going to see that Komisha Samira, the Shtava Alabios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to, essentially anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. That's when the Shtava Alabios. color only allowed Shemtibu, then is Torah. So it says, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Klal Yisrael. I mean, Rabbi said as follows. So let's say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So there's an overwhelming statement. She says, Ein Adam Ba'olam Sheyidaber Emes Tamid. As we listen to this statement, there is no person who always speaks truth. And I'm just saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks truth. I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It's interesting that remember again, you have these cases in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and say, change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, if you would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not listen to the truth. Let's listen to this story. Tells a story about himself. So one time I went to a place. The Kush Bushel, which is right. The name of the place was Tishna. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That's his name. You know, it says, Haba Mishana B'Gidiyayim, Haba Mis'Ushi Hasam Below Zimane. So it's like in this place called Truth. What was the legislative requirement? Legislative requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. Interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. I said, what is that? No one died before their time. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like 80 years old, and they died like that. So what happened? So to me, myself into a place, I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, it's the son of one. I married a woman from Kusha. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, "When I went from there, how did he type in the name? We have two sons. No one thought how to be also did this with the type ratio. So it was one day, and my wife was washing her hair. Let's tell me, I was washing her hair. Outside, shifta tarfa adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door, asked me, "Is your wife home?" Now that Tavini felt not, or not Sahafa. But the really felt it wasn't serious to say that life is washing her hair. But he's thinking about it. It wasn't right. So he said, "No, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home." So that's what happened. He realized my two sons passed away. Two sons passed away. Also, she died in my house. The parents people came there and said, "What is this? This doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm a little, how can you have a nice son?" So I told them, this is what happened. So the family realized, when what happened, they realized you're right. You're right. Like that, if you like, they could use it because if you can't do it, I'm right. They said to him, "Then our two sons, cooked me asrin, hello, Tagri Bahu Muslim Bahana Kushi." They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our town. That's what we love this story. We love this story. So again, now this goes along with what Rabbi was saying, but you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. Now, that is interesting too. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Krista, like what was the population of Krista? 400, right? I don't know, right? How many people are in there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe treat it like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Time, you know, right? Oh, man. Don't shut them down, so we'll say once again, the description of the Messianic generations. The generation of Mashiach comes in. So when it says, Yabinu means the king. Young will embarrass the old. There's a king in the Amdi with king Aron. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. That was there's going to be like this sense of a generational, like sense of generational disrespect. The young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The Bas Khan, the daughter will rebel against the mother. The Khan of the Hamisa, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The Kinei Hadar Kinei Kala. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The Ein Haben Mispayim of it. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. And let's say, by the way, I want to point out, if you remember this Gemara, in Surah Umola, even in Surah Umola, he steals the money from his father, and where does he eat the meat anyway? Where does he eat it? In someone else's rishus. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. That's the first part of Tanya. When Henry says, don't you been David Bach? Ha'azus Judah. Azus means, I don't know if the English word for Azus is craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate. Vayokai Ya'avis. Gaiva, Rashi says. So you have these Yakar covered. So there's going to be such arrogance that no one will dishonor one to the other. The Vanya will be smelly. The Hayaya will be local. The wine will be very expensive. And that's what I mean. The Vanya will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually plays out there, that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. It's an indulgence to the mystic society. Seeing there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. Before Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Bal, Asher Tzadek Kolamach was English. So Ben David met Mashiach was in time really again to the entire market, the entire government. Turns to heresy. Only Rabbi was in what capacity? He got up off level on the top of it. There's an interesting so that was parents that are forever this that it's the entire body plays life. The entire body plays life, they don't look the other as power. So when there is this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. The society as a whole just loses it. You just mean enough as actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Father Rabbi, Ki Yagin Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Azma Slag, the office answer the object, ain't going to be about Dana society. Mashiach comes at Yiru Hamusalos. And there is a proliferation, ultimately, I'm going to say, of the Musalos. Now, I'm going to see exactly what that means. We just wrote the Raha, actually, it's not like how music. Until again there is a diminution ultimately again of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, Shemachsiki v'Yisrael Atzir L'Moto. So the ultimate coming, there's ultimately coming. Ultimately again there's going to reflect Klal Yisrael to the right path. Grandma says people are involved in this technology. So you have all of this together, and once again you paint a picture of a society that is pretty spiritually deficient. Actually, kids not put them in a kiss, but in poverty. Actually says Shemina Geulah, which is interesting. The Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. The FS Oxford, the Ozuk, the Yachol, and Senate Positive Yisrael, Kedra Vizira, wasn't fascinating. Kedra Vizira, you have a match gift Rabbi and the Aski Day. So we're going to talk about this on the days. We have Vizira with 5 groups of Rabbi trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's the new on the days? A lot of Rabbi spending a lot of time, sometimes, when Mashiach, where is he happening? What about these people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming? I'm going to go. The Matis Rabbi now go. Lo Tircha Tifa. He said, please do not believe you have a Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. We can discuss why he's saying this. This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The Gemara says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrab. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and a scorpion. So that's like backwards. It's like backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently, again, and scorpions, what Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay, Mitzvah, first thing you notice, right? You know, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. And so if you just find the reason, it's only the thing you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. Blessed Mashiach. If you start to look for him, he comes. So if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, they'll say, what's the shot with this? And it's just so profound. You want something like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, you need the kind of light that will make you come. In other words, sometimes we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if you just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. But if you think of just even out Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my parnasa going to be? When are my kids? When are my this? When are all the things I'm going to do? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort. You spend so much time when. It's not about when. It's about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the ruffles that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible demand. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right, second, because there's two different schools of thought. There's a better say, just like what things about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to think when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So you got more Kadima. Just out in Shayavama, the world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, everybody knows this, but you know, the world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are we in 6,000 years? How are we and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, so apparently the way that the world destruction to work is, the world doesn't will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Most of them, they had the Gemara. They don't have this like that. You can bring 1,000 years never again. What happened? They give you wings and they fly over the world. It's like you can walk back like desolation. They don't die during their time. They hover for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. She was a snare, man. In this case, from the Vada by Yomahu. Rabbi Amar straight color. Rabbi says, the world exists for 6,000 years. And then for 2,000 years, there is destruction. Shemema, Yuchayim, Yomayim. And it was issued to the reference of the Yossi of the Father. Tell me about the Yossi, So that's like support of it, it says, Kishim Shashvish. Misha Meta Shana Akas Zayin Shana. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes Shemitah. Once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, the Yahweh is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. It's interesting, by the way, that often think that possibly the Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself, also is more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset, the only yes for the spark would be universe for that 1,000 year period. Incredible. What's the Yom Kippur Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, some of the Nechantam Esler, Shishis Alachan Shana Havi Alma. The world would exist for 6,000 years. So you know it says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? So the first 6,000 years, the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective now. But you know the word, for the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavol. It wasn't even Tovavol. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the Moshe Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see it like, and that's us. That would put us. Right there for us. We're in the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayin of Israel, he said, this is our profound statement. But because we messed up, when you feel it's like, when I don't do what's right for life, when I make decisions, do you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them I took before, some of them I realized for, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life we can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I could choose wisely, I could choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 is supposed to be Moses. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzinehem Mashiach. I'm going to read the Rabbi Achud Rav Salah Hasidah. What's his level? This is Ilya Rabbi talking. That is Ilya Rabbi. Already said from Yehuda. Ilya Eron, Chapos Yishmonim B'Chamishim Yeros. The world will not exist for lasting 85 global cycles. And the other Achon but then double back. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, Yehuda says, no. You lost all the cell phone. So Mashiach comes.
Hi, Miss Chris. How are you? I am lovely, thank you. Are you ready for me?
I don't know.
Okie dokie.
Why is it so profound? Eliyahu is the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So we'll say, Eliyahu says, I don't know.
How was your day?
There are certain things about this whole Geula that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why I never said, why we go back to this thing, ultimately I get it back to say that maybe our avoda is not focused so much on when, but focus so much more on what. And when Mashiach going to come, I don't know.
No, you did not say that.
So
I appreciate the update.
Yeah, he fell out the bed. Well,
who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So
fell out the bed
doesn't know.
last night.
I'm soon not going to figure out. So I
So
can't
this
figure
morning.
out the when. Then when I need to be hyper focused on
Good, I
this,
guess. We're
Nothing.
gonna say about it tomorrow.
what do
Nothing
I need
broken,
to do
right?
to bring about Geula? What do
Yeah,
I
it's
need
hard,
to do
so
to bring
I'm
about
fairly sure
Mashiach?
it's not.
What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the club?
Fairly
It's
not.
incredible. So Mark goes like this. Shalach Lay.
Maybe it's not there.
No. Rav Ashi says, "How can I say? At Papa lo tistaki le mikan ve'ilech tistaki." So Rashi says over here.
Give me
I
that.
don't want to mess.
I know.
Who's trying to talk
I don't
about this?
want
I don't know
to
exactly when Mashiach is coming. But
Oh,
what I think
this
is clear is
this is likely
we're
his week.
waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, that's not waiting here. We'll say second. What I want to point out is something amazing. These guys have the mindset
Welcome.
that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it.
Get it.
What you don't is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a what's the word? Like a defined end date. The Mashiach must come by this.
We're just chilling. How are you?
But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival here as spiritually meritorious behavior.
I'm the rabbi.
Listen to this.
How's your day going, big dog?
So like this. I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, the Lashon HaKodesh, and it said about from where it writes. So I'm
What did you say, big man?
The scroll from. Even though I traveled with the Roman soldiers. And I found this scroll.
That's great to hear. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
I found this in the treasures. Because and I found this following message. After 4,000, right? After 4,000
All right, do you like any sports?
291 years, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Some of those
all right, what sports do you like?
of great sea creatures. Some of them will be gold remoto. And the rest of the years will be Mashiach. When we start the world after 7,000. To go with the motif, 6,000. After creation, 1,000.
Sure, do you know UFC 325 is on right now?
After 5,000 years.
You don't know what UFC is? Ultimate Fighting Championship?
The following pasuk again literally pierces the world until the death.
We're done. Didn't you say that's what you like?
So again, this is an incredible pasuk.
All right, how'd you find out about me?
So I'll say, well, I'll translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. There will be a vision for the appointed time. The Yafet locates for like Chazan. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and you will not be delayed.
Rabbi Rothschild was talking about what?
Look for Rabbi saying, Darshan at Idan Upala Not like Rabbanon who say,
Nice strike.
not like Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined
Oh, I'm
time.
talking to the other
Over
person.
here.
The Jews, what was Rabbi Rothschild talking about?
Someone say, Rabbanon say that some messianic redemption is based on a calculation of previous dollars. The Lord Rabbi Shmuel, Jarish, Chaltem Lachem Divot, Batashkilu B'Divot Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Shmuel. Now, what did Rabbi Shmuel say?
That's not Rabbi Rothschild. I know what you're referencing, but that's not right. So, get your facts straight when it comes to that. I believe that is a radio interview with Rabbi Finkelstein. If you want to check that out on YouTube, but that's not me, nor is it any Rabbi Rothschild.
So ultimately again, and it's not that Malchus Rishon, Shivim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, Malchus Ben Alziva, Shtei Shana Umachzar. So what's I saw what is calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what's what it sounds like this. The first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva.
There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us worldwide. It's like having the last name Kennedy as an Irish person within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's a pretty big family.
It's filled with incredible
Nice
creative
try.
activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first phase of Mikdash, ultimately,
Oh,
70 years.
I don't prophesize those things, but wouldn't that be the goal of every civilization?
The 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively
That was the goal. That was the goal of the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Russian Empire, the British Empire. Basically, did it.
At some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct.
I was gonna say the Catholics.
Alright, there you go.
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Alrighty, madam. Well, I hope that you have a wonderful evening, and I'm here for you. Keep me updated, and hopefully Papa returns home soon.
Go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach's going to arrive. What happens? The calculator will come up with the time.
You're
And
welcome.
then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see,
Yes.
he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says Ella? Ella, chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
You're probably
That
on
is
the
our
East
avodah to
Coast.
wait. Shneimar, im yismamea chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait.
I don't know where you get your facts about Judaism, but we're all over the world.
Again, that we wait, but he doesn't wait.
I don't know, but there's probably like another church.
No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting.
Like New
Everybody's
York,
waiting.
for example, New York,
So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding you back? Midas Hadin. Don't say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words,
in
that
the
the
West,
action
the
of
West Coast,
justice says,
you
God
have
is so
Spanish,
is
you
serving
know,
the
you have
Mashiach.
Mexicans,
So the Gemara
Spanish.
says, V'chima Achar Shemidas Hadin Ma'akeves.
Look. I don't know where you get your facts. There are a million Jews in Los Angeles alone, so I don't know what you're talking about. I know. What I'm saying to you is that your numbers that you're assuming are likely. I mean, at least in Southern California, there are a lot of Jews. And have you heard of Hollywood?
And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I'm ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything.
Mostly
Becoming
just
a
Jewish,
Mashiach.
so they probably have a lot of Jews. Like most Catholics are probably Jewish. And, I'm probably Jewish. I mean, I got comments that
Have a great day, everyone.
Okay, cool.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning show. Hey, our annual Talmud Torah response for Tav Shei, the Chos Mishpacha, for dedicating all of the Shir and Drushes this year. As is host from
Have you ever been to West LA?
Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alozar, Zichron Rabbi Yom Tov, Meritvat Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Satar Aviva, families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shalom, Kol Chol Yisrael, this Baruch Hashem Yirtzeh should bring home all of our hostages. And all these soldiers should be successful.
Right, that's downtown. I'm talking like Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, Beverly Hills, Bel Air, Beverly Woods.
Okay, today's Dr. Tzaddik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the white.
All right, I mean, like the valley?
Left off on the cliffhanger yesterday.
You
of
have
Sancheriv,
Sherman
Limud
Oaks,
Zoran, and to
Encino,
kill almost a million
Tarzana,
people
extremely
having
Jewish.
this desire
Woodland
to
Hills,
convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara now picks up on that feeling. The Gemara says, Naaman, Ger Toshav Hayom. So Naaman, who was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. Now we'll say, Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew repudiates idolatry, accepts Shemitz as Noach, lives in Eretz Yisrael. That's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. The Vutzaron, Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate over here that the Vutzaron really became Ger Tzedek means a Ger. He converted. Ibnei Banav Shal Sisra.
Many times do IRL streaming, so I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California, including East Los Angeles.
For a lot of what we do in the Shofar. So the Bnei Shal Sisra on Torah Yerushalayim. The grandsons of Sisra learned Torah Yerushalayim. The Bnei Shal Sancheriv limdu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtayon. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtayon, like we do with the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya and Avtayon, the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants,
we're generally called
grandsons of Sancheriv. Mibnei Banav Shel Haman, Lamdu Torah Mibnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af Mibnei Banav Shel Osa Rasha. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. That's what happened. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Kind of this sources was interesting. Seems to be that Allah convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the Sid. Rafinu as Baba Volonifrasa. We tried to heal Babel, but it could not be healed. So we say this idea that Babel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Babel was so broken. Babel was such a state of disrepair. Babel did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula says that refers to something else. Ula Amar is Nebuchadnezzar. This refers to Nebuchadnezzar. That there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No chill for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar Elu Naros Babel. Tirgama Ditzinai Sab Dibavloi. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the Naros Babel, Shem Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to swim those waters. Gemara says,
I don't know how you got here. If you went to the link on my profile, then it sends you in here.
Again, they have bitter date comes. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again, the date comes that grow by the water are also bitter. And I will say, it's interesting, by the way, if the Gemara says one thing you can't heal is Naros Bavel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tilim, Al Naros Bavel, Sham Bahinu.
Okay, so what other questions do you have?
The Naros Bavel, that image, is remembering when Klal Yisrael was being led out from the area of destruction of Beis Hamikdash. We sat by the rivers of Bavel and we cried when we remembered. It's almost as if the Baruch Shalom says, there are some
Christian things, so I don't really have an opinion on it.
There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. So the mercy of Nebuchadnezzar did to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows.
Well,
so
that Jewish person perhaps does not speak on that language.
What's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar
Unless
his
I had more
offspring is
specifics on
There's no
exactly what it
indication
is.
Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no
I
desire,
would
but his
have my doubts of
descendants wanted
what is
to
it
were
from
blind.
knowledge, from my understanding,
Zoran did go ahead and convert.
from what
So
I've
it's interesting,
heard.
what exactly
I'm not an expert in it.
converted into
It's
Judaism.
about 1,000 years old, not 2,000
In it,
years
he has like a lot of discussions about Kedus, so a lot of interesting cases. He brings down
Additionally, we don't necessarily know whose
war,
face it
there was
is.
a particular
As well.
Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the sefer's name. And it wasn't Shiloh. There was this guy. We know what he did. We experienced it. Looked at his hands. And the Mechaber, because I guess
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the statistics show that
based on
it's 1,000 years old, not 2,000 years old. So the onus,
you should be able to convert.
duty
The halach
to
is
show its
somebody comes about
legitimacy
Shuvah, right? And the Imam Shulchan for the past the
on
rest
the
should be able to
believers.
convert.
And
But he says, but how can you
even more so, even if it was exactly 2,000 years old,
after
we don't know
everything
his
that he
face
did?
it
How
is.
could it be? How
Could
could
be
it that a person
literally
would have
any single
behaved
person.
in
It
such
could be.
an egregious
There's a better
fashion,
chance it's
such
your face than it is somebody 2,000 years
and
ago.
then we would welcome it into our ranks. So he passed him, don't convert him. Paskin don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find people. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak
I don't know.
you can convert if the
I
guy's
think he was
sincere.
perhaps
Someone
someone of disputed birth,
how could such a person like that be welcomed into Israel? So it's interesting, by the way,
at least
where it
was
says-
rejected by
where it says that
overall
Zoran became a guy, right? Who
Pharisees,
converted him, which
and
Gaizkin took responsibility for this. It
was
is
seen
interesting
as
to note
someone
that
who
Rothschild and Zoran is
was
Alright,
attempting
he ran
to
away, which seems to indicate that he
perhaps
just went off somewhere else, not part
start
of
their
community,
own
not part of
at
regular
least
Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted?
group
Does it mean
of
that he went through a
believers,
formal
but
process? Does it
I
mean that
don't.
he just
If you really
accepted
like,
upon
and
himself
again, I'm not
to be close to
a scholar
No, just interesting to
in
point
that
out. Okay,
religion, but what I can say is that it doesn't seem like that person from Nazareth did not ever want to start a new religion. It was his followers and the followers of his followers, and specifically the empire that it would eventually take on the terminology of Christian that really
What was pointing out over here is what prompted
caused a new
Nebuchadnezzar
religion, not
to go ahead and
the
attack
Nazarene.
Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sanherib, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amonamot heard the Navi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, look, V'tah, time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Klal Yisrael is weak, Klal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Book V'tah. Come and literally again look and come. Omar, Mistafilin V'Lola Abruhi, Shidibai B'Kanai. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to
That's
do to
accurate.
me
Yeah,
what they did their
we
previous
expect
enemies, meaning
we
again,
expect Mashiach to
referring to
rebuild
Sanherib.
the Beit HaMikdash, which is the temple in
Ve'ein ha'ish
Jerusalem.
b'beso. The ish is not home. Ve'ein haderech
So
merachol.
that would be
I'm sorry, haloch
the
miderech
third time
rachol.
it's been built.
So the Gemara said, Ve'ein ish, who's the ish? Hava Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the ish means, so they said, the man is not home, which means Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem ish milchama. So ultimately, again, they tell him, Nebuchadnezzar, this is a right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalchu B'krivu B'vasi. So he says, well, maybe
If
Kodesh
that's what he
Baruch Hu
wants to
is
say,
close by.
absolutely
In
sure.
other words, maybe they don't show as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael. When they're in a state of need, no, God has really abandoned. God is really far away. Shalach Islahu Tzadiki Dvairachami Umaisilo. What lies as Tzadiki? Tzadiki of the Prophet Tzilah. And when they gather, they bring up the Shparot back. Shalchu Leitzraha Kesach Makaf Yado. Then Kesach Al Tzadiki. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle
Okay,
of money?
that's
Because
cool.
of his Tzaddik.
We don't believe that is Jews, but you're entitled to believe whatever you want. That's what makes such a great world.
Hadri Rishi Bitshuva Ubaymach Rachami Umaisilei. But said this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, Well, even if the issue is gone right now,
What other
and
questions
the
do you have?
are gone right now,
Go ahead.
what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishon will do tshuva. It's not like the Rishon of Klal Yisrael. The Rishon of Klal Yisrael will do tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the base.
We're done for the last 4 years.
So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late.
I like to archive World Events. I feel it's important for people in the future to be able to study a human life. Maybe 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I would have been a journalist. Somebody writes in a journal, or a diary. Somebody writes in a diary. But I use my medium to be able to record my life as video.
It's winter time already, fall, winter, right? And I can't come to
I don't like talking about
this.
stuff.
Something fascinating, which is doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if somehow he's successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come. The weather is very bad. They said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and
absolutely, Big Dog. You're always welcome. Feel free to come back whenever you want.
Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Mary says, don't worry about it. They sent back to him. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. Es asnos Yoshim Shani Kivrayam, the shot from the Shamayim Vayarech, the Chotza Shalash Adam, Basha, Abdullah Vacharem. Amrulay Ranach Lodisco. Vishnu Lechov, so what's that so again? So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general, it's not a new thing that there's animosity from our neighbors towards us, right? Like what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like why do you have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come. And then say to you, and that's how ultimately again to march against each other. It's incredible. I go say now, we want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm going to not go to Yisrael. Mishmir and the Chacham say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Tasi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is the same. When is he coming? So the Gemara, Amalei Man Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach, Bar Nafli, Karaslein. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. Sid Hayomahu. Akira, let's say top of Tzadik, 997. Okay, as you guys love it, I know let's say it's incredible. Let's slow it down. I will lift up slowly again. I will rebuild. The fallen sukkah of Governor, the reference to the base of the Sanctuary, Malchut Chase David, Mahaki, Kali, Mashiach, which is interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkah's David Elofalas is not to be finished. Because Sukkah's David Elofalas is Davidic manna. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately again, is the restoration of Davidic manna. That's why Mashiach is called Dar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. That's the Lord. There's something to redeem yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Yes, I know some other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Salah and Fast right? So that's what there's sometimes the greatest upgrade in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. So to take something that was whole and then broke it and then rebuild it again, you're going to take that. What is going to work is sometimes the greatest power. So that's what we do everything that he has, he's able to take to pieces. Halach is give a thick minor that was destroyed and rebuilt. Give a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Incredible, Bar Nafli. Which I listen, that tells us also, so we ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? It's all about Shura. What does it mean to be full about Shura? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to help you over the Yochanan. George was this really incredible Gemara over here. Rothschild ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Nisati. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we're doing two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic redemption. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Rothschild ben David Bach, the generation that comes that the Mashiach will come, Hamidi Chacham Nismati. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. The tsaros, terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. Shavua Sheben David Bar, the year, or Shavua usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana is Kayim Mikrazeh. So once they see that this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana is Kayim Mikrazeh. The entirety of the Achaz will undo. Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'av, Gogol, Mesim, Anoshim, Noshim, Betaf, the Chassidim, Anshe, myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas, Nilam Dal. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering. Revius in the 4th year, Sova Ve'ina Sova. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Bechamish in the 5th year, Sova Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the shosim to see him. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from that. Torah wants them to come back. Maybe B'shishis Kolos, in the 6th year they'll be sound. Rashi says over here, B'shishis Kolos, Yotzu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmuring, right? So the people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shvius Kolos in the 7th year war, which couldn't go to Magog. The Mosei Shvius Ben David Ba. And the Mosei Shvius, right, at the end of that 7th year, in year number 8, that's when Mashiach. So this is a description, the basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not Yosef. Yosef says, 1 second, how much Shvius the Havakim Asa? And Yosef says, by the way, what you just described here, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of prophecy. Like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And I don't understand yet, Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, B'shishis Kolos, B'shishis Mechamos Mu Habak. So Rabbi says, really? Was it every year 6? We're all guilty again, they were lowering to Mashiach. And in year 7 of the was the exact order ever happened. But Sidra Mihabi. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. Is that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way it was described? And the answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. Who this says, Rothschild ben David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yeriznis. This is so. You have 6, which is still here, so before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual flow. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more clearly later. But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. almost like when things hit rock bottom, and there's no choice but to redeem us, or easily dancing something you can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that this frame as we go on with the so we don't really says, Joshua that about the very same in which Mashiach comes, base Habad Yalasnos. The Lord said, base Habad is the base of Medish. The base of Medish will be turned into a base for immorality. Because there will be no time to disappoint. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty spaces, and much of that is actually generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied. What are they used for? Use immorality. So once again, they'll have a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yechra, the north will be destroyed. The Hagadol Yesham, and ultimately, again, Rashi says what we got. Rashi says, the Hagadol Yesham also means other productions of place. He said, the Hanship will be still in the area. People who live in the border cities. Because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you only know the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. But Chachmas, Hasof, and Tisach, the wisdom of the religious only won't become putrid, nor will decay. The Yirei hate will assume people who fear sin will be despised. Or as well said, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon.
I'm just doing it, nothing but your night sounds, your fucking lights. You don't even know. I'm saying the next thing that's going to be said,
It's right here. MS will not be found. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become one.
I got it.
You
want to know? Y'all want to know what up? I gotta pick up clothes.
Ultimately again,
look at this. Are you? Do you? Legend, right?
Anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater crowd of Israel. Rabbi said as follows. So I said, this is a tremendous thing. Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, doesn't listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And Rabbi is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi is saying, I want to point out that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, this Rav Talvos said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. Supposed to listen to this story. Now this Rav Tavumi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta Shem. This is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. What was the name? Gemara says, "V'lohava mishane b'diburayim, v'lohava misinchimi hasam below zmane." So I say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. I was thinking, what is that? No one died before their time. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old age is dead, and they died like that. So what happened? So Yumi said, I think this place I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. And the CD, this is something I married a woman from Rothschild. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had 2 sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. Just left the museum. I was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door and asked me, is your wife home? Now, Tavini felt, Lav Orach Amrlo Lasahaha. But Tavini felt it wasn't serious to say my wife was washing her hair. Right? Just taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My 2 sons passed away. 2 sons passed away. Also, my high. So the townspeople came up here and said, what is this? Or this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So Raffaele realized what ended up happening was years he lied. He lied. Now granted, he lied for good reason because he was taking it up as well. He felt he was unrelated. They said to him, "My 2 samina, cook me asrin, or tagri bohu mitnisma bakana." They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our house. Wasn't a lovely story. A lovely story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta before, I don't know how many people are there, right? That's fine. You choose maybe like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because I want to say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit to certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David, Joshua ben David Bach. We'll say once again, let's say declaration. The generation of Mashiach comes in, the Lord says, the young will embarrass the old. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So it's going to be like this sense of generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Bas Krambi, a girl will rebel against the mother. The Kalabah Kamusa, a daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this in Surah Umorah, even in Surah Umorah, he steals the money from his father, but where does he leave the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rishos. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that the son has, because of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. Let's say first why not Tanya. Nehemiah says, Dorsha ben David Val, Azus Tirba. Azus means, I don't know what the English word for Azus is. Brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yaves. Gaiba, Rashi says, so you have to Yakar covered. So there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes, but wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually turns out to what that means, there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even though there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one should rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. Misal Rabbi Yitzchak, support Rabbi Yitzchak, in Ben David Bar, Asher Tzapek Kalamachus Luminous. So when David married Mashiach, he can come literally again to the entire market, the entire government, turns to heresy. Amar Rabbi says, what's the pasuk? Kulo Hafach Lavan Tahahu. So it's interesting. It's a little bit of a prayer saras. Whatever the saras, it's the entire body turns white. The entire body turns white. Then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. That society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. That's Rabbanon. Ki yadin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya. Mashiach only comes until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, I will say, of musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, so there's nothing going to be coming. But there's nothing going to be coming. Ultimately, again, there's no one to start calling themselves to the right path. Grandma says people give over the juice to know. You have all of this together, and once again, we paint the picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Until there's poverty. This is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of efforts being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Hutler, the Yachol, is only part of the Yisrael. Rabbi Zera was in fashion with that name. Rabbi Zera, you have a mashkich rabban and a haskidei. So we're going to talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zera would find groups of rabbanim trying to figure out the date of messianic arrival. Also, there's really on the days. A lot of rabbanim spending a lot of time, 20% time, when is Mashiach coming? When is it happening? Whenever Rabbi Zera would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm in the road. You must do something in the night. Lo tirchakucha. He said, please do not believe the arrival of Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this worse? This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The book says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Metzia, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, supposedly, again, the scorpions work out, she points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia. So that we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you're just minding your business, doing your thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. In other words, if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the shot of this? And this is so profound. The worst thing is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. In other words, sometimes the Gemara saying, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you think about just even about Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I all the business to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? Let's talk about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, because it's superficial thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, Is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to learn Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we've got Shis Alfi Shoyavah. The world is 6,000 years old. So we'll say, everybody knows this, but this is where we all speak of this. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, we'll say society, the way that the world is structured to work is the world as we know it will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's remember you have tomorrow? Then what happens? So it's like you've been running 1,000 years. Never again. What happened? They're given wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can walk right back like Ches and Nisan. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. So the Master Shneimar, the Niskav Hashem Levado by Yom Ha'u. Abai Amar Trei Chalim. Allah says the world will exist for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. Shneimar, Yichayinu Miyomayim. And what Shishi Kuleh Benachas Tafle Hinuk Yalefon. Tarek Avasi Yalefon. The Vice that supports us, Shimar says Kishim Shashvius. Mishnah Meta Shema Achas Zayin Shayim. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. Kaha Olam Mishamit Alef Shana Mishiva Alpayim Shana. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, it's like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So it's interesting, by the way, that often think that also the Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. So you more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There'll only be after the Shparach in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer, Mizmor Shili Yom HaShabbos, V'yom Shekil Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekil Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer, Ki Yel Hashem Beinecha Kom Esmo, Ki Yavar Tan Be'elio, Sheishes Alachim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective. Right? The world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. There wasn't this Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Alpayim. Shnei Alafim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yemos HaMashiach. We'll say now, again, we see this, we're like, and that's us. That would put us. Like that would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi saying over these 97, we about our Senu, Sherabu, Yatso Mehem Mashiach. We'll say this is a profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatso Mehem Mashiach. When I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu mehem mashi yatsu. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got there. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life we can't reverse a lot of the damage that's been done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to be. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be the most ocean. That's what it was supposed to be. So because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehem Mashi Yatsu. I'm going to go in the Yoga Dibuda. Achod Rav Salah Hasidah. What says Rabbi? This is Ilya Navi talking. That is Ilya Navi. Ilya Navi says Kadibuda. Eina Olam, Havos Mishmonim Bechamishi Yovos. the world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. He says, yo, it's Chilasa B'Sofa, because Mashiach comes at the beginning or the end of that global cycle. And Eliyahu says, I don't know. Does the global cycle finish or not? Eliyahu said, I don't know. We'll say that, by the way, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Eliyahu, he's the one going down to the Rabbi of Mashiach. So we'll say, Eliyahu says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole Ruba that no one knows except for the Boron Shalom. Why, by the Rabbi say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Rabbi doesn't know, I'm too less to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about the Ruach? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the cloud? It's incredible. The more goes like this. Rashi says, I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, you can't start waiting for him. Let's say second. But what I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there isn't no predetermined time. There may be a, what's the word? Like a defined end date. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival to our spiritually meritorious stage. Remember, like the Shalach, like Rav Hanabah Takliba Rav Yosef. Rav Hanabah, this is Rav Yosef. Matzasi Adam Yachal, listen to this. Ubiyado Megillah Achos Suva Ashur Shalosh Yachal. So Rav Hanabah Takliba said like this, I found this guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and Lashon Kodesh. And it said, "V'amarti lo, minayin lo zu." From where, right? So "Amarti lo, zu minayin lo." Where do you have this scroll from? Amrali l'chayalos shalom miniskat. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. But then Ginsei Roman mitzasiya. They found this scroll amongst the hopeful treasures of Rome. Rome took this in Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. I passed through by, and I found this always great message. לאחר דלת 2,291 שנה ביוסף של עולם, יצאו מהן מקומות סודיים, שהעולם העולם נמצא. After 4,000, right, after 4,291 years, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Mehan, Zimar says, Mehan Milchamos Kamilim. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehan Milchanas Gogumago. Some of them will be Gogumago. Ushar Yimos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. And from Sark Mechadish Esalomo, Allah Achar Shivas Al-Hayim Shana. And Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, since we go with the motif, 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Tov Avo, and then a restarting of the universe. After 5,000 years, so we must it's Tanya Rabbi Nassim Omer. Rabbi Nassim says, Mikra Zeh Nogid Yored Atzahom. The following passage ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the passage? He owed Chazon Lamoed, the Yafak the Kates Lo Yechazri. Im Yismamea Chakyalo, Kibo Yobo Lo Yachar. So I say, so again, this is an incredible passage from Habakkuk. So I'll say, let's translate the passage and then we'll interpret it. He owed Chazon Lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here we go. Let's say. Lo Rabbi saying, Shay Darshan ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Actually says right here, ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. Idan Hagalosh on the time $100 base. Idan customers spending the days meals upon Idan. So let's say, it's not like the Rabbanon who say that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low credit small, I should Dorish, has helped them Lachem Dima, Patashkima with Mo's Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? Rashi says over here, Patashkima with Mo's Shlish, Kilomar, Eshkos, with the Brothel, Pingos, and the Golos, Badal, Shlish, Golos, Adam, Kikangos. This is what is referring to over here. He's not that one. Right, the Rabbanon themselves and the Bismalai, they came up with defined amounts of time when Mashiach comes. The halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, shehayadorish od achas ma'as. V'ani marish eshalayim esaras. So as it's also again, it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Rabbi Akiva also gives the calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shivim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chanishim Mushtayim, Malchus Ben Koziva, Shtei Shanim U'Machzah. So let's say, what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what it sounds like is, the first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Chanishim Mushtayim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva, our quote we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So what does that mean? The Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that we don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea what Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. And that's what he's saying over here. But in the third space of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael. Like we were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. You know the Zaita. My Viyapach like this late. I said, what does it mean that? Or Yonasan, Tipech, Asman, Shamakashi Koshin. That'll be again, the bones should break, the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. As I say, that is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. Show your own room. What happens to those who go ahead and try to calculate the Mashiach's going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then the Mashiach doesn't come. What do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says Ella? What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? He's going to be back. Midas Hadin. We'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says God is not yet considered a Mashiach. So the Gemara says, justice is preventing Mashiach from coming. then why are we waiting? Then obviously waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says the Kabbalah. Because ultimately, again, there is reward for waiting. Listen, we're going to start with the table. What does this mean? It is reward. First of all, tremendous techama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to Mashiach. But the inside again is two attribute that divides us and says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it back, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu.
Is that the guy that crossed the U.S. border illegally? Where the big tough guy Joe couldn't kick him out himself on a bench? Yeah. You know what? A secret, not to throw any aspersions or whatever. I hope I said it wrong. Aspersions or whatever it is, but it does kind of sound like one of those things where something gets canceled. And they had a secret kind of like the door that closes.
Okay, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip of faith. Our annual commentator sponsor for Tav Shin Pei the Tosin Mishpacha, is dedicated all the children's records this year. As is a plus for the same sort of side of Israel. Our sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, family, Joseph Hakohen, Yazid Yazid, and Bernie family's memory of Mr. William Zinn, Zeb Shmuel, and his son, the Holy Bracha, because William sponsors, late there, Papa Adar, a memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alavu, the Holy Bracha, and our Gatuni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane March, the memory of Matt's father, Charles Marx, Ben Mordecai, the Holy Bracha. We also have the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos area, the families in the Torah, all those who need to Shabbos and Torah Israel. We should bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful for Chol Maaseh. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. And we continue with Dr. Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. The Dr. Schwartz will continue to give you the floor. And that's a Sunday to do this week. It's good to have you back. Listen, guys, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, listen, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got the story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into it. It has a little bit of halacha as well. And with that, let us begin. Today's Dr. Second Book, 96. You have to look on the bottom of side the page on the days 95. We also are here today, but we have permission to talk to our beloved father and our Dr. member, Rabbi Aaron Elbaum. A Rabbi, a Dr. Killer, I'm talking over here, let's longingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, Yisrael, the process, lining up to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Okay, well, let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of, please up, top 96, we are picking up on top of the base, 95B, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I love you at home. But the Bible says as follows.
Guys, I'm ready for your second round of picks, so go ahead, right up there. You're already going. See you later.
As a person that said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. This is, Yigala Hashem, the Tyler Hashira, Rabbi Namalach Ashra Salosh, the son of Rabbi, the God of Rothschild, yes, it's the mother of the person. The person says, on that day, at Kiriyapo, the almost should only do a haircut. They cut the beard, they cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So you know, so also teach people, you didn't make a Gabra Saba. So remember again, Sanhedrin is being defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffering a humiliating defeat. Not even at the hands of this girl. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the which is this ridiculous event that wiped down his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So we're going to show here to him as an old man. But really, the Gabra Saba. On the way, he also took out an alpha Israel. Malcolm Israel United. The Isinino, the Benai, the Kadisino, my Amazon, so my old man, I was powerful. I come to Sanhedrin, he says, hey, you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all the people. Remember, Sanhedrin have raised a huge army those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. So Zachariah says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I do have that fear. What am I going to say? So Zachariah says to the old man, what should I do? The one says, President, so we can give back this is never again. Thankfully, how things changed. Zachariah was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met. I guess who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice.
What a good move. Oh, he fucked up. Volkanovski, if you lose, you had his ass.
You should really change. Actually says, so the old man says, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. And you go home, no one about it. All right, but now you issue, so how should I change? I'm going to say, I see Mr. Bazaga. I'll give you a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. For change the pants over. Don't say, I'm trying to point that phone going. What a profound Gemara. And this is such the training of this is incredible. And it's almost over. And you really have to, and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sankhara is in trouble. What does Sankhara realize? Sankhara realizes the way I'm living right now, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I must say, we all have those critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sankhara has that at the critical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to a man, the man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And what you know, it's so often it happens when it comes to change. Say, hey, that's a great idea. Good idea. And how should I change? Oh, you want to take a haircut. Listen, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. But instead of affecting the real change, you affect cosmetic change. So imagine, I really should change a little. That hairstyle really should change a little bit. Right? It's not much for me, but you understand, right? In other words, we just instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway. And listen, that's the point back. That's what's happening with Sankhara. So we see this come out a little bit more. Sankhara suffers this humiliating defeat. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are ones who are often the most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to get a haircut, see? So Sankhara just know that the other things to get a haircut from. I'm going to let so the icy.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. Oh yeah, George. Let's talk about George for a second. So there's been a lot of misinformation. George did not get fired at the time was asked what we do.
It's a tremendous setup over here. Now let me come into the house. And you'll feel like people. Now they were grinding Kashias. They were grinding Kashias. Actually says that we are grinding
something else.
Big hits. They were grinding this up. So I'm going to come to this bar. So there's this kind of so it says, hey, there's no such thing about this piece of scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the area of big hits with us. Okay, work a little bit, we'll give you these scissors. Talk on the card gives you gotcha. So a lot of them start up. So here ground up the hits, right? And the deep in the beginning is what's about a limit to limits to the hospital. This is Sankhara. This is Sanhedrin, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation. When a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's something that underneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So sometimes now it's the thing that takes me people back home. I need to get a haircut, you need to pay a surgery, you got to grind bake pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. So you must have to also. So by the time I got back with the scissors, so the old man already came dark. I'm going to I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is responsible, which is which I can't get a haircut in the dark. So give me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see you know, but how did the Kanaf of the actually knew at the beginning? So what happened? Also got the relation to it. So as I was doing that in the fire, his beard touched fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. On the end of the sin, the garments has offered his back. I'm going to pop up and this is what people say. This is the you of the beginning of the Sabbath school from the day. And so this gives this apparently birth to the famous adage. Rashi says in the Yusuf Arma Shabbat, when I can turn it as Haramoi, the hood of Gainov, otherwise was a Gainov. If you go ahead and you set fire to your onion and you like it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard. It will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, so once again, talking about also, I think the truth is life change so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person can be on the top of one moment and a little bit at the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sanhedrin's, I think the Sanhedrin's cover a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to do it. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, so that's just a Sanhedrin. When you have that Sanhedrin, whatever you need to do, also there's something in your life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think we see in terms of here, to his credit, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here, it must have had a ridiculous co-host. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way, and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, Moshe is incredible. So Sanhedrin is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's mostly incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. From Noah's table. That was say, by the way, geographically, you know that when they're in the table is kind of, what's the word? Landy, is it? Dock, I don't know if it's docks per se. Grounded. It's like a Russian, like when it washes ashore, whatever. Dock, grounded, it stopped. Right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically, works along this idea as he's heading back to ashore. So he finds a plank from Noah's table. This is incredible. This is quite a day. For Sanhedrin. He ran into a British bar of and once again, I want to point out, when the Olam Shem Olam appeared to Sanhedrin, you understand what that means? You understand what that means? Because again, Sanhedrin, interestingly enough, remember, that's what we saw last week. Sanhedrin was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went out to Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was advantage for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But he don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personality. See, not HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Baruch Shalom. Next, he finds a place in North State. Amar. So as a Dachor, he uses the Lord. Amar. I'm And he said, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, God of God, must have removed the trees in our below. So Sarkina says, if I go unsuccessful, in other words, if I go and ultimately am able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Because it was it seems to be he's describing some type of divine power to the actual thing itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, once I was going to imagine, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And therefore, the Kaklu, they turned Sancheriv was assassinated by his own sons. Sancheriv is worshipping Yitzi, and as he's worshipping Zavah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noah's table. So in the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noah's table and was saved? Og. And that was the Og Noah Habashan, right? Was held onto the table and was saved. So let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. You have to make sure that you're holding on to the right. Even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? You could be my leg for something. Like I can hold on to and turn this around. And we're going to see this kind of a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that immediate change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So we're by Chalikali and Lila. So the Pasuk says, I want to say switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admavim. Now this is in Spain, the issue is one of them is the battle of the 4 kings against the 5. It's 4 to defeat the 5, Avin goes to war against the 4. And the Pasuk says, by Chalikali and Lila. Literally again, the little translation is, it split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked the portions. I'm going to be open on. Also, Malach and Daniel, the Avram Laila Shlo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila Shneim. Halayla Amah together. And these are not thoughts. And these are Nashka says, Sha'asikino Maisa Laila. But ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle not on behalf of, they fought together alongside Avram. So now, in Shamayim, some will call it Sisra. The words of the mouth of the blacksmith, the Yitzchak are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bainach. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, the Shlokish chooses the Yitzchak was idea when the stars went wrong, but the English Avnah wrote against the 4 kings. I was just point out about how we've mentioned this many times during the Shas. Why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak or Yitzchak not? Okay, so simple answer is that there is more than one, is more than one Yitzchak. Let's say the deeper message is, a lot of times in what we think, so if you have a profession, that's like pure and becoming an exchange on coffin. And what is that? So what does the general by the way, to be a blacksmith, you can be a regular Batola. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You don't have to work for money. That's just the way that it is. But that's the thing that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. You have an obligation to be excellent in your professions, and you have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what you could become even though we all have day jobs.
Cheers. Very nice.
Vayirdav ad
You
dan.
can do all
So what's the end of the pasuk saying? I'm going to pursue them before things up until done. So what happened in Dan? Yochanan Shabbat also tzadik ad dan pasha shokol. So when Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Elohim's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasan as ha'echad of Israel, as ha'echad nasan b'dan. He's actually referring to Yelavan ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Remember about the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two idols, two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. It's incredible. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. The last strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zarah also, we're not strengthened until they got to Dan Shneimar, Nigdan, Yishma, Nechras, Susa, Olam Zera, Abagad, Yishalach, and Yerzem, Yesidim, and what's like this? So with the Olam Zera, so the following message was given by the Udo Zera. These are possessing Shishaka for the also. I will say, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. I will say, sometimes as a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it is just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have to recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. How we learn Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we receive. This is a very important person to us, especially for us, Dr. A lot of things, but the most beautiful things about Dr. is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Dr. is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I do. Right. But something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What's the answer to that is another one. So what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why I person has to that's the fact of the God. You know that. I don't say in addition to that. The new power of Torah is what it does to you as a person and investing in Torah, and it has nothing to do with your passion. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word from the story, it changed me. So you know what it says? You ever come talk about Zaki who forgot to learn, you think that because he can't recall it, therefore again it's either Torah impacts it, and that's the show them. Still the same Holy Jew, because Torah has implicated on his neshama fundamentally changed. Furthermore, his own reason, also the reason, for the interesting of learning in the last cycle of when you check the bird, you check Opos, there was a blood vessel that runs next to these sockets. And the purpose of having that organ used as part of sleep, and you do yourself, you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out fast and drain down the blood fast. That's what it's breathing. You know what it says? Resolve a region, can you reach the people? There's a watch this. Resolve the great animals. Be careful with the children of the world people. Shemehen takes a Torah. Because from them, from the children of Ami Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. You know what I'm saying? This is an astounding remark. Look at the Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Ami Haaretz. He's talking about over here, children who grow up who are children of Ami Haaretz. Now, children of ignorant people, never said in this context, Ami Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Like a person goes up and homeless parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they don't have to ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah per se. So that's the issue. And those children who grow up in a home of Ami Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Ami Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehen takes it over Yisrael. Because those Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Charlie, you're too smart about coming. They want to see examples. It's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Ami Haaretz who make the greatest impact upon Israel. Not the children, the children whose fathers are coming from the grandfathers when they tell, what's the pshat? This, I think, is a very simple yesod. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Ami Haaretz, and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, like the commitment and resilience that those Talmid Chacham have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have.
It's over, baby.
And they can ultimately be contributions.
Look at this athleticism. KPCC questions.
That's right. Sorry, now because it just over 100. It's an incredible idea. So, you know, but you notice at the end, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because also it's so interesting in the world, it's so interesting in the world, we put so much primacy and importance on ethos. Ethos, like this was ethos, this was ethos, and ethos is wonderful. Ethos is wonderful, and ethos is beautiful, it's fantastic. We come from, we all have beautiful ethos. I'm fucking out from the best ethos in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, share from ethos, but just understand it's often those who do not have the distinguished stories, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say, all right, somebody was telling me,
I performed in an arena over there in the round. Everybody knows.
Really didn't have its same standing. Post-high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last. It's still without. Like what? Without. So you know, without. Something when you grow up, you know, like a little bit more modern, and then you feel much more without. So first of all, I said, so you know, people that we want to emulate, right? When you say without, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow, somebody started with loss and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik should be tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, whatever it is, but they decided to want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zakisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place and start to accomplish yourself. We throw people over. Okay. So, let's say that's what you have to say. Zaro, be careful with the children of Ami Aretz. You think that the judge is not. As sometimes giving a bunch of the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are people who are fucking changed. Incredible. So this is So we all here ask you, also the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here. The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that the Shamsa, or why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So we marshal like this. Marshal Adam, sorry. My husband, what was his back to the Rabbi? Yes, like lying, Rothschild, his brother as a Susan Ba'aret Shalom Ataboteh, what does this mean? Marshal Adam Echad. Show Yochel, I mean, let's do it by ourselves for Susi. So let's say he's a much. Listen to this. Here's a guy. The guy claimed that he can run faster than anything. He even run faster than horses. I could run 3 par cells. I won't say par cells a lot of area. I could run 3 par cells before, right? And I could even outrun horses. They did say I'm not, right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, no part of running in swamp. So what happened? Is Daniel Rabbi thought. So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglan is a runner. Rats the front of people within the Abasha Vinira. And this runner, the human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the Malach Neirachmi Kach, Mifnei Abasha Shalom. And he said to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you really can't outpace him for the Yovatos. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on 5 men, you certainly can't outpace anything on the small. So say to you, Yimio. So let's say, what does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling you, is that you don't understand the ways of Allah's heart. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. And not the stuff out of the seals. Shishulamti also lasha. Sharatz atat vohi. Atat shamiyah. We're going to see a certain Shalom. So you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed the Rucha to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, we look at it, got the reward of 4 seals, so 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the rewards that the Rucha got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzim, Lefanah, Kesusim, Alakas, Kama, Kama. So you also took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. You're going to see that story just a little bit. So you guys are good sick, and you and the Mish, you go to the Mish, but you can be stuck. I used to be sugar, but the Diva of the yeah, certainly give it a touch. Now, the hand up says, what do you mean? What do you mean? That's what steps. What's that story? Because you know the story. They say, but inside you shut up. Meruda, the Ladon, then the Ladon never follows fire. What happened? That Meruda, the Ladon, that was his name. Then the Ladon, son of the Ladon, tried to see what the king of Baba sent a letter. The rest of the house agreed. He sent a letter to Castillo because the Castillo was ill and then he was healed. So the Lord says, because Castillo got sick, so this king, the king of Flada, Moloda, Flada, sent a letter and he Castillo what's going on here. If you know his name, you just as much as Haya. So you know, the Lord has to hide us. Yes, because the Ladon Moloda, or the Lord of Ladon, was very interested because he said that Castillo was no miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I've got to find out about this guy Castillo. What's his story? What's the miracle? Listen to this. Also, you should make people after this about it. I thought it's only very quickly. I said, it's also actually not the Lord said, very good idea. We're going to see this year. We're going to do Parakafela. It's going to be a thing like our conference, it's just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. We can say it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? All I know to me is more Achas. They do the Achas. Who's Achas? What is Achas? Achas was the father of Castillo. Achas was a tremendous Russia. And the day that Achas died, 6 souls fell out. Because his father was shortening the days of the mountain, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why do you do that? You do not want Achas to use out, you do not want Achas to be carried properly. So you dramatically went ahead and caused the day, caused the sun to set. To set the trouble. So what happened? So the Gemara says, that they called it this deal, they thought, Jewish Mitzvah for the Hanaf Esel Shari Yideh. And this is kind of, when Castillo was healed, so also the identifiers about who returned to those kind of trials. That's not beautiful to say. And when Castillo was healed, they had extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So the Lag and Meloda, open the sun is 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana has a shiny that you can see in Nishid as Sel Hamalos, as Shayad Malos, after the Shem Shakonis, as well as the Nishid as Shemis, as Shamalos, the Malos as Shayad. I only know how. So Meloda Palagan, then what is this? I'm going to skill Kalash. So David, the skill was ill, he became healed, and Abba Hashem Moshe gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so he was Amar, he could grab a key high, the Loba Inu, which is really Shalma. So it's incredible. So Meloda Palagan said, listen, and there is a man like this, who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for Hashem Shmanahu. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, I'm you gotta get to know a man like this. But he wants his customer, listen to this. So here is the letter that Meloda Palagan sent to Ishmael. Here it is. Shimon says, Shalom Aleichem Chizkiah. Chizkiah unto you, Chizkiah. Shalom L'Kaita V'Yisrael. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom L'Avakar Rabbi. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Maladan. So Nebuchadnezzar, now everyone will say, this is Nebuchadnezzar was young. So all the God, he was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Maladan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Meloda Palagan wrote this letter. So he comes back, he finds out that Meloda Palagan wrote this letter. I'm like, well, tell me what was the letter that was written. I'm like, they told me letter. I'm like, I read the letter, okay, they so you can't just say, you can't say the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? He says, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great king Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the person doesn't make sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. But this is Nebuchadnezzar. I'll have it so. Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, Yehayisus, right? Shalom Aleichem to God, Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiah, Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So like, eventually, because like that, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? I'm related. He said to him, so we've seen this expression before. That literally, again, the guy that literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that, so if you have a good idea, execute. Don't come, you're a basket full of good ideas. Good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be done? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So it's this. Rabbi says, listen to this. Choose cut. Runs after the courier. Right, that's right. To the right, Adam Yosef, as he took 4 steps, also Rabbi stopped him. Some Rabbi the mother of Rabbi that needed the higher Tachtonis and Sherish. Listen to this. It was what did Nebuchadnezzar do? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Roman throne. Rabbi stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future partners against God himself. So also, that's what we said before. In the split of the Arab seals, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written and didn't find enough way to his partner. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against tremendous power of God himself. And had the mouth that will not stop him very long, he was because he said, was the absolute genius. That was amazing. Some said, it's interesting to see us. Successful. So the next one is what you're saying to learn. So So what does he mean? So listen, just on the most basic level, a really particular idea of a lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm really people and I have all my ideas, all the guys and categorize them anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then again, someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to get has this insight that the king again, if he's the sofa to the king, that's a pretty important position. You could have gotten someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't look for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. You know what I'm talking about? My baladon ben baladon. So once it goes back with you to this king, I must say, it's not going back here. This king is the king of Baba before the Buchanetza. So his name is Muroda Baladon ben Baladon. What's the spell? That's a pretty strange name. Muroda, but what does it mean? Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this. Amri, Baladon Abba. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happens? Yishtani Abi Bahavi Kikalva. And apparently, in some type of illness, his face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. But again, I know the dog caucus and goes, it's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Okay, you couldn't see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, so the word says over here, he looked like a dog. So his face became the coin. He can't be king. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So the son Yehoiada becomes king. So you have a cousin, Shmei Tzimba Baladon Abba. How do you sit there? How do you what's this idea? It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son, his father, covered, his father came as a whole. So therefore, this is coming to a father in his father. So you might say, thank you, Chavidad, this is what it means when it says the son will honor a father, and the son will love that's pretty strange. It's just interesting to see the example that Chazal want to bring on this puzzle. The example of here talking about the idea of Baladon ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of people like that. But it's interesting to see that they choose this one. But to the Abbot of the Rock, what they see, when the focus of the mission is on the position, so the example, who's the example of the servant who revealed his master? The servant who revealed his master was Zon was his path. Zon was a bloodthirsty man. He's giving a permission to God. I have a because it's just destroyed. But it says that he's standing before the Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. Also another model, Riblasal. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Israel. He was in Antioch. That's what he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar was like 96 feet, at such covet for him his kid. And he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar before he was raped on his child. He felt that he was only before his kid. Another thing is that he had so much leverage with Nebuchadnezzar, so much leverage that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So you know, Rabbi says as follows. So they now dropping back a little bit. The initial attack on Yerushalayim. There was this Toy Twas Neil when Daisa Nanda, the Karzala, the Shah. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of Yerushalayim's axes. Axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. The Rabbi said, Kulan by the city of Yerushalayim. And all the axes broke, trying to break down the one gate to Yerushalayim. Now that they cut to metal, and all of them break from one door in the time, does not so that the jar is ready to turn around.
Hey, don't worry, I've been lied to. I've been here many times before. The girl the word. Wednesday, I don't need your love. I don't need your hand. I know I kill you. Drink and be gone. Then drink prepared. And you're gonna carry on. Minute by minute by minute, I'll be going on. I'll be going on. I keep holding on. Oh, baby. You will stay just hold me down. We'll go away.
So ultimately, again, this time for the base of the destroyed. It looks like they're going to point out.
You know, I hate it close to the bedroom door.
A lot of times when we suffer this first, the heavy emotions of the world. What's compounded is compounded straight up. It's the emotion of a human of abandoning his back and his body.
What are these stairs going to?
Because our parents, nothing ever happens less and less than we vanish from everyone that he wants us. And even when he's pain, and even when he's suffering, and even when he's lost, it only contracts to strong. Now, on one hand, it's painful because a lot of the folk is discussed. On the other hand, it is good enough, ironically enough, a street only because it was not something someone else's field. It's somebody else's field. Which means that we don't want to choreograph so the bus will come down from Central Rizal, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There is one axe left. One axe left.
There is something, yeah. There's like kind of a feel.
So now it's interesting. The seller is very smart now. So the Tzara realizes now he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. I'm not going to be like Santorin and be like that Hashem, or I'm going to be the agent of Hashem. So what does he do? He doesn't hit the sharp part. He hits the
Hide from you, can't you have it? Baby on the run, I've been on the run. You're the only one, I'm living on my own. Somehow that sounds like you think I'm no fool. Well, it's alive. I've lived it. I'll be holding on. You should spend your life with someone. You could spend your life with someone. I'll give you all
There's a club. Whatever the plan is the machine itself takes the sound, and then when you push it this way, it's pushed back.
This is your what an incredible view. This is the very
So what does he do? He gathers up the rabbis, rabbinic leadership, kills them all, let the blood get his thoughts.
They wired down one shove and that's not the one that says
he slaughtered them, blown up, and the blood did not stop. I see 3 people
fucking they got their water line running. It's just right in the freaking bathroom. Look at this. What he's got going on up here.
Below enough, and ultimately again the blood is not stop up here. Currently got that. So the design goes over to the blood. I got a fire extinguisher close to my case.
It's our society.
Something to shove a hand in back. So it's only
Basically, skim the top, rub it The first thing is the initial process against large twigs, leaves, any stuff that might have shelter. After that, it's right in here, and it goes through one point of the process. I ship right out every day. 6 days ago, like 2 days ago, Seattle, Seahawks used it. And then they got the next season. The Seahawks did $40 worth of shit. Now I'm pretty sure every NFL team only comes to one. Basically, a little bit of my DNA through the process, getting to the I take this way too stiff, slice it, I use it the products and hours over several days to get to a finish that looks like this. Basically skim the top of the blood through 20 buckets. The first thing is the process against large twigs, leaves, any stuff that can shelter. The Seahawks and the 49ers now I'm pretty sure every NFL game basically a little bit of my DNA.
That means he comes in mud. Would you? Oh yeah, I'd be like, my boys are playing in Miami, Carolina, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Washington. They're playing in Meadowlands, in New England, Buffalo. We're playing the whole fucking Eastern Seaboard with my boys. Really? Oh, and I got more where that comes from, baby. Really? Oh yeah, just give me a few seconds, baby. I'll be able to. Round 2. What does that even mean? It means whatever you want it to. It means that you're coming in a bucket full of mud and then allowing NFL teams to fucking use it on the ball if you want.
Started, up here says, you know what, I know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue in this road. Runs with everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Congress. Alongside, starts out over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zellers stories, and it says other great game, and we have to touch on tomorrow. Doc, want to stop reading alongside? Go ahead.
Oh no, good guitars. He's trying to make it a sad thing, dude.
Minute. Boom.
right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Tilson Mishpacha, dedicating all the Sherman Rothschild this year as his bus from Sorah Savas Alavani. So our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, the family of these returning sponsors, Nate Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Esther Bas Amazos, and our Tafloni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Coleman Ben Mordecai, from the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Lav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who are for Shawan Pilot, Kol Chali Yisrael. Let's bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers who should be successful. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back, Schwartz, Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, to give you refuah. And yes, Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. It's good to have you back. As we'll say, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, we'll say, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it for story, lessons, everything rolled in front of it. It's a little bit of halacha as well. And listen to that. Let us do it. 96. We have to pick up Yetz Hashem. On the bottom of the side of the page on page 95B. And also, it's not here today, but we have to wish another couple of hours of love is Tzadar. And I got to remember that Avon Elbaum. Rabbi, definitely Killer. It's like over here. We'll be sitting right up there. He's on 9 off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, Mishpacha, 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 the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, 95B. On the left of 4 lines up the bottom. I'm ready to have all. The law says as follows. The Loli Mikra Kosa V'Yashalom. Had the Pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It says, Vayomahu, Yigala Hashem B'Chara Hashira, Babinar, Gamelach Ashra Sarosh, Usar Raglayim, Begamazok and Tispa. So this is the order of the Pasuk. Also says, on that day, to Yaakov, the Libono Shalom will get a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also picture of evil, they even make a Gavra Sabbath. Remember again, Sanherib is being defeated. We saw that story already. He suffered humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Chizkiah. Just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rothschild appears to him as an old man, but like a Gavra Sabbath. Amalei, he has listened to Malchus Mizrah. Malchus Mizrah Kamayra. So the old man, on his party, right, comes to Sanherib and says, okay, you have to go back home. You have to talk to all the kings. Sanherib raised huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and chase all of those kings, whose sons, you battled with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say? You can say that. I don't know. We'll talk about marrying Russell. So again, says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I still have that thing. What am I going to say? I'm already making of it. So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? And what's that question? What's really thinking about this? Remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? Remember they? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this. Remember they? Zil v'shani nafshach. You should really change. You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinafshach, Shana Atzmucha Kedei Shel Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, and my issue, so how should I change? I'm related to Mispera Vazaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance. Somebody will say, before we go on. What if profoundly are. Such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost elves. And we really like have to and how like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheriv is in trouble. What does Sancheriv realize? Sancheriv realizes the way I'm living right now, like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. It's like so of those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I'm supposed to be more. So Sancheriv has that epiphanical moment. And he says, like, says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change.
Follow from the other side.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea.
I must have never present time to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But in that time you never seem to be alone.
Right, that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong emotional for me, but you understand, right? Like in other words, like we just instead of focusing on real change, historic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change, and that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Any event. And I will say, by that, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat.
Hello from the outside. Let's talk plenty when I try.
Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to make it icy. So that's what Sancheriv is still there. I'm going to all about icy. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Oh, yeah, get a pair of scissors from there. So Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim Charles hit me like you got me. This is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were finding Kashas. Rashi says over here, Gadine tomorrow.
Did you ever make it out of that town?
So they're grinding this out. So I'm like, how was this spot? So it's got can I borrow a pair of scissors? I'm like, so since okay, most of them like scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind these scissors. Talk on the so a lot of them so Sancheriv does they gave him another children. This is Sancheriv. Right? Commander of the largest civilized world of time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation, failure humbles you. And desperation, when the person is desperate,
yeah,
do whatever you have
for sure.
To get the job done. Isn't that incredible?
I'm gonna fuck with this, but no one cares.
So there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind bait picks. He's going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, the old man already came back. Now the old man says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see so what happened? Also, guys, the so as Sancheriv was bringing back the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. The games are not going to express. This is what people say. So this gives this apparently person the famous ad. Rashi says if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard. and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you do with that what you want, right? And I don't have anything on it. Right? And so nice again. The idea over here was like it's talking about also. I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And it was so.
Everybody knows the way you do, but you think you're not the way you are, baby.
You have to be able to go with it. You have to be able to. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, so man suggests to get a haircut, and gets a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life when life doesn't go their way.
Everybody loves the things you do. From the way you talk,
they can't get over the fact that life
the way you
move, I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot.
everybody here is watching
You know, you don't become
Does it feel
the
like
largest army in the civilized world. Here, let's have a look at these co-hosts. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the
and if I chance you're here alone?
and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember those like
Before I
he finds a plane from Noah's stable. And what's the graphically we know that remember
you look like a movie.
Kind of what's the word?
You sound like a song. My God reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this life. When this is the night that we must live.
See, he finds a plank from Noah's table. It's like, it's incredible.
No, this fucker is this mud.
Just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheriv. He ran into a
That's athleticism. Did you see that? I was like this, then I moved like this. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
Sancheriv, was on a divine mission. His mistake
might be exactly like we had before we realized sometimes living on it's just like a movie. It was just like a song.
Next, he finds a place for more state.
I'm so scared of the taste of tears. Nobody told me that you'd be here.
He said, "Oh, this is
you don't know mercy. Nothing you said when you left me. Still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. Photograph you in this life. Today's is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized her standing and all and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song.
That was sick. Really? Was that good? Was that better than I thought it would? Really? Yeah, but I sling dick like a motherfucker. So what do you want me to do about it?
And I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, you know, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noah's
I like that.
in
the video, Adele's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Right, was held onto the
Yo.
was saved.
Action required. Out of storage. Yo, dog, it looks like it's fine to me. Yo, quit this shit.
Even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's
Doug, I've got a shitload of. Oh no, I don't.
But just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? The Rebbe showed me, you could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes through a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons.
We'll get rid of some of this shit. Dog, I don't need this.
So close. So
Uninstall. I never wanted that.
To be able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So when by Chalik Aliyam Laila, Scuba Vadaba Yakesh. So the Pasuk says, let's say switching gears here for just a moment. This is Admavinu. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the.
I don't want a bunch of this shit. But I never asked for it.
Goes to war against the four. So the Pasuk says, by Chalik Aliyam Laila, Uva Avadav Vayakesh. Literally again, the literal translation is they split the night, Abram and his servants, and they smote. They smoked the 14s. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. He was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Yitzchak Nafka says, but ultimately, again, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, right? The stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle, not on behalf of Avram. They fought together alongside Avram. The words of the Nafka, the blacksmith, Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, you like Rish Lakish chooses Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars going to war with Avram Avinu against the 4 kings. Let's just point out here how we've mentioned this many times in our journeys in Shas. You know why does the Gemara called Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than one Rabbi Yitzchak. I said the deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara? By the way, to be a blacksmith, to be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. We all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Well, lest you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. So let's remember again, the Pasuk says, Avinu pursued them, the 4 kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? So Avinu saw, when Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, what happened in Dan? So it's actually referring to Yerovam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yerovam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. It's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah destruction. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zarah also, we're not self-less when he got to Dan Shne'eman, Dan Nishma Nechlas Avadam, the Shalach, and you know what I'm saying, let's get ready for this. So the following message was given by the people on the Seder. Yizara B'zakah Sheshachach Temudah Machmason Tzom. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. So I know that sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning, whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall. That learning is still a part of doing what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respected. It also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is very important to us, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. There's a lot of friends. One of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I read. Right. So something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Let's say, of course. Now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I mean? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to come to the daf. We know that. I will say this is that. The real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in the Shema, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I'm still changed human being. I said, Gemara says, you ever come to talk about Zaki who forgot his learning, you think that because he can't recall it, therefore again, the Torah impacts him any less, has to show them. It's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama fundamentally changed. Furthermore, the Zara of breathing. Also be careful with the breathing. There's an interesting memory again from the last cycle in Cleveland. We learned about this. And you check the bird, you check the pulse. There's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's my focus as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut. As part of Shmita, Rabbi says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. Gemara says, Izara breathing, I'll say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Teisei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. I'll say, this is an astounding remark. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But like, ignorance doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. Just means they don't learn Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So that's his vision. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lan Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehen Teisei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatsu Shmai about time. So we'll see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact of Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come. What's the pshat? The thing is a very simple insight. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. And again, let's say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this, right? Why? Because they'll say, it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy in the point of yichus, right? This one is yichus, and this one is yichus. And yichus is wonderful. Right? Yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. We all have beautiful yichus. I mean, we are the best yichus in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, like, shkayat and yichus, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. Once in society say, are like, Somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva really didn't have this same standing anymore. So yeshiva, post-high school yeshiva. Why? Because the Lashon. He said, it's filled with flip-outs. Like what? Flip-outs. So you know what Lashon flip-outs? Flip-outs is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more flip-out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's the truth. It's so warped. It's so warped. That like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, are supportive, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place and start to accomplish yourself. We throw tissues on you? Can I just see that? Okay. Right. And I say, so that's why the Gemara has to say, Careful with the children of Amei Aretz, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes you're going to say the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word is Yamilsa Modinale. The word says, Ki ha milsa modinale. Tzadik ata Hashem, ki arave lecha, mishpatim adar oska, madu adar fasham tzalecha. Shalom kol bog de dagat, mitatem gam shorsho, yelchu gam osho. So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, most of the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here. The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? Like this. Marshal Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajulai. What was introductory Rabbi? He asked Raglayim Ratzasavi Alutar. Ve'ech Kach Tiskara as Asusim Ba'aretz Shalom Asaboteach. Ve'ech Kasar Gonayadu. What does this mean? Marshal Adam Echad. Shalom Yochel and Laros Gil Parshal Shni Asusim. The Lord says the Marshal. This was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. We'll say parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Being busy at night, right? I could even run in slugs. Obviously, much harder to run in a slug. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Simon is a runner. Right in front of human, and this runner, the human runner, outpaced him 3 units, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Umalis Neiragli Kach, which means Susi, Allah Kashkala Bakamo. And we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. Umash Loshas Milan Kakno Barzos. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Barzos. So you want to say, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. We're going to see this in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim halachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Dichsev u'leviim nishbar libi b'kevi gachfu kalas mos hayisiki shikar u'kegibar avru yayin ne Hashem ne divrei kadsho." Terrible. Hanida psios mai. By the way, what do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch with 4 steps? What's that story? Dichsev, here goes an incredible story. Dichsev ba'isa hishalach merudach beladon. Ben Baladon Melech Bavel Sfarim. So what happened that Merudach Baladon, that was his name, Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understands. So the Gemara says, I understand, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and gave to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? Jewish Gemara says, in Lidrosh Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Lidrosh Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he saw that when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. Listen, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. So actually, we're not going to a very good idea. And maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Perak HaChelak. It's going to be our topic for this year. Mom is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says, and it's incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. On the day that Chizkiyahu was healed, there were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladon Merodach Baladon ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lahanach has a shining he later said, Hini Mishid as Sel Hamalos Asher Yadu Malos Achad Yishamish Akonis, as well as the dish of Hashemish Asher Malos, the Malos Asher Yarda. Only my height. So Merodach Baladon said, what is this? Amalei Chizkiyahu Chalash. The Itbach, so they told him Chizkiyahu was ill, he became healed, and Abba Shem gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so he was Amar Ika Gavra Kihai, Arova English and Ruin Shalom. So this is incredible. So Merodach Baladon said, listen, if there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight, how can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, okay, you gotta get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, customary, listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is.
So this is the song. Really? Yeah, where she goes, something like, just a piano, okay? Like, easy, bitch.
Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'Elokarnabo. Peace unto the great God.
Yeah, this part, I like this song.
Peace unto the great God.
Really? Yeah.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened?
Really?
Nebuchadnezzar
yeah, really, ass.
So Nebuchadnezzar, I mean, we'll say this, when Nebuchadnezzar was young, so what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He was not brave, So he comes back. He finds out that Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. Tell me what was the letter that was written. They told him the letter. So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great Tzvi Yushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And Nebuchadnezzar doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. I was saying, but this is Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Allah Shalom Shalom Chizkiyahu. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it? Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So I say, right, can you imagine? Everybody has one of these moments. Nebuchadnezzar's like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? They said to him, so you've seen this expression before, that literally again, literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that sometimes if you have the good idea, execute. If you have a good idea, execute. Don't come, basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So Nebuchadnezzar, the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So I said, listen to this. Rabbi says, listen to this. To his credit. Nebuchadnezzar runs after the courier. Roit Basrei, Kideroit Arba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gavril Va'okre. Gavril stopped him. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Mali Loba Gavril Bamidu Lohaya Takara L'Sanem Sheisrael. And let's say, listen to this. Because what was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Ribono Shel Olam. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So I will say that's what we saw before. In the schos of the Arba Psios, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who knows what the carnage would have been. We'll say absolutely amazing. We'll say I just find out about something amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how do overwhelmingly successful people become successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to be learned. So what do you see in this story we hear from Nebuchadnezzar? So I will say just on the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas, I'll alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job yourself. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. By the way, my Baladon ben Baladon. So the Gemara goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this. We'll say, Amri, Baladon Malach Ba'ava. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus is going to say, but you're so cute. So beautiful, so wonderful. Right, okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So, the Gemara says over here, he looked like a dog. His face became deformed. He can't be king, at least the Babel, he can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach, becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladan becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "I know the sid ben Yechavidav ve'eved Adonov." So say this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Ben Yechavidav had Amar. So say, by the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk of Ben Yechavidav, which is from Malachi, the Gemara quotes it. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladam ben Baladam. A lot of other examples of people that way. But it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says, "Eved Adonov, what's the Eved Adonov?" Chesiv, u'bechodesh hachamishi be'esron lachodesh yishnas sha'as yishon lamelech Nebuchadnezzar, ba melech Bavel, ba Nebuchadnezzar ravat Tabachim, amar lefnei melech Bavel b'Yushalayim, ve'yisrov as beis Hashem as beis hamelech. So we'll say this is this. So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, just so you get right now, Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's given the appellation of Rav HaTabachim, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the Kinos and Tisha B'Av, and we speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, the cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, something very similar. The pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead, he burns the house of Akash and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base." When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, so now let's just get the judge right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. He's destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, "Nisaliku Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim, God saved. Vayalu also Melech Babel, Rivlasa." So Nebuchadnezzar was never in it. He was in Antioch. Right, that's what he was. So how does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Was like 796 feet, 3 lines down. That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. The other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So Rabbi says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, "Toim tzlas mea kundaisa inargot the Parzlah, the Shal Parzlah." So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal cut through metal. All right, the Shal Parzlah. And all the axes broke, trying to break down
the big one. Never told me I'm giving you all. I'm giving it all. You set me free.
It wasn't so long before I know what happened.
And I'm not giving you all. Treat us better. Gotta let go. No, we ain't kids no more. So I'm not giving you all. Treat her better. Gotta let go. You know, we ain't kids no more.
So basketball came out. Incredible. Basketball came Shabbat. I was like, Shabbat literally means jumper. Someone jumps. Rashi says, Shabbat, right there. Rashi, 10 lessons in short lines. Go late, charge, go late.
Send me you on Sunday.
The mother says, so apparently that called him the jumper because interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sanchiriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, because remember again, what was Sanchiriv's mistake? What was Sanchiriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Zaran was the one who was urging Sanchiriv, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Basketball comes up and says, jumper, jumper. Don't abandon it. No. So Gemara says, Shavar, Shavar, Shavar.
I'm giving you up. I'm forgiving all. You set me free. You know, gonna love you better. Gotta let go, no fall. You don't know we kids no more. Gonna love you harder. Treat her better. Gonna let go, gonna walk go. You don't know we kids no more. If you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready, I know we ain't kids no more.
That's not something that someone else is doing to me. Something that I call the Shabbat.
We ain't kids no more.
Which means that Rothschild is choreographing this overwhelmingly painful situation. Which is difficult as it is.
I'm giving you up. I'm forgetting
So the
it
Basketball
all.
comes out and says, don't abandon ship, don't abandon ship. It is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed.
Similar to your new lover.
There is one
Treat her better.
one
Gotta
axe
let go.
Also,
What up, Pam?
one axe left. So now,
Absolutely. How you doing, big dog?
Zara is very smart man. So the Zara realizes
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast.
Very English crossroads. Are they going to be like Sancheriv and be like that by Hashem, or are they going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim.
Oh, excellent question. Well, by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and my position went remote during the pandemic, and I became much more comfortable being on camera because I went from being on camera from 0 hours a day to 8 hours a day, and then eventually was able to make enough money to become somewhat financially independent, and decided I was just going to stream the rest of my life, God willing. We're done.
Sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. As the Zohar lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to descend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Once the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go ahead and literally ascend heavenward.
No. It's not the translator. It's just other apps. It's just basically income that I've made from that and investments.
The Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, like sometimes
I'm in the crypto space right now. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. That's what all my merch is.
The Hamikdash just wants to remove itself.
Harry Potter Bombasonic 10 Inu has a market cap of tens of millions of dollars.
There's a plan.
The ticker's Bitcoin. Yeah, the ticker. Exactly. That's correct. Yeah, the ticker's Bitcoin on Ethereum.
So one can imagine at this point in time the Ritzaran.
It's one of the OG meme coins. The website is HPOS10i.com.
You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The prophet was telling the Rizarn is, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't.
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment.
Oh no way, my kickbot gotcha. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't even say my name on Kick without getting a message that says deleted by moderator on anybody's stream. I'm the most infamous spammer in the history of Kick. Are you a streamer? Oh yeah, tons.
So the Kali Yisrael, Rabbi Zechariah had given most of the Kali Yisrael saying that they had to do tshuva.
Absolutely. 100%. If you want to learn more about me, feel free in the upper left corner to see there's an About Me. What I'd like you to do, my friend, is if you look in the upper left corner also under Shalom, you'll see a red circle and it says 24/7 live streams. Do you see that? Yeah. Click on that link, and your mind is going to be blown.
What is this?
Oh, yeah, I have a link tree too. But no, you want to see 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Do you see there's a link in there?
Takes the blood from the shepherd animal, compares it to this blood that's blood in this man's blood doesn't look like the same.
How many live streams do you see? Exactly. Have you ever seen somebody with as much? That's just YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on basically everywhere that you can be, except for Kick because they banned me. But that's fine. I've sacrificed the ability to meet great people like you for the ability to stream on Kick.
I
agree. Oh yeah, 24/7.
I'll avenge Chizkiyahu's blood.
Absolutely, my friend. Are you a streamer? Okay, we'll go do your thing.
I used to dare to keep the Rav. He brought the school children. Called to the Liyah. He slaughtered them. Below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kahuna Kato. He brought young Kohanim. Killed them. And the blood did not stop opening. So he was Anti Kato Liluya Tishin Va'aberivo. Until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below Nach. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop opening. Karav Legabe. So the Buzan goes over to
yo, look who it is.
Zechariah.
It's the infamous or the famous, depending on how you want to look at it, South Australia comedy finals. How you living, pimp? Raw Comedy State Finalist 2026.
By historical accounts, it's interesting to note that close to 1
No, you're still actually. Aren't there like 45 of you?
So it's interesting. A lot of sometimes numbers are
right, but they still lost in Raw Comedy.
Number is again close to 1 million people fell aside. When we think about destruction of this, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. We forget about just the colossal loss of life, almost 1 million people. It says so literally.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, do you think that you're gonna have anybody ask you to open for them?
I killed the best of Cloud Yisrael. More bloodshed, and then his blood stopped bubbling. So I'll say the Gemara will stop here in just a moment. The Gemara says, here, Shuva.
If they ask you to open,
and this moment something amazing happened. So the Zara says, as they say, like Mashu lo normali, right?
All right, are you sure that I didn't do it?
This is not a normal Zach, right? And he has thoughts of Shuva.
Are you sure?
Why does he have thoughts of Shuva? He says,
no, they're the funniest live streams that you've ever seen. You just don't know comedy, baby.
Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of
That's tight, dog.
Almost 1 million people.
All right, Zook. If I have the opportunity to contact Matt Wright, I'll tell him that he should have Zook open for him. Actually, you should be the what do they call it? There's the opener, what's the one starts with an F? There are three people. There's the opener. There's the what do they call it? You'll be the second person. We'll have Chelsea open for you. Does that sound good? What up, Zoo?
So it's interesting that doesn't mean what is that?
Who's Damien Power? You tell me.
Gifter Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hirurei Tshuva. The Gifter writes, Rabbi Soloveitchik has a small idea as well, that the first step of Tshuva is Hirurei Tshuva. What's Hirurei? Hirurei is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are.
What up, Fiona? How are you?
First step in Tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change.
Fiona.
I things.
Oh, right. Who's the funniest person from Tasmania?
How, what, when, where. That means.
Okay, who's the second funniest person from Tasmania?
The way things are now should not be the way they go forward. Zara has that moment of here, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on
Are both
his
of them better than you are at mini golf?
Has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't.
No, nobody knows who that is.
Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a member of the Valley.
Who's Martin Brown, dude?
But we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the story.
That's what I just asked you, big dog.
Great game in tomorrow's daf. Want to start to the Rabbi side? Shkoya.
How do I say it?
How do you say it?
Do you know what doctor names in Australia?
Because of that shooting in like 1990s in Tasmania. Oh, was it Martin Brown? Oh, okay. Well, are you ready to play mini golf?
The month of Adar, his father's after Harry.
Okay. Are there any theories about you accepting my invitation to sending? There you go. All right. Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now, Zoot. I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row. Because I blocked you.
To go ahead and read. What does this mean? That someone is able to know and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
Yes, I do. But I'm going to make a comeback on you. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. And you just missed him.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says,
Dog, I'll show you how it's done.
Also known as
Do I know who's over?
He was one of the one of the descendants of
No, it's not, dog. It has me with a gun.
Was the king over Cloud Israel. So Marco Ziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Marco Ziva ruled for 2.5 years.
What? Oh, dude. I just gave you an easy shot.
the Moravadon. Mashiach says that he's able to go ahead and smell. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell.
Zoot, did you know it's
So the Gemara says, so Bar you think that you're Mashiach? Let's see. Can you
what did you do, Zoot?
Justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah,
What'd you say?
and they killed him. Everyone's saying this is interesting, right? Because exactly what happened.
I actually like Super Mario Brothers more, even though I worked Sonic the Hedgehog 24/7 for like the past like 3 years.
So it's interesting. Either way, Barkova ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought about
I think Sonic had a tremendous amount of, you know what?
as a leader of Klal Yisrael.
Why is that, Zoot?
Okay, the man was right there. Daniel,
For the introduction of Shadow the Hedgehog, which universally is one of the most loved characters of all time.
Is that the dark one? Why do they love Shadow the Hedgehog?
Highlighting the previous
do you know?
What does it mean that they had no blood?
Oh, what a shot. Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, did you see that shot?
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle.
Zoot, did you see that shot? Oh, you almost fucking made that. I would have been pissed.
So Sonic is actually mentioned in Sonic the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog. Everyone loves Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. 4 years later,
They kill him.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, or any type of chatter.
You kind of
and they
that killed.
to the bathroom. They would pull back their knees.
They make this spin-off Shadow the Hedgehog. It's a Sonic game. It's like a Sonic game. The only difference is you play as Shadow the Hedgehog, and Shadow the Hedgehog has a gun.
Okay.
And do you know what happened? The critics panned again because they look at anything like a Sonic game. They panned it, but game is amazing. But the critics panned it.
What's it mean to ban something? To like not like it?
Yeah.
The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to.
All right. Well, did you know that it's impossible for you to win? Oh, that's interesting.
So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, no, so disagreement.
Did you know that
So again, so Rabbi Shmuel said,
up one game to not on you after this game? I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row, and I want you to try to stop me. And I don't think you're going to be able to. Just because of my sex appeal. My sex appeal alone is just it's unbelievable. Look at the shot. Dude, have you ever seen anybody get it in 2 on this hole? I've never seen anybody get a hole in 1. Dude, that's a great question. Sonic probably, but I like Knuckles. And there was this thing that I'd never seen it before. So, do you know what a Sega Genesis is? So they had a normal Sega Genesis games were like you put the cartridge in and it works. But they made a Sonic and Knuckles game. I never had it, but a friend of mine had it, where you put the Sonic game in and you play as Sonic. But then if you put in it was like an expansion pack. If you put it on top of the cartridge, then you could play as Knuckles. And it was like just the most fascinating software I'd ever seen. It was such a game changer. Like, whoa. And I don't know of another game that ever did that. But that one did, and that was like so. Oh fuck! So basically, you have a normal cartridge that you put into Sega, And if you put that one in, it was Sonic. It was like Sonic 2 or something. But if you got the Knuckles version of it, then there was like a special lid on the top of the Sonic cartridge, and you'd put the Knuckles cartridge on top of it, and then when you played, you could play as Sonic and Knuckles, and it was like game changing. Like nobody had ever seen anything like it. It was amazing. Yeah, it was called Sonic and Knuckles.
Mike told me
I'm pretty sure that was before your time. It was like in the mid-90s.
They had children, and unfortunately,
Yeah, I played out. That had a big collection of Sonic to PlayStation 2 after the Sega console.
What's your favorite Sonic?
Obviously, again, by for Daniel. My favorite Sonic was named for Daniel.
Oh.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Says pretty much all of these words. Also, I want to point out, Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh,
Sonic is actually Sonic is
Why don't you think? Why don't you think they ever gave Sonic like a super hot female friend? Who is it? What's her name?
Because ultimately, took a little bit too much credit for the section.
Is she a hedgehog? Dude, she's a cartoon character.
Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of representation in order to go ahead.
She's a hedgehog.
To go ahead and
in like hedgehog years, that could be like 75 years old. Alright, well, you're the one looking at 12-year-old hedgehog.
Doesn't merit to have the safer for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about.
Do you know who Jessica Rabbit is? That's the hottest cartoon character of all time. Yeah, no, I know. She's the hottest cartoon character of all time.
Disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of.
And Disney, well, if you watch the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, there's like a quick one, it's like one frame where you can see her vagina, and you can really see it. And oh no way, Zoo. And she was controversial at the time, and Disney still considers her controversial because she like basically had very adult themes. And I love this fact that, dude, what are you doing? Just get the point, dog. Get the point. It's not fun beating if you don't try. Get the point. There you go. There you go. And she, all right, Who Framed Roger Rabbit was the first time that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were ever seen in the same piece of content. Dude, what did you think of my shot? 0 to 10. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. Z to 10 that bitch. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. That's what I like to see. Alright, you're up, big dog. Zoo, I'm guaranteed 2 wins against you.
So they were there with Daniel.
I don't like this one. Yeah, baby. Oh, I don't like this one.
In certain respects,
Your shot was a 0. Went in the black shit.
And in other respects, Daniel was very so.
That's a 9.
But if you can't get any nerves, if you have a fight on the shoulder,
Interestingly enough,
and you're probably in a better position than they are now.
Dog, I was just watching something in Australia. Oh, did you know UFC was in Australia today? Did you know Volkan? Oh, you don't like fighting, I forgot. Volkanovski, he's Australian. He did really well. He won. He's the best Australian fighter. But I know you don't care, so. Oh, Zoot, what the fuck, dog? Oh, no. I fucked myself, Zoot. Dude, I fucked myself.
What does this mean?
Zoot, you could fuck yourself too. You could fuck yourself, and you did. In one of the wildest ways I've ever seen.
Who advocates for them to watch but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my mouth sees
Stop.
that I don't see.
That's a perfect block. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? That's not a good shot.
I don't see something in my mouth, see something.
I'm not spending a lot of UFC and wrestling. I went to school on the table of watching one of that content. People were very like that.
And the fear doesn't even make sense.
This would be the greatest shot of your career.
But what does it mean?
You know that, right?
People became very, yeah, people became very
something.
Okay.
And that's having an impact.
Zoot.
Incredible.
It's not good.
Zoot, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
They're not exactly sure, right, what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this.
Oh, baby. Oh. Zoot. Zoot, what? Zoot. This is the most important shot of your career. This is the most important shot of your career. You need to focus. You lost. I had the greatest fucking. Okay, that's 2 wins in a row, Zoot. Now I'm listening to you. So you could tell actively when UFC started, people got more violent.
Yep. So what exactly is going on here? So perhaps Rabbi is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us 3 profound ideas. There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. Those what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing because fear is paralyze me and keep me
this kid go around about and like on tables he wanted me to get into a flat so bad to go around and start about me and like start the fight like get me into fights with people that I didn't even know or talk to and start about me.
Would he start rumors about you that you were funny?
By fear is literally
no, he just started talking shit about his girlfriends, but I didn't.
Oh, that's not cool.
What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tethered myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest.
Were you perfect?
Is a relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Shema.
Well, I know you had a tough schooling.
Lastly, what should you do?
Like it was not ideal.
Slaughterhouse is better than me. What is that?
And
sometimes it looks like fear.
I've heard you say this, or we've had this discussion, but I would make it like illegal or like prohibited to hold your child back in school. I think it does so much harm to them. It just does so much harm to them, and it can do harm to the people in the classes below. It's not a good situation. All of a sudden, they have somebody who's a year older than they are, who's more perhaps mature, more physically gifted in sports and stuff. They are going to dominate. That's not fair to those kids, the other kids.
It's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of
They're going to get their driver's license first. They're going to be able to smoke first. They'll be probably having sex first. It's not fair to the kids who are of normal age.
In general, a man in the middle of a pasuk, right, is open.
But Zoo, I have a question. What are your thoughts on how good I am at this game?
In the middle is closed. So this is incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyahu.
Are you proud of that shot?
So Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. Sancheriv go to Mago. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyahu.
Zoo, you've lost 2 games straight. If you have a chance, make this. This would be a great make. No way you make it now. No way you make it. It's illegal? I just feel like if you have a child who can't keep up or whatever, they need more help, and if anything, they could be moved to another school, which I think makes it easier, but not keeping them in the same school, that to me is devastating to the child and to their environment. If you move them to a new school and nobody knows about their past, that's different.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, who we did so many miracles for, and yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira.
Oh, look at this shot, Zoo. Oh, what a shot. Zoo, scale that 0 to 10.
You're going to make him a Shiach.
Doug, you know that was a 10. That was one of the greatest shots you've ever seen.
Preventing Chizkiyahu from coming to Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here?
Dude, that was beautiful.
From becoming Mashiach is lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude.
I think better is subjective. Do you want to see an interesting strategy on this wall?
Shira in times of good. Shira in times of challenge.
That's true. But who's to say that the obstacles helped me? They could have hurt me. You're short, baby. You're short. You're short. Oh, are you serious? Are you proud of that shot, Zoo? I'm almost certain that you did, baby. Zoo, what's your opinion on Adele? Yeah. Would you have sex with her?
Malach, who's like, universe CEO. He's the delegate.
Yeah, but you'd have sex with the tree. What happened to that bitch?
So the Sarah Olam says, okay, so let's go. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf, right? He didn't say Shira, earth said Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world.
Oh my word.
I changed my mind. And so the Navi says,
dude,
how long?
Dude, I did not know we were tied.
Until again, literally, they're enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes.
Well, that's right. Speaking of which, did the cops ever get back to you about your shit?
His name is Duma.
What'd they say?
So all of the wings came to Duma. So essentially, again, let's say if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says,
but didn't they say that? Didn't you say there's like a ton of footage?
It's interesting enough. Rashi understands
That was at high
that
so
not really.
it was
Instead, this is the Malach who's in charge of all of the
That
Neshamas.
sucks, dude.
So everyone comes
I
to
wanted
this
to
Malach
get
and
that
asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mag Dabar, Masaki Zagula Mamilel Zah. When is Gula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is
Are you
highlighting over here.
speaking
It's
English?
nothing that we are
You're
the
just
only
mumbling.
ones, we, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently perceived.
I saw some English in the
Even
shops
to
and
see something absolutely amazing.
like
The world wants
I
Mashiach.
remember you
The
saying
world
that.
wants Mashiach. The universe wants
I
Mashiach.
got the
See,
security
everything
guy,
is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So he was Bar Shomer, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Intibayim Bayim Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Intibayim Bayim. So ultimately, again, there's going to be.
So, what are your thoughts on my shot?
And at the end of the day, only after it's made by. It actually says, Asa Boker Betmiya.
Dude, Reiser got a 50 point against me yesterday, and I got a 76 against him. The word Pyrex.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker Began Laila into Bayun
Even if they caught the guy.
Morning will come. Morning will come. But when the morning will come, number one, into Bayun. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. God is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvu Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have
Okay, big dog.
Here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Cheshbach waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, to become Bali Shua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come.
What's wrong?
You say that
Oh, yeah.
It was embarrassing for the Skill that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira.
Yeah, baby.
Other examples, situations where Klal Yisrael did not say
I think
Shira
you are.
until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael."
Chelsea. Or that hat bitch. I know. That girl is obsessed with talking. All those female Australian comics, I hate to say it, maybe it's just comics in general, they all talk about the same shit. Their sexuality, how many people they fuck, who they want to fuck tonight, and it's just like, do you guys talk about anything else?
He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all of my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudim kol b'sar." He got goosebumps.
Big dog.
Why?
Did you know that you're up?
Interesting. That the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was
like, at least your shit is different than their shit. Their shit wasn't very impressive.
So we see from in front of a convert, do not disparage generations to 10 generations. This is just a fascinating idea.
I'm just going to talk about
converts. What do we say?
So I was very interested in girls that just want to get on and play Sonic and Sonic Adventure.
That's not funny.
Which is essentially contradictory.
It's not funny. It's so out. Like, here's the thing. It's so outside my box. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's gonna like that. Dude.
Remember again, Yisrael left everything.
No, they're gonna hate it. You're gonna come in here and you're gonna say, "Rabbi, I bombed." And they'll say, "What did I say?" And you're gonna say, "You said you were gonna bomb." You said I was gonna bomb. So, yep. And then you'll say, well, at least I tried. And I'll say, yep, you're absolutely right. Oh, why don't you tell that joke I told you? You don't have anything funny.
Let him come and conquer. Be for exact punishment from Sanhedrin. From Sanhedrin,
can you name a character?
No. Nobody can. The blue one. The blue one. Yeah, isn't there a blue one?
So I was watching the Surge Avatar, and then I enjoyed it coming out for like YouTube video like things that happened in the previous movies and as they connected to the first movie. And I forgot any character was during the first one.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I do remember. Dude, you just had. Yeah, dude, you just came up with a really funny joke and you don't even realize it. The joke is this. How many of you have ever heard of Avatar? And people will be like, yeah. And then you'd be like, okay, how many of you have ever seen Avatar? And they'll be like, yeah. And then you just say, name one character from Avatar. And people would be like, they'd laugh. And you'd be like, exactly. Isn't it amazing that a $5 billion franchise that's apparently popular with so many people has not a single character that is memorable? That is memorable? Wait, but that's a funny joke, too.
Did you know that there is something about Avatar movie where it causes this disorder, where this is like a study thing, it causes this disorder where people wish they were a part of that world.
Never spoke disparagingly.
Okay.
They get impressed that they're still living on Earth compared to Earth. I think that's kind of why people can't remember the names.
I think it's just because they're not like human. They're just, I don't know. I actually don't know why that is. But you got a funny joke. You realize that, right?
Yeah, it's also because like
was very wise, and one said Sanhedrin was very foolish. How so? The man pointing to the one who said that he was a smart kid.
What's crazy, dude?
More people have probably seen Avatar than Star Wars. People can name like all the characters in Star Wars. Even the people who haven't seen Star Wars can name the characters in Star Wars.
I agree.
I know why.
Why is it?
Because Avatar never started to get money, so obviously they don't need to sell toys like Star Wars or the other way. There's no marketing push. You never see a kid with an Avatar toy.
That's true. That's another good joke. So you could say that. You could say, how many of you have ever heard of the $5 billion movie dynasty Avatar? People would be like, yeah. Like, I bet even some of you have seen it. And people would be like, yeah. And you'd be like, all right, name one character from Avatar. And people would laugh. They'd be like, and you'd be like, exactly. Have you ever seen a kid with an Avatar toy? And they'd be like, no. You'd be like, yeah. I'm beginning to think not that many people actually saw this movie.
Unfortunately, as much as Sanhedrin never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael,
okay, I'm beginning to think that not a lot of people remember this movie. Or you could say, I'm beginning to think there's something about this movie that causes people to forget most everything about it.
It's just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Anu Ke Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. We find ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay.
I forget, but I know a lady who's, or I know of a lady who's got, there are only like 15 people on her for now.
Something to be learned from everyone, even as some parents.
I know, like, there's a famous lady who has it. She's an actor. But her name is Mary Lou Hammer, and she can remember like everything about her day, going back all the way to like her birth.
Yeah, there's this woman in Australia that she knows every she can read, she knows every word in my book of books, every page by book, she knows every word. You can be like, what page is this on? Like, what page is this on? And she'll be able to recite it.
So the Gemara says,
would you have sex with this woman?
No.
His clothing, those things that give me honor.
Scale is zero. Scale 0 to 10. This woman, dude. Okay, not that bad.
They make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor.
Yeah, baby.
Says a lot about the person you are and how you
remember everything.
Ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothing.
Oh yeah, she'll remember every. She'll know what hour of my stream you said it. And she's gonna remember that you said she was a 3. And she's gonna remember that I thought that wasn't that bad. No, dog, you already said this bitch is a 3. No, dog, everybody knows who you're talking about. It's that bitch who remembers every page of the Harry Potter books. You even said it.
Yeah, she can remember everything, and she can remember
Does she remember every guy who's ever eaten her pussy? I would think so too. I think, man, that'd be tight. I'm gonna have sex with that woman just so she can tell me about it when I'm super old and like I've forgotten everything. Perhaps she'll be like, "Oh, your tongue was like a." Did I just? Oh, all right. That bitch will love it. All right. She'll be like, you got a tongue like a hound dog, kid. Like, thanks, lady.
So I don't know if she's looking for that.
All right. Well, maybe she can date fucking Chelsea. Chelsea's into all kinds of weird shit. Dude, I love this. I don't know anything about rock comedy, but I know Chelsea is bisexual. I know the lady who won is pansexual. I know the lady who is the beat poet. That bitch is lesbian. Oh yeah, she's polyamorous. I'm sure she'd fuck a pan too. But it's like I know nothing about these people, but I know all their sexuality.
So that if you notice the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol did it himself, but ultimately again Right, like you see on Pesach, and even a Malach, this was Malach Polo Ani. This was sent to Malach. Why?
Do you think you're gonna have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Morom Kitzo. Morom literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right, she says over here.
Yo, dog. Are you going to have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
One talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high. One another.
Okay, well, more for me, baby.
So you could see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. They said, it says, first, I will destroy the house of God in the world. And then afterwards, I will destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere.
Why not?
So this is very interesting. One of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions.
It's a really smart. Oh, are the same people showing up every week?
This was a divinely orchestrated message. So again, the program is actually.
What did you say, Big Dog? Oh, only comedians are showing up. Are you going to perform on Monday? Okay. I mean, you should have, in my opinion, a little bit more like sway of when you get to go up, since you're like, you know, basically you were a finalist for Raw Comedy. What's the third bracket? The shitty bracket? Oh, so you're normally in the last bracket? And you never told me that? Yeah, you do say that, but I didn't know that was like the shitty bracket.
And instead, they have gone ahead and taken two Rothschild Ben
Oh, okay. Feature, that's what I should think of. Okay, so you're gonna. Do you think you'll be moving to the second bracket soon?
I have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this?
You think you'll jump all the way to the first?
Because I'm a so this nation has
what is fringe?
Kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken
So are you? Oh yeah.
Who governed a lot of money in such a kind and beautiful way. They have forsaken that.
When is that?
The Israel, the Russian rebellion. And instead of they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is so Sancheriv.
Are you gonna apply?
And he feels okay. Christ was not doing the right thing. Obviously, he was Russia. See, how is he such a Rosh? Goes while speaking like Suda. He would eat pigeons for dessert. So nice again. All of these pigeons and he still would not be what is that highlights? I will say,
Where are you gonna do it?
But in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah?
Where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna do it?
Like the Shad Shlomo Hirsch brings down, what's the chiluk between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chiluk?
Word.
Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? Also, if you go to Spectrum very easily, very quickly.
So you're gonna be like a master of ceremonies?
It's not like they stop worshiping Hashem. Very often.
So you're gonna be a master of ceremonies who also is a chronic masturbator?
Why are you giving me Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? But maybe you don't know someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay?
You could just say no.
Technology that allows for all of that, right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only is it mutter, but it's a mitzvah.
All right, I mean, you're down 138 points.
That becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So whenever you see Avodah Zarah,
Excellent fucking questions, dog. It's kind of a funny joke.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that God has very high expectations of us. And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to
all right. Do you think you're ever going to see Chelsea again?
So creating a system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So
do you know that she's Scottish?
All of these children, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Omed Avodah Zarah. Omed Avodah Zarah is a heathen. Okay, so goes back to it. It's incredible. Do
you think she's? Do you think? Do you think she's gonna find love?
Also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up,
yeah. Do you think she's gonna find love?
Might not be as it should have. All of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. And we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I'm having a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with the right things, and I'm filling it with all of the wrong things.
Okay. Does she?
So again, because of Father Son's non-compliance, Hashem says in the bring.
Do you think she's going to find a career out of it?
So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff. And here's the Navi literally says, once it's sort of point out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you.
Who's the kinkiest person in the Adelaide comedy circuit?
So God wants to do this. Gemara says, so if that's the case, I don't like how others.
Like, what bitch is in the BDSM?
Why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, he will go that very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes.
Who is that?
He had no business in Yerushalayim.
You're good, baby. It's a tough question.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi
I bet Chelsea like a belt to the ass. Oh, for sure. For sure. There's no doubt about that.
Don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayid, so tired nation. Was the tired nation? It's interesting. Probably so. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil in Torah.
What'd you say?
Tired because we're constantly building a nation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of the enemies.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure. Shout out to them. I'm sure that they're into that. That's cool. But I want to.
Threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
I wanted to get into which one of the bitches want to get spanked. Oh, dude, it's a huge thing.
You could have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. because they took upon themselves and they were deserving of miracles.
I just know from media, it's like dudes wear like black leather shit, and they.
And you don't go to war against Malchus, you'll be fine. If not,
what isn't it? Yeah, Gabe BDSM, dog.
So the Gemara goes weiter. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emas Ha'ilabas Al-Cher Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Orim HaVetzuros, Va'yomer L'Ka'am Elov. So ultimately against Al-Cher,
you're up.
And he goes out and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hai Rishna L'Hai Paradasha. Rashi says over here, B'chim Nebiyim Daron Kazeh La'adon Kazeh.
What up, baby?
Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of it? After all, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having something as much as Chizkiyahu is successful?
What'd you say, big man? What'd you say? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen people posting all kinds of shit from 2016, but then a lot of people were like, fuck 2016, 2006 was where it was at. I saw some chick do that today. For what?
But don't worry.
Innocence? For like
For
shit that happened in the world? 2016 was bigger. For shit that happened in the world, if you're looking at like what, like what news events and stuff, 2016 had like a huge election. 2006 was just basically the Iraq War in Afghanistan and shit. 2006, social media was just starting. 2016, basically it was old news. I don't know. I like them both. Okay, Zoo, I'm glad that you have made that determination. Zoo.
I was 10 years old. I was a very happy 10-year-old.
They're going to become like a trough. Like a trough
okay.
For Chizkiyahu and his.
Were you still shitty at Scrabble, or were you better than?
Sometimes I will say,
no. Do you think I know more about Saudi than I do at 10 years old?
I think you know more.
After Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, so the Seir Shabbos says, Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Do I agree with
Leave
what?
it alone. And you could have spared me. You could have spared me.
10-year-olds out there.
Oh, for sure, dog.
But I probably have a bit of a vocabulary
I would hope so.
Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Hakadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Hakadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu, Melech knew that Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds good, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece in me that thinks, but why did you do it?
Zoo.
You brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the
like half the board, we didn't play half the board because of that cue.
Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's what that's what they runs the world.
Dude, you're down
somehow the crisis was
100
It's not just
and
the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself
you're
is
down
necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit back to
184 points. 186 points.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be.
What are you going to do, son?
Shman. I want to say Shman means literally.
Yeah, there's a lot of
this is beautiful.
Weird how many gay comedians there are.
Because of the oil of Kiskio. What's the oil of Kiskio? This is beautiful.
Yeah. Most of raw comedy was.
Oil represents light.
There's just a lot of growth in female comedians now. It was like half female, which I think is great. If only it was half funny. And I mean that for the guys, because the guys aren't very funny either.
What does this mean? Is it really going to kill people that place medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit.
Zoot,
Torah is life.
it's over,
Torah
son.
is life. And if you don't have it,
Zoot, this game is
have
over.
life.
Champion.
Sometimes you look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. Dr. Aaron Persky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how
Oh, okay. But they didn't. Okay, I mean, but still, it's almost 50-50. That's great.
These are the days. This is a dated Marshall, like before grade.
And a woman won, which is great too.
In a bad neighborhood, and you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine what directions you like this?
Out of the
Right?
it's funny.
No one's nodding off. And why? Because that's going to save your life. Since if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving, right? Then we would never nod off.
All right, so
sometimes Rabbi speaks too long. God, right? Or whatever. And it's not everybody is in order.
have you watched all of the Brendan?
But a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else.
Have you watched all of the Brendan?
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful bud. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful
Brendan
idea. It's life
Shaw videos that I sent you.
That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was
No,
but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, unfortunately, I find myself in such a
Like 7 times.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba. From Amatsu Amaretz Mikbas Van Antipris. There was not an Amaretz. There was no one who was ignorant what the Torah other from Mikbas until Antipris. From Amatsu Tino.
Yo, that game sucks. I'll play you in that, and then I need a break.
And everyone.
I hate this game.
Was well versed in the laws of
Send me an invite, though. I'm waiting.
We did try back
I mean, so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, both sides.
Zoot, are you proud of that roll? You got a 1, a 2, a 3, another 3, and a 6. It's waiting for Zoot. Rolls 2.
What happens when you get to us?
Are you proud of that? You chose a 1 and a 2. You chose a 2 and a 3. You chose 2 3s. Full house, baby. Zoot, are you proud of having a full house?
In those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2
Not
sheep.
really. I needed 2. Yeah, baby.
So they were happy with grapes. Furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste?
Baby, did you know that the score is 25-40?
Because they put their full focus on Ruchnius.
The score is 25-40.
The ongoing commitment to
I
spiritual
played a large straight for 40 points. Zoot, there are 12 turns left, big dog. Did you choose turn-based or live?
Okay, end of the week, we ended up where we needed to end up pretty much.
F you, dude.
Incredible week.
Oh, that's big time, Zoot. Zoot, that's big time.
All right, everyone's doing a good Shabbos, everyone.
What's the difference between turn-based?
Non-turn based has so live has a timer.
Rabbi, you realize you fucked up by putting the 5-5 bet?
No, I
The
didn't.
6?
No, I
You
didn't.
realize
All right, let's say good morning.
You realize
the doctor of us today. Today's doctor is right?
Doug, I got more points with the 5X.
Yeah, you can get a barn.
I wanted the 5X.
We are picking up on Saudi Kalam of days 94B.
Yeah, but you should be using the 5X.
2, 4,
Big dog.
6.
I got the most of my. I got 50 points. That's like best you could do. And who's to say I can't get it again, big dog? Are you proud of yourself?
That's your
So back to
Let's see what you got.
So
Let's see what you got, son. That was a terrible roll. One of the worst rolls we've ever seen. It's just awful. Oh, Zoot, are you proud of yourself? Zoot, are you proud of yourself? Zoot, who's your favorite Gemini? Zoot, who's your favorite Gemini twin? Who's your favorite Gemini twin?
There's one more.
Who? Who's that? I thought a Gemini twin was a dude who you had in common with fucking a chick.
There is more than 10 steps mentioned in this pasuk, which the Gemara says.
Tyler's hot though. I like that bitch. Oh, Zoot, you're fucked. You are fucked. You might be more fucked than you've ever been. Oh, he's going for sixes, folks. He's going for sixes, folks. And he dropped the ball. Dropped the ball.
It's actually quite beautiful. That the Rabbi was saying,
look at this move. Look at this move.
Is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called Bat Galim, the daughter of the waves? So daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshiva, so the Gemara says Hakshiva. Laisha.
So what are you gonna do?
You
got 1, 2. Oh, are you going for a straight?
Do not be afraid.
Zoot. Yeah, you're not gonna. Fuck you. Fuck you, Zoot. Fuck you, Zoot.
All the Aryeh is so fun. My Aniya. My Aniya Anasos.
You can pull that.
What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos. Let answer Anasos.
I already played something in chat.
Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, excuse me. Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, Umisnavi Allah me Anasos.
Dude, I just got it again. Dude, what are the odds, dude? I just got.
From the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually there's a trout, which which is
Yeah, it was strategic, dog.
So right in the city of Anatol, that is where Moshav of Anatol. That's where Rabbi Yirmiyahu prophesied.
Yeah, you have.
Prophesied from Anatol to Ksiv.
That was a mistake. One of the biggest mistakes in the history of humankind. Do you know what a human is, Zeus? Do you know what a human is? Well, you just had one of the greatest mistakes in the history of the species. Give me a 2.
That's the case again.
Fuck.
Then ultimately, again, we're still are more than 10 locations.
Dude, what do I do?
So there are more than 10 locations ultimately on the stops of Sanhedrin, to which the Gemara says, excuse me, there are less than 10, excuse me.
Dude, are you proud of that? You got a 1, do a 3, 4, 2 threes. You got 3 threes. Are you proud of having 3 threes? Zoo, are you proud of having 3 threes?
To stand
full house.
Or to still day,
shitty full house.
What does that refer to?
Shitty
that day
full
when
house.
Sanhedrin marched on Yerushalayim.
Dude, I fucked up.
I fucked up. Was still in existence.
Yes.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is carnated.
I fucked up on one of my rolls. I could have done better. You got a full house, baby.
So what happens? He pursues David. David
chooses. All right. So you don't want a full house.
He's not going to fight.
2s? You're going with 2s?
So
you got 3 of a kind.
You can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as the Kohanim, the city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sits down.
Yeah, but you already have the full house, son.
I need food and I need weapons.
Watch this move.
They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and
give me
shield
4s.
of Goliath.
Give me a 4.
David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening?
No one knows why you did that, dude. The only thing anybody ever knows is that you are losing with 4 turns left, Zoot. And no one also knows why you chose what you chose. Zoot, you have 4 turns left.
They're helping the king's son-in-law.
Oh, no way.
So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nov. They wiped out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov.
Zoot took the lead.
This was a huge
no, he didn't, because he fucked up.
On Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. O sayom mishtayir me'avona shalom. We'll say 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi.
Zoot, what do I do? I can't play anything. And I can't roll anything, son. I couldn't play anything. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? You need 4s. Zoot needs 4s. Zoot, you're up. You're going for a full house? That's not smart. Unless you do your... Oh, you have your free turn. Oh, there you go. So you just took the lead, folks.
The day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael.
You just took the lead.
Give
me some 5s. Give me some 5s.
He would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says,
I need a lot of shows.
The Gemara says, I'm related.
Are you proud of that?
So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanhedrin shows up in outside of the walls of the city, his astrologer is telling the king,
I need something great.
Now, you will be successful. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we go
4x.
tomorrow, we will not be successful. So
give me a 3.
So Sanhedrin responds, Orcha the boy the Saguye Ba'asari Yoma. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How'd you get 35?
Furthermore, when coming to
yes, sir.
The journey was short. A journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. Kivat Yerushalayim. So also the idea is that there's the
I wasn't
perfect
paying
storm. The
attention.
recipe is perfect for Sancheriv to conquer Yerushalayim.
I didn't know how much the bonus was going to be. I didn't think it'd be that much. Dude, I've never beaten you in this game. Yep.
So Sancheriv shows up Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rocks one on top of the other until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim.
Nope.
Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Essentially,
dude,
when he
this
goes
bitch
in,
is over.
City, he says, it looks
Dude, this bitch is over. Alright, big dog.
I'm taking a break. No, I think I've beaten other people.
Is this the Mari Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim?
Dude, did you watch every single clip of Brendan Schaub I've sent you?
Again, this
He's-
is conquered. So Allah, money
he cheats on his wife. He's manipulative of everyone around him. He runs scam giveaways. He misspeaks a lot, which causes him to be made fun of. Well, I do that too, so that's no big deal. He like basically gaslights people into thinking that like he's not trying to take advantage of them when he really is. What more? What more do you want?
There's a story that's told that one time there was a particular
And Joe Rogan stole his material.
So he goes on his whole tour. He's about to leave. He needs to cook.
Why did
Because he didn't know that he made. I mean, it's like an easy joke to make.
So whenever somebody says, you know it's coming. He asks it up. So he says, of course. He says the truth is, it's not so beautiful.
It's not so beautiful.
Yeah, he basically said, "What would you do if we were all?" What would you do if we were like if you were like gay? Wouldn't you just hang out with your friends and play video games all night and then fuck each other?
See the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. That is absolutely.
So aside from the fucking of each other, you and I are pretty gay.
So is it the most beautiful
I
land?
mean, that's partially
Okay,
Not your eyes, but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire
that's tight.
So Nebuchadnezzar sees it.
All right, I have to use the restroom.
Sancheriv sees it, but he sees it. He looks with Gentile eyes. He sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes say, that's it. And the guy forgot. He's like, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. It's like one shawarma starting. This is the whole thing. So he says like there's a huge. And by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says like this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on. He says the following. Amri, nishte beyada ha'ivna. So Moses says you have to understand something. So everyone knows this cloud goggle in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. Amr lahum, tamisu, tamisu. So you know what? I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So incredible guy, and I also understand. Here's the downfall, right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad, so let's remember again. So what happens? He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad. That night they're all sleeping comfortably, confident of their victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mea Ushmona V'Chamisha Aleph. They wake up in the morning and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson. Basdina, Bataldina, which I will say literally means, if you look at Rashi towards the end of the short lines, Basdina, Bataldina, Kevan, Shalon, Dina, Batal Arid. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. So, which is another way of saying that the Most High, when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man, even for sun fears. He missed his opportunity. Again, we're not crying right now, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kfitzas Hadera, the Rebbe Shalom gives him the opportunity to come to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it. Because again, but really because it's because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishpi Beno, who wants to get ready for this? This is an amazing Maisa. The Yishpi Beno, Asher Vilidi Harpa, whom Shabbos said now, the Novi over here, this is in Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Rus. Mishkal Kimo Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes, Chagor Chadasha, Bayara Lahako says David. So says we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what do they call it? A blood feud, right? Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself. Knew his armor, stark spear, everything, and he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "Might be Yishbi Benov." What does that mean? The Yishbi Benov. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda Amarav Ish Sheba Al Iskino." We'll say, get ready for this Gemara. Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of the episode in Nov. Now, what does David HaMelech have to do with Nov? Get ready for this. Amar Yehuda Baruch Hu David. Ad Mosai Yiyeh Inyon Zeh Taman Biyadecha. He says, David says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nov? Ayodcha Nerga Nov Irakohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Nov was wiped out. Va'al Yadcha, and because of you, Nitrat Doik HaAdomi. Doik HaAdomi died. Now remember again, Doik HaAdomi ultimately dies because he massacred the city of Nov. Va'al Yadcha Nergu Shaul Shlosh Banav. And because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They die in the war against Plishtim. Right? They're fighting against Plishtim. They die in the war against Plishtim. So David, you're responsible for all of this stuff. So what does this mean? So the Bang Yoda says something amazing. He says a tzaddik is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not ill-intended. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nob. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately, to shield the people of the Nob. He was doing his best to try to operate under it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So we'll say this is a dramatic idea because the Ben Yoda says that you have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now, that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith. I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though, again, that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Is someone else's pain and suffering? There's a chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's amplified tenfold. So the Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in the massacre of Nob, the death of Doeg, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, the Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. We don't have time for all this, but Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? You remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David, because he was reckless reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David?
No way,
That's what's so messed up.
No way, dude, you're still here.
I know. Responsibility.
No, F you, man. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play?
The Gemara says. So guys, tell me you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice.
All right, what's the score?
You
Do you think you're the best dice player in the world?
Or you can
All right, what's the score now?
Or again, are you going to which one? So
Go get him, dude.
So David says, I would rather suffer than have my descendants right there. Let's say, get ready for this. One day, so one day David went out hunting. Let's say again, so he went, Rashi says, Sachar Bizoy, Loshan Farsi, he went out to hunt, and again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. So what happened? So Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer. So what happens? David HaMelech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, so what happened? David HaMelech was running after the deer. David realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and the Tash does not to the army enough. And he doesn't run into. So what happens? Oh, who does he run into? Yishbi. Yishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he had to run into in Philistine territory. So Yishbi sees him. This is how you hide the calculator of Goliath.
What's the score?
This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Say he grabs David, ties him up.
Okay, are you ready to lose? Fucking dice party, dog.
And he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press.
Yeah, send me an invite.
Yeah, he's going to sit on it. So
but make it live.
Essentially, he's going to crush David.
There's a timer in live.
So a miracle occurred, and what happened? The ground underneath the bottom stone of the press became off. So when Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David.
It's above your head, above your profile picture.
Okay, so anyway, so Yishbi realizes, okay,
get the 2 1s and try to get a full house.
So was like that day, Erev Shabbos.
Put it down further.
I
don't know if I would have done that, son.
Ahead and washing his hair. Okay.
Do you think it's better than this move?
And he understood that.
What should I do? Full house?
Something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started flapping its wings in a violent manner.
Dude, big dog, you're up. You got 2 clouds. That's a risky move. Risky move.
So what happens? He sees the blood.
You need 2.
He sees the
and you didn't get.
You realize Claudius
do it again.
He must mean Claudius was in trouble.
You have 1 roll remaining. You got a 3. Devastating.
The king is in trouble. Listen to this. They say
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So Amar Tinan in Rochdan Asuso.
Should I do the small one?
You cannot use the king's horse. You cannot.
Should I do the small one?
And you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. What about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger. So what Abishai ben Sriya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse for that? That was
my man got
so
3 6s, son.
He goes to ask
He's going for the bonus. My man's going for the bonus.
Ultimately, again, time of sakana. Yes, you can go. First of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea. A Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the shayla. I shall sakana this. Of course, there are times where I have to be quiet for the pashas. We act first and we ask later. But everything in our lives.
You got 2 threes, baby.
Everything in our lives.
You have 2 rolls.
So a person would make a dramatic decision.
What are you gonna do? My man is taking a risk. A major risk.
So sure enough, he gets the sack.
He's going for a 2. And he missed it.
He jumps on the mule.
These are some of the worst decisions that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of this game. In the history of this game, these are some of the worst decisions that we've ever witnessed.
So as he's riding, the Plishti area, who does he see? Arpa. Who's Arpa?
Yeah, you
Arpa
are.
was mother of, now whether this means actual, he sees Arpa. She must have been a very old lady by now. She's right. Arpa was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi.
What are you going to do, Zoot?
So Chazi, Arpa,
3 6s, baby.
She was spinning while she was weaving. So what happens?
Oh, what a big move, Zoot. What a big move, Zoot.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Abishai ben Tzuri,
What are you going to do, son?
Arpa now sees Abishai ben Tzuri running.
That was giant, Zoot.
She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at
Zoot, what do I do?
in an effort to kill him. So she misses him.
Go for the 5.
I'm going for the 5.
She no oil. Amrale, Allah, I sleep, Allah. Excuse me, young man. I charged my spindle. Would you mind getting it?
No, baby.
So what happens? He sure does.
You gave me false
He
hope.
brings it back to her, throws it at her head.
Dude, get it, baby. Get it.
Fine. Arpa's out.
Get it. Get it.
Goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately
Oh, it's
again.
going to end
Now,
really
we'll say,
badly.
remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Benov because this is part of David HaMelech's
Zoot is fun.
punishment
Put the 4s down, baby.
which occurred in Nov. So the
All
Gemara
right.
says what happens? He's
Do I have
Yishbi Benov.
2s?
Amar Hashna Habu Beit Train
Yeah.
Bekatlinli. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there. He says, "Now I'm going to be outnumbered." So what is supposed to get ready for this?
What
So
do I do,
Pasuk
Zoot?
David Ilay Virat L'Rumche. So what's Amar Nebo Ali Beniktos? He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws.
Zoot, you have
down
3
up in
4s,
the air,
son.
which was an incredible display of strength.
Zoot, you have 3 4s, son.
Spear down on the ground, obviously with the tip facing up. I figured that
You have a full house, big dog.
So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right as David HaMelech is midair. He said
Get the full house, baby.
So ultimately
3s.
again, he says the Shema Mefurash and suspends David
Give me some
HaMelech
3s, big
midair.
dog. Give me another 3, baby.
Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself?
My man has 2 5s. Folks, if you weren't aware, Zoot right now has 2 5s.
Cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important
Devastating.
which again, generally we
Roll,
think
baby.
that sometimes again we spoke about this on
No,
Shabbos.
that's not good.
Sometimes when you are in this
That's
situation,
not good.
you can't see the trees from the forest.
This is devastating to Zoot and Zoot's career.
Doesn't have to mean a Rebbe or Rebbe. Right?
Oh, big girl.
Advice you rely on.
Give me another 6.
Someone who sees your life
Give me another 6.
outside of you. David HaMelech
Devastating.
doesn't think of this. He cannot think clearly.
Baby,
He
this
cannot
is
act
devastating.
clearly. And therefore, even though he knows the
Not
same
good.
shame of Rosh Abishai understands. Supposed to get ready for this.
Not good at all.
So the first thing Abishai says, David is, what are you doing?
He's got 2 5s, folks.
What are you doing here? Amalei,
My man has 2 5s. He's going for.
So he tells, see, what David HaMelech. So you would have
This is
thought David was gonna say,
devastating.
listen, I was chasing the deer. And
Devastating.
I ended up here. realize that this is a about this.
1,
So he tells
2.
Abishai the whole story. What's the whole
Give me
story?
the ones,
The whole
baby.
story is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished?
Give me the
with my
ones.
kids. So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids wiped out. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you.
With enough
So
fours.
he says, Bar Berech Lisbon v'at lo titzdar. He says, people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer.
He's got it straight, folks.
You know, it's a natural rahmanas on parents.
He's got it straight.
Rahmanas on their children. So what's the pshat? We'll say, think the pshat is like this. What Abishai ben Tzriya says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, the Baruch Hu is giving the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom in your presence. So take it.
What you're saying is that they have minus dice bodies, no dice bodies, so then bonus game, if you roll a straight, you get a bonus.
You have plenty of time to script and to
That's
write
cool.
your future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, take it, use it to change your
Look at this
circumstances going forward. So
3 ones.
swap your tefillah around,
Get
switch
it,
it around. Amalei, Saya Bahadon.
I heard that. Full house.
But Avishai, can you help me, David?
Go for one more one, dog.
It says that Avishai ben Tzriya helped him.
What do you do?
David to have the Xer reversed. Avishai. So
I need a bunch of fours here.
Avishai, so
Give me some more fours.
So Avishai and David now run away.
Fours.
So Yishbi is running after them.
Are you fucking serious?
When they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they had a thought for a second. Let's just turn around and fight. Amar betrayed Gurion Katul Aryeh. So they
That's what I needed.
Kept running.
That's what I effing needed.
Lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. In other words, even though they were two, and Yishbi was one, he was much stronger than them. So the Gemara says, Amar Lei. So what happens? They both say, so then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from him. So listen to the plan.
Give me some fours.
So they turned around and they said,
Fours.
Fours. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arpa, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother. So listen to this. Ki atkura le shmei di'ime, kacha shchele v'kata. They mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead.
It's not over, baby.
And they were able to overtake it. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, sometimes, even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, Mama's boy, he might have been a big warrior. But he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch was killed,
Dude, the time's about to go.
it hurt him. And at the end of the day, we get them. They were able to.
Are you serious?
I
need fours.
So this is the meaning of the pasuk.
I need fours.
So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the life of Israel.
That was garbage. Send me another invite.
The king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him,
It did. Are you going to give me an invite? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
All this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought,
Zoo.
Amazing.
You have 10 seconds to give me an invite. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know, I'm in, baby. I've been in. What are you going to do? 1, 2, 3? This is dangerous, Zoo. Get those sixes, son.
Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Abishai ben Tzriya. So
Full house.
Abishai ben Tzriya,
This is going for a full house right off the coast. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin, to the well. So we'll say this is Eliezer in
Give me some ones.
And he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak.
Give me another one.
He traveled from Canaan to Haran and made it in the same day. Yaakov, you know what Yaakov, all of these was like the Siv.
I've never gotten the bonus in this game.
And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Kivar Shemesh, because
What are you gonna do, Zut?
When he came to Haran, so remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home. Running away from
Heartbreaking.
Running to Lavan. Lavan lives in Haran.
Heartbreaking.
When he gets to Haran, Hamar Efsher Avarti Amakom Shespalu Bo Abosai.
Give me twos, baby.
Is it possible
Give me another two.
that I passed by the place?
No
my
way.
forefathers davened. This is reference to Harabais. I passed through Shana, I passed by Harabais, the place where my forefathers davened, and I didn't stop to daven there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So Kevan to hear him, but died to the other cup to the Arab. So see when he decided
Zut
to
took a 3 and a 4.
he already got to Haran.
Folks, if you're watching at home, Zut took a 3 and a 4. Maybe one of the greatest opportunities for Zut in the history of humankind. Potentially.
So what happened?
Potentially. Zut.
Means prayer.
Devastating. That was devastating, Zut. That was devastating, Zut.
Back from Haran to Harabayis, he wanted to go back to Haran. Tzaddik said, the Bayis Maloni. You know, so what's like, Rothschild says, could it be
3 1 2 2 4 3 1 2 2 4 3 1 2 2 4 1 5 5 6 1 1 5 5 6 1.
Miraculously, the sun set. Highly considered by Yizrach La Shemesh. So God says later on the pasuk says after the fight with the Malach of Esav, the pasuk says that the sun.
What do we do, Zut?
The sun rose for him.
Give me some twos.
Did it only rise for him?
Give me some twos.
It rose for everyone.
Are you serious? Are you effing serious? That was garbage.
Earlier reported was it that's reference when Yaakov went back to Harabais, because the sun.
My man, Zut. Got that 3 4 5 6. He needs a 2, folks. What an amazing roll. My man, Zut, just got himself 30 and or 40 points. 4 4 4. Give me some 4s, baby. Give me some 4s, baby. That's garbage.
Said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said,
yeah, baby.
Visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David Amelch's children indeed did suffer? So the Gemara says, V'atalya im achazyo lo asa kimis b'nah. So say Atalya, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy.
That was terrible.
Her son Achazio was killed. So she decided she wanted to be queen.
Look at you, Zut. Look at these 5s, son. Look at these 5s. Oh, no way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
Because there was Yoash. It's okay because from the city of Nov, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Eviasa.
Oh, we're fucked. Oh, no way. I got the perfect roll. The odds of me getting that roll were giant. Yeah.
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, we're not that there are one survivor from Nov, right? Achimelech, Eviasar, David Amelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well. Amar Yehuda, Amar Ba Lein Sancheres. We'll say back to Sancheres. Ba Lein Sancheres. Get ready for this. Ba Lein Sancheres.
That's not what you wanted.
The name of the Yoshi Mikhail Shazar. So we'll say how the Gemara describes Sancheres' army, with which the Gemara comes with 45,000 officers who were sitting in golden chariots.
Give me something good.
Give
me something good.
Now, the officers brought with them their princesses, and their harlots. Now, what does that mean? You don't bring princesses and harlots to the battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to be victorious over Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot.
And another 60,000.
Give me 5 threes. Are you gonna go?
There was other chariots as well. We'll discuss the size of the army. The size of the army gets even bigger. This was the same size force which marched against.
Give me another 3.
4 wars against the 5. Sidim Lavo in Go. And it was armies of this size.
Oh, Zoot.
Even Chubai Go.
I'm not getting that bonus, son.
Some say the length of Sanchiriv's army camp was
That's
400
devastating.
parsecs.
That's terrible.
The width, right?
One of the worst. Oh no, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked.
40 parsecs.
Zoot is
The
fucked.
total number of people in Sanchiriv's
There's nothing he can do. He's fucked, folks. If you're watching at home, you're about to see one of the greatest upsets in the history of this game. Give me another 2. Oh, baby.
But the idea that I was talking about is they never saw such a large army amassed. Remember again,
Small.
Really?
I don't understand. Small straight.
The good thing is that it was a dictator.
Small straight is 4 dice in sequence. I don't know why it let me play that.
Is an army the size that no one has ever seen.
Oh yeah, I did.
So this is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle.
You played small straight for 30 points, 5 of a kind bonus. So I guess if you have 5 of a kind multiple times, you get a bonus. Oh, it looks like you're done. Folks, Zoot is done. Folks, if you're watching at home, Zoot is beyond done. There's never been someone more done in the history of humankind than Zoot. And I got the bonus. Oh, I have to be over 62. That's garbage. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, I have the highest score that you've ever seen. I just played the highest score you've ever seen. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row of some sort. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row. It's over for Zoot.
They diminish the body of water with you. When you take water with you, when you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothes.
It's over for Zoot.
The first group had to swim. The second group had to walk.
Zoot, it's over. Zoot only got 40 for the bonus.
The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their
And I got 150.
By the time the third wave passed through,
Perhaps the greatest,
water left in the Jordan River.
most amazing bonus in the history of this game. Get another 4, son.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere.
It's over for Zoot.
To be able to give the army.
It's over for Zoot. Give me another 2.
Here's the problem. What does it mean? The pasuk told us. You're telling me about
Zoot, it's over for you, baby. Because I'm sexy. Zoot, where's my invitation? Zoot, where's my invitation?
So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going on.
5 of a kind and bonus joker rules. If you manage to throw 5 of a kind and have already played a 5 of a kind combination with a score 50, you will score a special 5 of a kind bonus to get an extra 100 points. However, if you have already thrown a 5 of a kind and have played a 5 of a kind combination with a score of 0, you will not get a bonus. Some rules apply with the 5 of a kind bonus. You won't be able to keep rolling if there were pending rolls, and you have to select the score right away. If corresponding upper section combination is unused, then that combination must be used. If the combination upper section combination was already used, a lower section combination must be used. The five of a kind acts as a joker, so the full small straight and large straight combination can be used to score 20, 30, or 40 respectively. If the corresponding upper section combination and all lower section combinations have been used, an unused upper section combination must be used, scoring 0. I don't get that, but no one understands that, dog.
So Gabriel is your Magiel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill you. Your sickle ready. So so Gabriel says essentially, I was born ready, right? I was ready. My sickle's been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Zuid has 0 points.
The time of year.
He played a 1 on his first roll. Oh no, he didn't. No, he did not. Folks. He got full house. Full house.
When you go out and check on the fruit,
full house, Zoot.
Your sickle and take care of them as well.
Get it. No one understood what you just said.
So this is what people say.
Yes, they do.
Good morning to you. Right? In other words, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him. Very disorienting. So also the idea being that the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work of checking on the fruit, also take care of the Assyrian army. Which I will say, by the way, is an incredible use.
Four of a kind, baby.
About how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other.
I don't know what the fuck.
Especially if they're not maturing.
Nor does anybody. You need it too. You need it too, and you're not going to get it. You need another two. Oh, look at my man switching to fives. Folks, look at my man switching to fives.
So said he allowed them to hear. What did he allow?
Look at all these threes, baby.
They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos, and as a result, they dashed Neymar. We'll say how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers?
Dude, look at the score. I'm intimidated. I'm so good looking. 1, 2, 3. You've got 3. You've got 3. Dude, it's over for you. It's over for you. What are you gonna? Really dumb. Just jaw-droppingly dumb. One of the dumbest things we've ever had the opportunity to witness in the history of humankind. Give me another 5, baby.
One of his 2 sons was spared. Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people.
Dog.
His 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar.
You got a 1, a 2, a 3. You need a 4.
So we have a tradition.
Folks, Zoot needs a 4 extremely badly. And he didn't get it there. And he's not going to get it here. He's going for these 5s.
After Hanan, Mishael, and Azariah thrown into the Kivshon, so Nebuchadnezzar says,
Not a good move.
People, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like?
Give me these 3s, baby.
How does he know what an angel looks like?
Give me one more 3.
Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out.
What the fuck are you saying? Dude, no one knows what you're talking about. I don't take it up the ass, dog. I give it up the ass. Are you gonna go?
Are alive later on because ultimately, again, his 2 sons kill him. So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons assassinate him, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanherib and his 2 sons were spared from from the white
Not really.
the entire Syrian. So stop over here.
I need another 2.
Apologize, that's why I was a little bit faster, so we'll pick up here tomorrow.
It actually kind of sucks for me. What do I put it on? I've already done the 4.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Filson Mishpach, dedicating all the Shur and Droshos this year as a schus.
Not good at all, son.
Sponsors for
Not good at all.
Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And we got learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Allah.
I don't think so.
All of the Nisham family, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shabbat, Chol Yisrael, and Shprach Shnemer Hashem bring home our hostages. And Allah,
You're still very much in this game.
With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadik Dal 94. We are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93b. Rav Amar Demorach Vadoim. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise.
Wow.
So the Rav says it's quite fascinating. So Rav says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoim means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoim. Someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says,
So you're done.
That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
so you're done. Zoo resigned. It's over for Zoo.
The idea is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to
Folks, Zoot is done.
Which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the
I'm done.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Kochva. Bar Kochva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, Mimalche Hordus Haya. He was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shnin. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. The Rabbi says, I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulay, the Mashiach Ksiv, the Morabadon. Mashiach, it says that he's able to go out and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kochva, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. I will say this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kochva. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kochva was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kochva was killed by the Romans. So okay, it's interesting. Either way, Bar Kochva ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kochva was Mashiach. So Bar Kochva had tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. Daniel, Chanei Mishal Ba'ad Sibuhu, Asher In Bahem Kol Mu'um V'Tovi Marav, U'Maskilim Chachma V'Yodei Das U'Mavine Mada, Asher Koch Bahem La'amo V'Heichal HaMelech, V'Lamdam Sefer V'Lashon Kazdim. So it's not this pasuk highlight praises of Chanei Mishal and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Daniel, Chanei Mishal and Azariah. Maya She'in Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chama Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta de Kuslisa Lo Havabu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information. So what does it matter for us? So on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama b'kama, the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Lazar, kulam ne Yehudaim. So Rabbi Lazar said that all of them, Daniel, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah, were all from Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmani Amar, Daniel b'mnei Yehuda, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. So the pasuk says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as srisim. Srisim, my srisim. What's the sris? So Rav Amar srisim mamish. Rav says it literally means like a eunuch, right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. According to the opinion that says that they were literal srisim. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavel isi bahon chavla denura." It means that ultimately, again, that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kivshana ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on. Baksiv hareach nor lo adas bahen lo chavla v'lorecha. What it means is again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. So according to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days. According to the opinion that says that there are mamish svisim, so ultimately again would the pasuk that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation, to which the Gemara says it could be that it was both, that literally the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Good. According to it says there are mamish svisim. So the pasuk says, the pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. My tov mi bonim umibanos. It's better than apparently could very well be that before they were made srisim by the king, they had children, and unfortunately again those children predeceased them. Umay shem olam etin lo ashalo yikares. What does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. I'm not from Dash Barkafra Bitsipuri Zes Sefer Daniel Shenikra al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel. Because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtik, Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michtik, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia ben Chachaya Amrihu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. Also I want to point out, Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh, right? We have Sfarim Ezra and Nechemia. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shne'emar Zochra li Elokai letova. Remember me, my God, for good. I David Nami, Meimer Amra, Zochrini Hashem B'Tzonamecha, Pakin B'Shuasecha. I David Amelech also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit almost like a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted. Which David Rachni and Kabbai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachni for Klal Yisrael as well. Yosef Day Shasira Vignus and Shorishonim. But I said this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the safer name for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar va'apachos harishonim asher lefanai echbidu ala am vayikchu mehem belechem v'yayin v'achar kesef shkalim arbaim. So I will say this is incredible that Israel disparaged the leaders. Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about say is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't find other Jews. We saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hanayim Shalom Azar drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw that the Marshal said, now what does that mean? That they caused the names of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. To God, now, by the way, how do we know that Shagal Mimenu? How do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says, good, all right, he lash. She said, okay, we'll do a different time. Next cycle. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw about Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it indicates us that Daniel is greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Daniel saw it. So as I say, interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. In other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inu and V'ihu lo Navi. V'ihu lav Navi. So as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. V'ihu adif minayhu, V'ihu chaza, V'inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So the Gemara says, V'chine achad lo chazu mai taima ivis. Well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Afagav de'inu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazal saw. I said, what does this mean? What does it mean their mazal saw? So often mazal refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is this problem. Every person has a malach, right? Every person who advocates for them, who looks over, watched over this, like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on me. So this is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes a person could be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that could mean that my muzzle saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My takante." So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright, and they're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shof miduchte arba gamidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami, likri kriyashma, or say shma, v'ikai b'makom hamitunofes. And if ultimately, again, you're standing in a place where halacha l'maisa again, it's dirty, so you can't say shema. What should you say? Leimahachi. Say the following: Iza de tapcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So I'll say, so what exactly is going on here? So I'll say, so perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear, and there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. Two in life where you are seized by fear. So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only dalaramas. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is this: if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two, say shema. Say shema. What does it say? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I anchor myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is your relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized, not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the courage to move forward. And I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that's like, how do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. We're gripped by paralyzing fear. Number one, move yourself forward, anchor yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, L'meimra. So the Gemara says, Lemar b'ham shar b'ham shalom ein kates, and tankum darsh b'akavam v'sikori, nitneimam kol mem sheba'em sateva pasuach v'zeh sasom. In general, a mem in the middle of a pasuk, right, is open, and only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Bikish Chash Baruch Hu Lasos Chizkiyo Mashiach. So it's incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Chash Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach the Sancheriv Gog Umagog. And remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umagog. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umagog, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv Gog Umagog. I want to meet this at the Lashbar Rabban Shalom. Umat David Melech Yisrael Shamash Yosef Shpachos Lefanecha Lo Asisa Mashiach. So the Midas Adin, the attribute of strict justice, is the Rabban Shalom. It's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like Lahavla Lashbar Hu. Rabban Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Adin says what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo asasa Mashiach Chizkiyo sha'asisa l'kol nisim." Right. So Chizkiyo sha'asa l'kol nisim alalu. V'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira. Tefer Tehillim. Chizkiyo, you did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. Therefore the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach, the mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyahu Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas Hadin shut it down, preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyahu from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shel Olam. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the Yid, and that is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara was like, Miyad, Pascha, Arz, V'amel, Ribono Shel Olam. Listen to this, this is such a beautiful Gemara. The earth, says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira, Tachas Tzadik Zeh, V'aso Mashiach. Wow. V'aso Mashiach. So the earth says, Ribono Shel Olam, please, make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyahu. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says about Amar Shira, the father of Shneimar, Miknef Ha'aretz Zmiros Shalom Tzvilat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Olam Fanav, Ribono Shel Olam Sidyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, the Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekala Olam Masra Biyado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach who's like, universe CEO. He's the Hakadosh Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Yatzavas Kol Amra Razi Li Razi. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says, okay, so let's go. Make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his, right? He didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his mouth. The Basco came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch Hu says that Shiyachol and Chizkiyahu not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi, Oili, Ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right, for long. Now the Navi now is Lamed Mashiach come. Yasas Abbas Agad Bogdim, Bogdim Bogdu. What is it? Rabbi Scott. Ad Asu Bozeze de Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies. Meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Mesir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milel. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Osa Chamuna Al Ruchos. Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, Netzkaptu Kol Ruchos Eitzel Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milel. So essentially, again, I will say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sar HaRuchos, Shanashamos Nifkados Etzlo, Bahainu Masa Duma Kach Amar Duma Elai. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Ma Milel, Ma Davar, Masai Keitza Geula Milel Zeh. When is Geula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Im Tibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Im Tibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiya. This from the Lokasa B'Lu V'Nachon Amar Asar Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tov V'Gam Laila, B'Mitchila Tia Galus Habib. Morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Inti Bayun Bayu V'Shuva Asayu. So there's two things. So right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Inti Bayun. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. The Shbarach is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. So I'll say two elements. It's interesting. There seems to be many elements to Geula. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Cheshbarach waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, to become Baalei Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi Pappas. Let's say first wide lines at beyond enough. That's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Miknaf Aretz Miro Shamanu Tzila Tzadik. Keltz V'Davar Ata Omer. Vayomer Yisro. So we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Vayomer Yisro. Baruch Hashem Asher Hitzil Eschem. Yisro says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So the Gemara says, Rabbi Pappas, Tinayhu LeMoshe B'Shishin Livon Shelo Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisro V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. But Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro. So what I say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what is Rav Amar Shehever Cherev Chada Al Besaro. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with someone like Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself a bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudin kol b'sar." He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, "Amarav." So we'll say it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what Hakadosh Baruch Hu did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So we see from the Rambam Ishri Yura Adasara Dario Chinza Aramai Kare. This is a very important episode. That in front of the converts, do not disparage Gentiles of the 10 generations. So let's say this is just such a fascinating idea. That on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is Shnola Dami. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gerek. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adam Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancherev Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Like Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sancheiriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or I should say overcome, the Yifra, exact punishment from Sancheiriv, who has 8 names. So now we're just going to the names. Chizkiyahu Dichsiv, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Pelayoetz, El Gibor, Abiad, Sar Shalom, okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiyahu? First one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave him trend. Davar Achar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek is Yisrael Avim Shema Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheiriv, what is Sancheiriv? All of Sancheiriv's names. Dichsiv Day, Tiglas, Kuleser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheiriv. What about Sancheiriv? Right? In other words, they forgot about that name. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheiriv, we're going to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Shesach v'nicher dvarim klapei mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan, the Peimazach also Rothschild also Asanpa Rabbi Akira. So says here's what's interesting. So Sancheiriv, if you look at some of these names, Sancheiriv was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheiriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheiriv, right now, remember Sancheiriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheiriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said. So one says that Sancheiriv was very wise, and one says that very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, so I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheiriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheiriv was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Aglilu, where did he supposed to say? So point out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheiriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, by the way, where did Sancheiriv the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, look, find different places where exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnusa Shel Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheiriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, he did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu, where it says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri, Shavya Ki Arin. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Almin. He said, ultimately, again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al-Chad Trim. They said, this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I will say, this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands, and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheiriv. Sancheiriv was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod ish. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here, Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama esrachas. They both say this is talking about again when Sancheiriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheiriv's army, we're going to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Karilei lamani mechuda mach bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even though they're thrown into the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So therefore, your clothes, essentially, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Moshe Rabbi Elazar, Amar Tachas Kvodo Mamish Kisreifas Me'aru. Ma'ala Alon Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. Avkan Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say, check by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So Paro Shechiref Ba'atzmo Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mena B'Atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma V'Kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev Shechiref, both say Amud Beis. Sancherev Shechiref Ayidei Shaliach. Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nifra Mimenu. Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro Tichsibdei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mena B'Atzmo. Baruch Hu exacts punishment from himself. Tichsib, Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzvah Hayam. By Yamsuf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yamsuf. Tichsib, Darachta by Yamsuf Sechel. Sancheiriv Tichsib, Biyad Malachecha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, Biyad Malachecha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancheiriv says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch again, Sancheiriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. And Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. B'chsiv, Vayetze Malach Hashem, Vayach B'machane Asher Mea U'Shmonim V'Chamishim Elef. So I say, remember again, this was this was like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancherib. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night. He says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So Baruch Hu brought about. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Baruch Hu Kiviyachol did it himself, but ultimately again, like we see on Pesach, and even on Malach, this was Malach V'lo Ani. Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheiriv blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punishment indirectly. Like Papa Rami Ksiv, Morom Kitzo, Ksiv Molom Kitzo. So I said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Malon Kitzo b'Yeshaya, Malon Kitzo b'Melachim. So I say, so one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, when on earth. Amar also Rasha, B'tchila achre dira shalmata, B'yachakach achre dira shalmata. So you see the unholy operations of Sancheiriv. Like Sancheiriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the God in the celestial sphere. Whatever it may be. Might exceed Ata. Hamibala de Hashem. Alisi alamako la shriso. Hashem amar Eli. Allah arazazos v'shriso. So I'll say, so this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheiriv is Sancheiriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so Rashi says, "Ata hamivaladei Hashem alisa l'makom hazeh." So Sancheiriv says, "Would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God?" Hashem amar Eli, alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa. Hashem has said to me, "Come to this land of Israel," which is pretty wild. So Sancheiriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheiriv hear from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Eretz Yisrael? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara said, "The Shmuel Navi Dikamar Yan Kimasa Amazar, as me, Ashiloach Haholkim La'at La'at, Umisos as Rothschild Uben Remalyo. So once I saw what happened, so interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Me'ashilach Ha'ochem La'atlat, they have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Rimalyo. So we'll see what all of this
It's
means.
athleticism.
Folks. So Yosef says, were not the explanation of this passage, you would have no idea what it's talking about.
This shit is so
We have no idea
stupid.
what
It's
it's talking about.
hilarious.
So what is this? So the Gemara says, my karma. So the Gemara says, Chala, the Klatz Amma Hadim B'Machrusa B'Distavi. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus B'Distavi. And the Dabra Lahon B'Nafas K'mish Shiloach B'Nafti. That are trying to speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow. Right? The Shiloach waters are spring fed, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus B'Distavi, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up. They're forsaking that. This, but you, the Rothschild, and instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, I'm going to sit. Mara Hashem Solos is what's interesting over here is, so Sancheriv, here's the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task. And he feels
I've heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and they're married now. That your dreams seem true. Can't you feel it? I give to you, old friend, why you're so tired, and I can hold back, hold high from the lights. I give you day out of the blue, uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it, every nothing you can say. Then you come and bring my name. Never mind, I find someone like you. I think nothing but the best on you. You don't get me.
Even when Chayso worshipped Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. If they're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? Not so much, but maybe you know someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do, and all the stuff you really want to do. Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, something like another one is the mutter, but it's a mitzvah. And all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember you said sometimes it lasts a while, and sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts a night, but sometimes it hurts instead. Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in a summer haze, bound by peace of mind on the glory days. I hate to turn out of the blue, uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. Hope you sing them place. I'm not thinking tonight enough for me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. What do you want to say to Adele? Bitch, you got a good voice. Really? Is that what you would say to her? What would you say? I'd be like, bitch, I love the name of your albums. Really? Yeah, I love your cleft chin. Really? Yeah, I love how you're kind of a bitch. Really? Yeah, dog. It's great. Why? Because I'm kind of a bitch. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Why? I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time, girl. She'd be like, I know, you know my music pretty well. I'd be like, yeah, do you know mine pretty well? She'd be like, what song do you have? I'd be like, it's this one, it's called Biggest Pimp of All Time, bitch. And the lyrics go like this: hey everyone, I'm the biggest pimp of all time, bitch. And it just does that for like a millennium, just on repeat. And then it says, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey. Oh, that's a really great song, Rabbi. Look at this athleticism. Sometimes it hurts instead. No one compares. No, it's nothing compares, dog. Get it right or pay the price. Sometimes it hurts instead. Hey, nothing compares, no worries appear. The mistakes of the memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this could be? This would taste. This could be. Come on, Adele, like, get your shit together, Rabbi. Like, no, girl, come down. It is super fucking late. She'd be like, no, it isn't. You slept till 2 o'clock. I'd be like, bitch, how do you know my schedule? She'd be like, why do you scratch your head like a monkey? I'd be like, maybe I am, girl. Sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries or cares. Regrets on the same memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this would taste? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I'll remember you say sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. That was so sick. No. Throwing up gang signs for gangs that don't even exist yet. They haven't even been founded. That's how sick I am. What's the coolest gang that hasn't been founded yet? It's called the Rabbi. No, it hasn't been founded. Oh yeah, it was founded with Eve. Really? And she wasn't Jewish. So, Sarah? Really? Actually, she's not the first priest. I don't know.
What happened?
I mean, I do know. Who would it be? I mean, I know what. I just don't know what the bitch's name is. Not off the top of my head. Why? Maybe I do.
that I'm
Really?
being sensitive against. But don't worry, because you can be successful. What is this going to say? Amar,
I know one of them. Elishaba. Elishaba. She's mentioned once in fucking Exodus. Elishaba. Elishaba. That bitch. Really? Over Zephyrah? Probably Zephyrah. Really?
He said, no, I'm bringing this up.
Trying to snare some? Fuck no. Ain't that bitch. Title didn't exist in that era. Well, it does now, bitch. Who is it? One of those two bitches. Really? Yeah, who is it?
But I have a company. Why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you spared me ultimately again.
Probably Zephyrah.
20 plus years of being such
Really?
like the passage says, he offered up Kabbalah to relocate Yitzchak of it. Yaakov offered up Kabbalah to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin. Strict justice.
So it goes back to Zephyrah?
Justice says we don't understand why Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because
Maybe.
Kadosh Baruch Hu knew that had
What about Elisheba? That bitch is up there too.
God sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end
Do you consider them Rebbitzin? Were their husbands rabbis? Yeah. Okay, then yeah.
Things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. So I'm such a dull. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, why did you do it?
M. Jackson.
Very nice, you brought the salvation.
Who the fuck is you?
The God who brought the salvation is also what? It's also what? It's the same God who brought the crisis.
Damn, girl.
I have a terrible response. Don't bring the crisis, and you will be the salvation. So that's the control of the That's what the emotional one is the world. Somehow.
You like that one?
It's not just the resolution is necessary.
Which one do you like? I like them all. What's your favorite one ever? All of them. Why? I'm sexy. And I know it.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted up. Mipnei Shama. What's the Shama? Literally the oil. What's the oil? One of these such an Africa, this is beautiful. Chovel Olsha Sancheriv Shama Israel. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon Israel because of the oil.
Can you do this one?
It was constant oil, constant.
Fuck yeah, I can do it. Are you going to though? I don't know. It's a lot of work, dog. Why? I mean, I gotta reset my stream.
Put a sword
at
the entrance of the Mishkan.
Who is he?
He said, he says, whoever leaves the base medrash will be stabbed with this sword. He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean?
Folks, you want to hear me do play-by-play? Alright, here we go. Look at this motherfucker over here with this athleticism. Few people have recognized this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this move. This bitch has been going 9 hours. Do you think most people on Earth have ever streamed for 9 hours before they How many people on Earth who have more than 9 hours of their own footage online? Probably less than 10%. Really? Well, you've got like all of China. I don't know. Do you see many Chinese people record their live? I bet you. There's that one girl, but she didn't do it. Was she Chinese? She was something.
Bad neighborhood. Listen, these are the days. This is a David Lutz.
Are you Chinese? Baby, I'm everything. Why? Why not? Are you Chinese? Maybe some. Why? Why not, baby?
I'm saying like he's
Right?
the first step.
No one's nodding off. You know why? Because that's going to save
The
your
true
life.
question is, are you the sexiest motherfucker on earth? And the answer to that is
That words
obviously.
of Torah, literally
Really?
life.
Obviously? Dog, I don't want to get into it with you.
I'm
Okay?
saying, hey, Danny,
The answer's obvious. Everybody knows it. Dog,
Not everybody is an orator.
your hours are reversed. You're on Australia hours. Worst stream ever.
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, oh, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. Life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't
Yo,
have
dog,
it,
who's that fucking rabbi who spams everybody's chats? The biggest pimp of all time.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba, from Amaretz, there was not an Amaretz. There was no one who knew the word of Torah, always from Dan until Zipris. And everyone was well versed.
This is the worst. This is worse than Gringo Poppy. Is it? Oh, this shit sucks. Hello. I'm glad to say hi to you 7 hours later. That was really nice. Really?
Everyone was first. Everyone was doubtful. Everyone again. By the way, in what? Not the sex office, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to. Right? Halachos of Tuman Tara. What happens when we get to Tuman Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on? All right? When is this going to be over? We'll say those halachos. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tuman Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were having
God, look at this athleticism. Let's really summarize this for the people at home. For the people at home, if they're watching this, and you're like, yo, dog, you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time. The answer's obvious. Okay? I don't even think we need to have this discussion. You really think you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time? The answer's obvious.
Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on.
Are you more sexy or more athletic? So bang bang play, kids. It's Jambi Jeter Jambi. It's whatever you want it to be. Psych bitch, I'm both. Yeah, choose to say one of them.
Go ahead. I think it's the week we needed to end up pretty much. After one incredible week. Go ahead.
How was the show last night?
All right, everybody, Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
15 minutes. Dude, that would be kind of funny, honestly. If you're laughing at 20 minutes of stand-up and I just did me riding a horse all the time.
Oh, look at this athleticism.
The entire time. Performance
Right. That's right. So it was
Galentine's, go fuck yourself. Doug, what is this bullshit?
I wish we could watch the horse pit with no audio first every time. Like, if Brian Cow came on screen was like, all right, guys, you know what time it is. It's funny to watch this because we're watching it live. It feels like we're watching it live. Clips that we or Samsung that we clip. These things they go like they're straight out of those days where Chang's versus Callan riding a horse. Joe Rogan's like, you can do a special at my club.
And Lily is waxing is supporting the field that all of the shows have all of the leaders wish I would the police accessible for let's go. They decided they coming out to a parking lot from the bottom but the actors. So I'm about this. Don't say how. Especially in the house, maybe coming in the house. In order to see roughly like anyone who does not living again around coming to benefit from these
Now, this is the worst. Folks, look at this athleticism. Folks, let's really get into the summaries here. Look at this athleticism. I almost tore my ACL. Everybody knows it like that bitch in Jazzercise from the dating sites from the 80s. Tyreek Hill, how do I get unbanned from your chat? You're not banned. You talk anything you want.
Make sure to always keep always some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar eats through the flow.
Do I ever talk to chat? Gooners is really, oh my god, hi Jimmy. Ooh, bro. It's not viral. Yeah, you're right. What a great life. Yeah, dog. It's pretty sick. Really? Oh, dude. I talk about bitches all the time, and I rate chicks 0 to 10. Why? Because it's fun. I mean, you can rate dudes if you want. I'm a 10. Next question. Why? Dog, I'm so sick. Maybe one of the sickest motherfuckers of all time. Are you seeing this athleticism, though? Folks. Babies. Oh, what in the fuck?
Translated. She says over here, a person changes voice, which makes it sound like a person steals his identity. But the truth is, not that people could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. Whoever doesn't keep his word is as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated,